What's up? This is the most scuffed election coverage you'll ever see in your life. Literally the most scuffed. If there was like a degree measurement of scuffness of a particular election coverage, this would be the most scuffed. I'm currently trying to fix the settings on my TV so I can make it darker for you guys so you can actually see the thing. How good is that? That's relatively good. Yo! Is there anyone you have to ether? We're not ethering anyone today. This is the main focus. What's happening behind me? Basically, I'm going to be periodically muting and unmuting this. Wait a second. My dog is scratching her bowl. So basically what I was saying, this is the most scuffed election coverage you will see. We're going to be covering this for a long time. Whenever the results come in, polls close. I said I was going to go live at 7 p.m. Then I realized the polls close in 20 minutes. So I had to start earlier. Trump about to get ethered. He better get ethered. But I appreciate everyone who's going to stop by. Get the word out that we're live. I'm about to notify people that we're live right now. I think I might actually go live on TikTok too, as of right now, but I don't think I'll go live the whole time on TikTok. But that's behind us, and we'll unmute whenever there's results. Today's going to be a very interesting day. Very, very interesting. Let's see here. I can bring up the polls on my phone. As of right now, we're looking at Biden being in a very good position, as you guys know. 538 has made their official election update. Let me look at this. I was watching Vosh's stream earlier today, so these ads are very different. I'm saying, right? I was watching Vosh's stream earlier today, and 538 has it at about an 89% chance of Biden winning. What I'm hearing is if we win Pennsylvania, it's over. If we win Pennsylvania, it's done out here. Trump would have to go crazy. Pennsylvania is the most important state, and I believe that those polls are the ones that close first. I guess it's Florida, Pennsylvania, and Nevada, I think. So, I'm watching double stream you and Vosh. Merch! I mean, Vosh's is 100% the better stream, so I don't know why you're wasting your time here, but I appreciate it. I'm trying to see what I can put my phone on so I can go live, because usually what I would use to go live on with my phone, I'm using my laptop right now. So, hi, what up, y'all? We're going to see exactly how many people we can get in here for this stream. Love the stream, and also as the you better. I'm not better than Vosh. When I get my PC, then I still won't be better than Vosh. But when I get my PC, we'll be able to at least be somewhat comparable. By the way, if you guys are coming here and you follow me on TikTok, thank you for 150K. I was gonna post a video about it, but the polls kind of jumped on me, so I had to hurry up and go live. I wasn't supposed to go live for another almost 3 hours. How's your day going? My day's going pretty good. We just got a new couch that's right here, and it looks really cool. And now it's election night, so we're gonna be seeing this. It's gonna be the first time I've actually covered an election. Been here since Blackbird shouted you out. Oh my God, you're a fan then. Jesus. Anything happened? Nope. Polls closed in 17 minutes in 3 states. Geez, I remember when Blackbird shouted me out. That was ages ago. Can you make a quesadilla? I'm not making a quesadilla. I don't know how to make a quesadilla. How am I supposed to make a quesadilla if I can't make a quesadilla? I'm going to go live on TikTok real quick on my phone and then allow people to join. Let me look here. Okay. Well, I'm going to TikTok right now, bet. going live right there too. Phone's right here. Yo! It's a live inception. It's a never-ending chain. Wait for some people to join up here real quick. 16 minutes. I'm aware it's flipped backwards for you guys, so that would be the thing. Biden 2020. Hell yeah. What's up, y'all? For those of you guys joining here on my TikTok live, I'm also live on YouTube right now. On my YouTube channel, and the link's in my bio. That's why this TV is behind me, and that's why this computer is right here. So, yes. How are you? I'm good, thank you. What's up, guys? How you doing? So join or you die. Yeah, if you guys want to, because I'm not gonna be on TikTok the whole time because I have to hold my phone up, and that's gonna tire my arm out. So if you guys want to watch me like cover the election like the whole night, I guess, go to my YouTube channel. And yeah, love your content. Thank you. I appreciate that. We got 15 minutes until the first polls close. If we're having a good night, then the polls suggest Biden with the lead out of all three of the first three states. If we're having a good night, I see y'all flooding in here from TikTok. Attaboy. When are we gonna know the final results? Not for a couple days. We may have a projection from news channels as to what the outcome will be. We should have at least some projections by the end of tonight, but we won't know final results for another few days. And it depends on how long they take to count the mail-in ballots. Let's go. Bender 2020. So I'm looking at two chats right now. I'm looking at TikTok chat down here and what's it called, chat? Actually, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'll be right back, guys. I think there's a stand I can put my phone on. Hold on a sec. Stare at the ceiling real quick. Unless I am blind, I can't seem to find it. Wait, yes, sir. Hello. Okay, we back. Merch 25, y'all stayed here and stared at an empty space. Y'all are odd. Who won? We don't even know. The thing hasn't even started yet. Hold on. I'll restart the TikTok live real quick. Hold on. Okay, so basically why I'm restarting it is because I have this stand and I kind of have to download an app. This is my brother's stand. We're going to see. What's the app called? What is this? Osmo? I'm going to try to see if I can download this app to go with this stand thing or whatever. Trump better lose. Yeah. It looks like we got 10 minutes until closing for the first polls. The Trumpies are not looking like they're in the best of situations right now. What is this thing called? That's cool. I want to try to figure out a way in which I can start. Up, exit poll. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Yeah, we asked voters, are you more casting your ballot because of the position on issues that your candidate takes or a candidate's personal qualities? Take a look at this. 73%, an overwhelming majority.
Yes.
It's the candidate's position on the issues that was most important to their presidential vote. So let's dig into some of the issues. On Obamacare, should the Supreme Court overturn Obamacare? 53% say keep it as is. That's a majority. Only 42% say overturn it. On the issue of Supreme Court appointments, how important is Supreme Court appointments as a factor in your vote? 61% of the electorate says it's an important factor. 37% says it is not. Climate change. We asked voters in this election, is it a serious problem? 2/3 of voters say yes. 66% say climate change is a serious problem. 31% say no. And then we asked the view of the federal government. And this gets you sort of at the mood of the country right now. Look at this. A majority here, if you add these up, that's 58% are either dissatisfied or angry. That's their view of the federal government, Anderson.
They should be.
John Cussing will come back today with more.
We got 9 minutes, 40 seconds until the first poll closing.
I think the exit polls are great.
Yeah. You like what you see?
I like that. I mean, just that last graphic. I mean,
it's the climate change thing.
Well, no, 60% of the public saying they're decided, the government is not.
53% what? The president of the United States.
Yeah, but
what states though? It should be the states of Florida, Pennsylvania, and Nevada that have polls closings coming up.
And 6% of the country, or whatever it is.
White people taco night, yes, indeed. Apparently, I don't even know what that means. Wait, all of them or some? What do you mean? Just some. In Michigan, they close at 8. Yeah, different polls close at different times. Silent majority. There is no such thing as a silent majority. The silent majority is literally just, it's just what they tell themselves so they can sleep at night. Say, it's actually more people that agree with us. It is a fact that there are more registered Democrats in the country. It is a fact that minorities tend to vote Democrats because it's a fact that minorities actually tend to help Democrat. I mean, they tend to vote Democrat because, yeah, they actually get help from Democrats as opposed to no help from Republicans. Yeah, whole silent majority stuff is just stupid. Silent majority makes you laugh. Can't wait for the Republican hype house to get mad. I can't wait to see the absolute copium that's going to be released upon the defeat of Donald Trump by conservative hype house, by Republican hype house, all that. Oh, wait a minute. I'm still trying to figure out the stand thing, which is why I'm silent. What's going on in my chat? All right, never mind. The stand thing seems like it's not going to work. It's like a robotic stand, so I have to get a particular app for it, and there's no point. I'm just going to go back live on TikTok and continue what I was doing.
You know what? If it's in a song...
Constant Contact. Try it free today.
I didn't ask.
Dangote Petroleum Refinery is going to be the largest single-train petroleum refinery in the world. Africa is like an unexplored gold mine. We know there's huge...
All right, I'm going back live on TikTok.
It will help to create employment and to reduce the massive demand on foreign imports. It's going to...
He's more of a socialist too.
The lives of the Africans.
Blackbird School. Blackbird, yeah. Blackbird and I basically agree on almost everything. I don't really know too much into his beliefs, but I do know that we're both like libertarian socialists. So, yes, indeed. What's up, guys?
Making the right financial decisions has never been more important. Turn to Rocket Mortgage, and we can help guide you through those significant decisions now when they matter most. Here's a great idea that could work for you.
You want to know what I'm about to do? I'm about to go full Inspector Gadget mode real quick. Let me see if this would work. Half a second.
To 30 years. That custom term
Wait again.
can help you finish paying off your mortgage in a time frame that works best for you. And by taking years off your loan, you'll potentially save thousands of dollars in interest over the life of your mortgage, helping you take control and achieve your financial goals. A cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage could give you the boost that you're looking for. Just remember, at Rocket Mortgage, we're committed to giving you the best mortgage experience. To learn more about a mortgage and the many benefits of a cash-out refinance, call us today or go to rocketmortgage.com.
I'm Jeff Zeleny in the final hours of the Biden campaign, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
Mesothelioma is all we do. For over 10 years, we have offered a free book on mesothelioma. Call 1-800-400-2802.
We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Bill Blitzer in the CNN Election Center. We're just minutes away from the first results as voters decide whether to put Joe Biden in the White House or give President Trump a second term. The first big round of poll closings happened right at the top of the next hour, 7 p.m. Eastern. That's when voting ends in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia.
Okay, never mind.
Places, and we expect early results from those two states at any moment. A total of 60 electoral votes are on the line in the next hour. Remember, 270 are needed to win the White House. Georgia's 16 electoral votes could be pivotal as the once reliably red state is now a competitive battleground. Jake, we're in uncharted territory with a record-breaking number of voters already having cast their early ballots in person or by mail.
And many more are voting right this minute. We've been seeing pretty steady streams of people showing up at some of the polling locations that we're monitoring in battlegrounds, including Arizona and Iowa and Michigan, as well as Georgia.
I'm about to go big brain on y'all real quick.
Our correspondents are getting new information
Boom.
about the campaign strategy
There we go.
in these closing hours. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny. Jeff, what is...
And we're back. Polls are about to start closing. Hey, guys.
Well, Jake, throughout the day, the turnout reports have really been extraordinary, and the Biden campaign has been watching these with great interest. Of course, the Trump campaign has been as well, because many...
I'm not leaving my house for a month. Exactly. Realistically, might as well not even leave the house.
It is giving some sense of optimism to the Biden campaign, but it is also doing this. I am told that at this hour, the Biden campaign is working to get more votes out, more of their supporters to the polls in South Florida, in Jacksonville, in the St. Pete, Tampa area. They do believe that Florida is a bit of a challenge for them at this point. Now, this started shortly after the workday, and Democrats have historically voted more at the end of the workday between the 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. hour. Who knows if that holds during this moment of the pandemic with so much early voting and a difference in work schedules, but they are working to get the last vote out in these areas.
How are we doing? I'm live on both TikTok and YouTube right now, so go watch either one.
States of Florida, of Georgia, North Carolina, more difficult than that blue wall of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. They are more optimistic about the North than the South at this point. The poll's still open, and they're still working, Jake.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. Now let's go to Caitlin Collins. She's at the White House.
He's winning Florida and Texas. He's not. Trump isn't winning Florida. Biden's ahead by anywhere from 3 to 5 points in Florida right now. Who gets Texas, JJ? I'm calling it for Biden. I'm biased, but I don't care. I'm calling it for Biden. Aim this down a little bit.
Yesterday, the president predicted potentially.
Yo.
But internally, they are obviously.
Trump said he's gonna blow him out. Oh hell no. Did you vote? I can't vote. I'm 16. I wish I freaking could. How's your stomach from the nerves? I'm not nervous right now. I'll probably be nervous if it starts getting close.
What exactly they're expecting, but we did.
Guys, when I look up, I'm looking at YouTube chat. When I look down, I'm looking at you guys, obviously.
In the East Wing with senior staffers from his campaign, his family there as well. They said they are expecting delays in those results coming out of Pennsylvania as they are.
I don't want to hear any delays in any results coming out of Pennsylvania. I'm gonna be so mad if they scuff Pennsylvania. Chicago, where you at? Yeah, I don't gotta worry about nothing. Illinois. You know, Illinois, the majority of the districts in Illinois, like the vast majority of districts are all red. But everyone in Illinois lives in like Chicago, so.
These exit polls are going to change. These are early exit polls, but they are representative of the electorate no matter how you voted. If you
53% female.
In person, if you voted by mail and absentee, or if you voted...
I mean, because girls are just smarter than us, so. Why is Pennsylvania so important? The reason why Pennsylvania is so important is not only because of its, like, electoral college worth. There's a lot, like, I don't know exactly why for this election it's the state, but it is the state. It pushes either candidate to a likely position of winning the presidency. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over. If Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, he's looking very good. And the reason why is because he has no shot at Pennsylvania right now. So if he does that, that means he's outperforming his polls, which could replicate in other states. But if he performs as he's predicted in Pennsylvania, then Joe Biden's going to blow him out.
So we're seeing a pretty significant drop in the share of the white vote as a part of the overall electorate in these numbers. 13% Latino, 12% Black.
Welcome, guys. New viewers.
Asian. Take a look at the age breakdown inside this.
I'm scared, but I'm confident. Same.
16% of the electorate, 18 to 29-year-olds. That's exactly what it was 4 years ago. 30 to 44, 23. 38%.
Guys.
64 years old, and
It's gonna be a long
23%
night.
of the electorate,
Turn Arizona blue. It looks like we're looking good in Arizona.
in terms of the share.
Hi, JJ. How you been? I've been good. How about you guys? Actually, I've been good personally, but TikTok's been pissing me off with the shadow ban shit.
Today, take a look. 45% say they are college graduates in the electorate today. 55% say no. 4 years ago, we saw it was 40% who said they were college graduates. So a few more college graduates in the electorate.
I don't like the fact that the college graduates are by far going to go to Biden, so that's good.
38% Democrat.
How can Trump win when he has an active warrant in another country? I don't know. I don't even know if that's true. Is that actually true?
Refer to themselves as independent. Jake, Abby?
All right, David, thanks so much. Okay, so when we talk about reading the tea leaves, again, here I'm seeing an electorate based on these early exit poll results, not definitive, that suggest an electorate that one could say is more amenable to the Biden message. It is a more female electorate. It is a less.
When is it finalized time-wise? We're not going to have a final answer today. They might have projections today. They may have projections today, depending on how early or how long it takes them to count the mail-in votes. But for the most part, we're not going to have any definitive answer as to who's president today. We'll have a good idea. If we have some projections, that means it's going to wrap up pretty quickly. If not, they start giving the end of projections might be at around 1 a.m. But none of the projections are going to be final, especially because there's a lot of mail-in votes that need to be counted and everything like that. So we vibing.
And beyond a white base.
Oh, someone said I'm wearing red. Ew. If you're wearing red and you're watching this, take it off and change it to blue immediately. Now.
Presidency, and it's been a lot harder for him to reach out.
What if Kanye wins? Is Kanye actually eligible to get any votes? I don't think he's even eligible to get votes.
And the question is whether or not this shows us that the demographic.
Guys, this has been leading up. This is all the culmination. All our work, all the work on this TikTok page, all the work that we've been doing in the streets and stuff. It's all culminated into this moment. The work continues after, no matter who wins, but it all culminates in this moment. Yeah, I'm watching CNN. I'm not credible anymore.
Is the college non-college split. That with women, it's about whether you're college educated versus not college educated. That's gonna tell us a lot more about whether people are amenable to Donald Trump's message versus Joe Biden's. And this number, even a small ticking down of the non-college educated share of this electorate is something that could matter.
Vote blue.
Trump. That is his
you weren't credible to begin with. That's hilarious.
Turn those people out. And if he's not able to do that in the places that it matters,
I'm wearing my Feel the Burn shirt. I miss Bernie. We let him down.
It's such an important point.
Why are you voting for the racist? Both of them are racist. One of them has shifted their rhetoric and disavowed the stuff he said in the past. And has a diverse cabinet and a diverse electorate and a diverse plan for America. The other one is Donald Trump.
Just a little bit on some of the issues and some of the sectors that matter the most to him, that could make a difference.
It's about the turnout of those people.
Joe doesn't have a heavy white supremacist support base. That's all I'm going to say. Joe Biden is more racist. That's hilarious.
2 percentage points.
Isn't it funny that the platinum plan that Donald Trump is touting is a very unspecific list of bullet points that he puts out a few days before the election in order to get more than the 2% measly black vote that the Republicans get because they can't get anything higher? And he's definitely not going to do that shit because if he really cared, he had 3 years to do anything.
You need to be elected president.
And that's why the conversation.
The Guardian has a live map of votes being counted. Yee.
The electorate in which states. That'll take us.
I wonder who's ahead.
But Joe Biden's trying to do 2 things tonight. He's trying to get back what
Trump had 4 years to have a plan for us. Exactly.
Wisconsin from the Democrats. They had not done red since 1992. They had been in Democratic hands since 1992. So Joe Biden is trying to get back the blue wall. All right. He's trying to hold all the Clinton states. That would be Colorado. That would be, come on, you have to change for me. There you go. That would be Nevada. That would be Minnesota. Or that would be New Hampshire.
He's already won.
Right, so there you go. You get the Clinton states back. They'll get you to 278 right there. If you can just get Pennsylvania, I say just get. That's not easy. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. You get those back, you're the next president of the United States. That's the first thing he's trying to do. Get the Clinton states back.
Trump election night party reduced to 250 guests. He did the same thing last time because he knows he thought he was going to lose in 2016. He knows he's going to lose this time. So he doesn't want to do it in front of a bunch of people because he's a narcissist.
Eventually will be our state. We're growing in the suburbs. African Americans, Latinos. Arizona will eventually be our state. The Democratic dreams of the last decade. Texas will eventually be our state. Has Trump put that evolution on steroids? If you look at the demographics, you'd say 2 years from now, 4 years from now, some of those states maybe 6 years from now. But has Trump put the electorate, put that transformation, especially because of the suburbs, and if you get the increased African American and Latino turnout, can Joe Biden do things like that in the North Carolina suburbs?
I'm nervous, guys, but I'm not really. This is gonna be amazing.
Americans, Latinos, the suburbs, and the I-4 corridor. Can he do something like that?
Where's them poll closings
Can he
at?
do something like that? He's within reach. This is what the Democrats dream of tonight. They do have the opportunity. Opportunity is one.
What time is it right now?
Finishing is something else. But that is Joe Biden.
5:10.
And then even then, so you're leaving.
What about Trump?
I left Georgia on the table. So let's go back to the president's map for Trump. You come back, if you're the president of the United States, if you're an incumbent, you start with this. And we know President Trump is obsessed with this. To this day, gives copies of this map when people visit him, when he talks about the campaign, when he's traveling. This is what he talks about. If you're Trump, you've seen him the last few days spending a ton of time here, here, and here. He loves this map because it made him president. That's not a criticism. That's a compliment. This is how he won the presidency 4 years ago. Yeah. And so his point is defended. Here's the question. We know his approval ratings in the mid-40s. We know the coronavirus pandemic is all across the country. He's likely to lose something. The question is, how much can he afford to lose? If you think about it, late in the campaign, the Biden lead in Michigan was pretty steady and pretty consistent. Doesn't mean that's how it's going to go tonight. Hillary Clinton had a narrow lead in Michigan at the end of the last campaign. Joe Biden's was about twice that. But so Donald Trump has to prepare to lose Michigan. He has to be prepared that maybe he loses Wisconsin. Again, they're trying to surge voters out today. It's not outside the realm of possibility. But if you're in the Trump campaign in the final days, you have to be prepared that those two get away. You also have to be prepared that maybe you're going to lose this. Joe Biden is favored to win in Maine quite handily. Maine allocates its electoral college votes by congressional district.
Facts.
So the president has to be prepared to lose that one. He also has to be prepared to lose this one. Doesn't mean he will, but that's the expectation inside the Trump campaign based on everything they've looked at in the final week. So this is what it comes down to here. And so then what happens? Donald Trump would still be at 278 if he can hold this, if he can hold Pennsylvania. Now, 278 if he can hold Pennsylvania, he still has to hold North Carolina. He has to hold Florida. He has to hold Georgia. And he has to hold Arizona. The president is on defense on this map. The best thing about it is, Wolf, we're just moments away.
And he has to hold Iowa, and he has to hold Texas. And if he doesn't do that shit, E.
Very, very closely, getting closer and closer.
Okay, we got 48 more minutes until
in the presidential race at the top of the hour.
We got 48 more minutes until all those polls close. Wait a minute.
Brought to you by
Okay, we have 48 more minutes until all those polls close. Get your tea, get your coffee, get your food, get your whatever, and let's rock out tonight. And let's beg that we get the outcome that we're looking for. I still don't fucking like Joe Biden, but we have to deal with it tonight because he's our only other option. And you're damn sure I'd take neoliberal corporatism over fascism any day. I'm gonna get drinks. Oh my god, I'm finna go whip up some tea. Actually, I'm gonna let y'all respond first, but Trump not winning Florida. It doesn't look like he's gonna win Florida. Would you ever consider running for president? Yes. Please turn Texas blue. If he turns Texas blue, I'm gonna go make some tea real quick. Illinois is going blue because it just does by default, but I'm gonna go make some tea. I'll let you guys listen to the TV while I'm gone.
Student loans don't have to take over for the rest of your life. Thank you for allowing me to get my money right.
I'm looking for my client. I'm his accountant.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, man! We're here!
You don't trust me here in Vegas, do you?
Well, I thought we had a breakthrough with the Volkswagen.
We did. Yes, we broke through.
That's the Volkswagen?
That's the press board.
Wow.
Seatbelts.
Just tell me where we're going.
Hi.
Happy anniversary.
For what?
Every year you're with us, you get $50 toward your home deductible. It's a policy perk for being a Farmer's customer.
Do I have to do anything?
Nothing.
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 Nothing?
Nothing.
Well, that really is something.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmer's policy perks. See you.
May I have a balloon too?
Sure. Your parents have maintained a farmer's home policy for 12 consecutive months, right?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Start with a quote at 1-800-FARMERS.
the podcasts.
Boy, do you know how much money it costs to get a TV slot right about now for ad? Texas people, if you're watching this and you live in Texas and you somehow haven't voted yet, go fucking vote, please. Let's turn it blue. I'm so scared. Do not be scared. Be wary. Don't be scared. Oh, and everyone stay inside. Yes, my brother just got an airsoft gun. Like we live in kind of a trumpet area. It's more of a rural area, so it's not like a bunch of people. But it's a trumpet area. In fact, the only place that has a bunch of Biden signs is my neighborhood. So keep safe out there, and we'll be all right.
Including hearing aids, batteries, and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-747-4453.
Is Trump in the lead? We don't know yet. We have 48 more minutes until polls close.
With absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now.
Florida better turn blue. I hate it here. Who do you think wins? I'm calling it for Biden. I'm calling Biden's going to get 357 electoral votes.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Key race alert.
Our first key race alert of the night in the state of Indiana. We're
as expected.
At the top of the hour, take a look at this very, very early.
Trump winning by a landslide in Indiana.
68.3% to 29.7%. He's up by more than 3,000 votes, but it's
only with
very early in Indiana.
7,000 total votes in. Of course, Trump's going to take Indiana. Don't get upset about that.
Indiana red on the map. If it ends that way, nobody will be surprised, right? For a lively Republican state. Let's pull it out. Let's just look at what we're looking at. It's always fun to get the first vote. Greene County gets that distinction in the United States of America this year. 68.3 for the president, 29.7, about half of the vote in, according to that. Again, this is one county, so this is not instructive. But one of the things we're going to do throughout the night, that's 2020, is go back. So we'll see.
Kanye 2020.
Donald Trump got 75% if you round it up.
He's not even on the thing. Gary Johnson has more. Gary Johnson. Oh, no, that was from last time. There's not even a third-party candidate there yet.
That's the one thing you're going to watch. Is the incumbent
Third-party candidates are getting no votes this election because it's too important.
Underperforming in 2016. It's one thing we're going
Petition to delete the USA. Yep, Control-Alt.
Nobody should be doing anything, getting stressed or happy at home. We're just getting started. But Indiana's the first thing to come in. Wolf, we all have our little quirks about election nights. This is Greene County. We come over here, Vigo County.
You used to say Migo County? Migo! Oh, I said Vigo.
Has always gotten it right.
Migo!
Go watch tonight. Vigo County in 2016 voted for Donald Trump. Vigo County in 2012 voted for Barack Obama, even though Indiana was going back to the Republicans. So Vigo County.
You know, Ohio has been right for 60 years straight, but now, even if Trump carries Ohio, it's still not going to be enough if he doesn't carry a bunch of the other states. So for the first time in 60 years, Ohio might be wrong tonight. If Trump carries Ohio. What states are usually red? States are usually Texas, everything in the South, besides Florida. Florida started going red recently.
One other thing you want to pull out here, and I'm going to break the country
basically, yeah. Everything in the Midwest, not Midwest, but everything in the western part of the United States, Kansas, South Dakota, all that, up until Utah, that area, that's all red usually. Then the deep South is red, including Texas up until recently, and Florida up until recently. Florida keeps flip-flopping every election. Then South Carolina is usually always red. Then states that are usually always blue are Colorado, the entire West Coast, Oregon, Washington, and California, Illinois, New York. Yeah. Hey, that's where I live. Wait, are they in my state or Indiana? Oh, they're still in Indiana. Yeah. It just showed my area. Chicago area. But yeah, we're going to be fine.
The Lexington suburbs in here.
Georgia's going blue. If Georgia goes blue, what channel is that on? CNN. I don't know what number because we have different things probably.
Come out of this here and close this up. And you see your first votes right here. South of Lexington, north of Bowling Green, Casey County. It's 0.4% of the population of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. But look at that, 85.8% if you go back in time.
I swear Kentucky keeps voting and putting itself in the grave.
very early.
Isn't Kentucky like one of the poorest states and they keep voting for
This
Republicans?
county here in Kentucky, that county there in Indiana, the president matching at the moment. Is that significant? We don't know. 2 counties. We got a long way.
Go back to Indiana for a moment, John, because there's a second county. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
In the northern part of the state. It's a relatively small county.
Another small county, 35th. Well, it's in the top third, right at the bottom of the top third. 35th of 92 counties. 70%, 68%. If you look at it there again, we're going to do this all night long. You go back 71% then. We're not even counting the votes yet. Again, we're early. People at home will think we're a little nuts for doing this, but that's what we're going to do all night long to try to figure out, is the president, where is he compared to 2016? Overperforming, underperforming?
My dog is walking
That's how
past.
we'll know. Is the
Doggo.
even in, this is one of the things to watch at. When you have a president.
Merch, we have 20 people in the YouTube live stream. What in the hell? Thank you guys. We got 20 here and 228 here. Let's go. I want to get to 400 here and 100 here. No, I'm joking. It's not going to happen. But I appreciate you guys.
Our red counties and red towns and red cities and red states closer in 2020 than they were in 2016. That'll be one of the things we watch tonight.
Yes,
Again,
indeed.
Indiana and Kentucky will be early examples. We expect Donald Trump to win Indiana.
Look at Jay, man. So inspirational. Thank you.
We get clues about the rest of the country by tighter margins. By
Make sure y'all get y'all food.
performing in states that he won.
We got
4 years ago.
We'll watch those states for
40 minutes until poll close.
We're in the final run-up to the first big round of poll closings.
Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia.
Projections.
What we're looking for here, out of those states, we're looking for Biden to be in a good position in Georgia, Vermont, which he's definitely going to win, and Virginia. Out of those 3, the other states that are going to close in 40 minutes, those all go Republican all the time. So don't get concerned if it looks like, they're calling a lot for Trump here. The only 3 states we're paying attention to are Virginia, Vermont, and Georgia, and see how he's doing in those 3 states, because he might win Georgia. We're hoping Joe Biden wins Georgia. He's ahead right now. He's going to win Virginia, and he's going to win Vermont. So we just got to make sure he's doing good when those polls close. Don't get alarmed. This is the 3rd time I've ever watched 4th time I've watched the broadcasted election because I'm young. I saw Obama's in 08, and I still remember that. I saw Obama's in 2012, and I saw the Hillary one. Who's winning? No one yet. The polls don't close for another 40 minutes. What happens if he doesn't get Georgia? He'll be fine if he doesn't get Georgia. He just needs to carry he just needs to carry the usual states. Biden's path to victory is a lot easier than Trump's. Biden can afford to lose Florida, Georgia, Texas, and stuff. He just needs to carry the ones that he's already carrying and then win the Rust Belt back, which is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota. As long as he carries those states and carries a few other swing states like North Carolina, maybe Florida, Pennsylvania, definitely, then we'll be fine. He can lose Georgia and be fine. Don't get worried. I'm going to go get my tea again. Isaac, come here.
Since pioneering the SUV in 1935, the Chevy Suburban has carried many things. Nothing more important than family. Introducing the most versatile and advanced Chevy Suburban and Tahoe ever.
While you watch this historic night unfold, log on to CNN.com for more. The Road to 270, Election 101, results that matter to you with my election, and more. Election Night in America on CNN and CNN.com.
As a digital partner, continuity is critical to our clients' success.
AmericanEagle.com provides end-to-end digital solutions. From website development to content development, digital marketing and hosting services. Partnering with their clients by delivering a complete digital program to help drive their business.
Is your digital partner delivering everything you need?
AmericanEagle.com, building your digital mindset.
Elk Grove Village is home to the largest industrial park in the United States. It's a community of makers, companies that invent, design, manufacture. When your neighbors are makers, the supply chain gets shorter and profits grow. It's why businesses thrive here. Elk Grove Village. Makers want it.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source. Closed captioning is brought to you by Herpes-L. Treat, protect, and relieve. Do more for cold sores.
My blood pressure is borderline. New Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula helps maintain healthy blood pressure with a custom blend of ingredients. I'm taking
My blood pressure is going to be on 29 tonight.
All right, we got another key race alert. Votes are actually coming in both Indiana and Kentucky. In Indiana, both very, very early, but Trump has a very significant lead so far, leading by almost 12,000 votes over Biden in Indiana right now, 66.7% to 31.4% for Biden, fully expected in Kentucky. Similarly, he's up by 15,000 plus votes, 65.7% to 32.7%. 2% of the vote in Kentucky is in Kentucky. In Indiana, the votes are coming in, John Kidd, very, very early, but totally expected in these two red states.
There are, Wolf. Come on over. We get to count votes, which is fun. This is Kentucky. You see some counties coming in, and for the Democrats, the first time tonight. You see some blue. Is it significant? We don't know yet. It's early, but we'll take a look at it. This is Anderson County, south of Frankfort. A little suburban area here. It gets more rural as you go south. Joe Biden, again, 20% of the voted, 18% there. So don't jump to conclusions. And this is going to happen all night. We ask for your patience, right? This is an early vote count, which is just coming in. Other states are going to release. They're going to count the mail-in votes first or the absentee votes first. Other states are going to flip that and do those last. So we're going to bounce around a little bit throughout the night when we ask your patience. But if you look at this, Anderson County, Kentucky, the state we fully expect will be Donald Trump red at the end of the night. Joe Biden up. If you go back to 2016, this is a county. Donald Trump carried by a huge margin, 50 points essentially there 4 years ago. So it's a place you watch, right? You're looking to see. Again, the results here are early. We have no idea. This could be one Democratic precinct. This could be early votes. We have a long way to go. But it's one of the things we will watch when we see aberrations on the map. When you see blue, where there has been traditionally been red, you see red where there's traditionally been blue. You go and you take a look and you study. You look at it on the map. We talk to our reporters. So something to watch, again, because it's one of the suburban counties south of Frankfort. We know the suburbs did turn on Donald Trump in 2018. So we'll watch that. See if it stays blue. See what the margins are.
We back.
See if it is a clue.
How y'all doing?
In other states as well. You see right now statewide in Kentucky right now, Donald Trump opening 2% in, but opening a lead. Again, you see
25 people in the live. What?
This is margin, his lead back in 2016. We'll keep an eye on that. Remember, Senate race in Kentucky as well. Senate majority.
Yo, what up, guys? I just got the tea. It's
you look up at Indiana right
Sweet
now,
Dreams, and it's in a large ass mug because I'm gonna need it.
Again, these are tiny counties. 0.5.
What live? I'm live on my YouTube channel too. How large are the portion of the mail-in votes? I'm scared. The mail-in votes are a very large portion. I believe up to 90 million votes are mail-in, and almost every state, or at least almost every major state for that matter, has surpassed the amount of people that voted in 2016 already in mail-in ballots alone.
Sometimes this numbers matter. We tend to focus on the percentages, right? How big is somebody winning?
It's about 90 million votes are mail-in.
It's just a raw math in the context of that's 2020. You look at 2016. So you got twice that many votes.
I'm watching JJ and Vosh. Bet.
It's turned out about the same.
Do I like Bernie Sanders? Yes.
More importantly, maybe we'll see if Joe Biden doing better.
Iowans for Biden. Let's go.
Joe Biden is running better in these small rural counties. Is the president breaking even?
Is Trump winning? No one's winning right now. What's happening right now? There's votes coming in from Indiana and Kentucky, both traditionally red states. So don't get concerned. Is Trump winning? I mean, no state has officially closed polls yet, so no one's really winning. No one has electoral votes yet. But so far, Trump is based on Kentucky and Indiana, but those always go to Republicans, so it doesn't really matter.
So far, thanks to about half of the vote in Kentucky.
JJ greater than I'm not better than Vosh. Leave me alone. He's a goat.
Today, Indiana, it's mostly
watching the election like a boxing match. Yes, sir. When the polls start closing, I'm gonna get up and start cheering and shit.
Well, if you're getting early votes,
what's happening? Nothing. They're just looking at votes from Indiana and Kentucky. You're fine.
Or showed up and voted early in person in early voting disproportionately, especially the mail-in.
Who you got in Texas? I'm calling a comeback win for Joe. I'm calling a comeback win for Joe in Texas.
That aren't normally blue. Sometimes that's just what it is. They counted those votes first. Once the polls close.
Hello. I had to switch devices. Yo.
Election day comes in. The traditional. It evens itself out. It catches up.
Michiganders for Biden.
So we're going to go through this in every state, in a place that's holding the mail-in ballots and holding some of the early vote ballots. Some you get election day vote.
Look, we got one blue county in Kentucky.
You may see places that are traditionally blue that are red for deep into the night tonight.
because they haven't counted the mail-in ballots yet. And we're just going to stay with us. We have a great team of people looking at all this. We'll explain it transparently as we go through the night. And it's going to be a little bit different.
There's a lot of mail-in ballots, which is why I pray that Trump isn't ahead at the end of the night. Because if Trump's ahead at the end of the night, then we go into panic mode.
Significantly, with less than 1% of the estimated vote in.
1%. It's Mike Pence's home state.
Be safe out here, saying they're going to start rioting if Trump wins. Yeah. Trump loses is going to be bad, and if Trump wins, it's going to be bad.
Beforehand. So Indiana gets a lot of national attention.
Thoughts on Trump calling fraud? He has no basis for it, but he's a fascist and an authoritarian, so he's going to do it anyway.
From there originally, but she spent a great deal of time in Indiana because of her work at the Notre Dame Law School.
For sure. Yeah, your state's always going blue. If you live in Oregon, you have nothing to worry about.
But it has.
If you're in a swing state, that is, hold on, let me mute these guys. If you are in a swing state and you're watching this live and you still haven't voted, that is North Carolina, that is Florida, Texas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, freaking Arizona, Iowa, and you have not voted yet, go vote, please, and vote for Biden while you're at it.
I remember that. All right, guys. Now let's go back to Jim.
All right, thanks, Wolf. Now let's go to two more of the battleground states that are so important in this election. First, let's go to the Cargill State, North Carolina. Diane Gallagher is in Raleigh.
I got too much anxiety. I got anxiety too, but this tea is helping. He said, please.
I know everybody was waiting for this swing state, this
Michigan,
battleground state to report at 7:30 p.m. But because the state of North Carolina sees to it that each precinct has the exact same amount of time open, that there were some issues opening in certain counties in the state.
Why does every news? Why does every person on the news sound exactly the same? All the women sound the same, and all the dudes sound the same. I swear.
Holds all of its,
Imagine if you had someone like Barack Obama's voice on the news. That'd be great.
That means we will not be getting any of those early vote totals until 8:15 p.m. at the earliest. I will tell you, they're in another meeting right now. I've been following along while listening to you guys. It does not appear at this point that it's going
Can I vote right now in New York City? I have no idea. You gotta go look. You probably can. It's election day.
Take a look behind me. This is what we've had going on almost all day. This slow.
I want Bernie's voice. Imagine Bernie's voice on the news just doing weather. Oh, today we are going to have rain and hail at the same time, and it's at the top 1%. That's the one time you're gonna ever get a Bernie impression.
Amongst both Democrats and Republicans in this state, and it is tight here. Polling has shown that former Vice President Joe Biden,
we're literally gonna die.
a little bit ahead in that polling, but really it has been
It's 1% chance of rain. So 1% chance.
Something that everybody here is waiting to get. And again, 8:15, those numbers.
All right, Diane Gallagher in Raleigh, North Carolina. Let's go to
Black Lives Matter, yes.
On to Wisconsin, where favorite son Bill Weir is in the state capital, Madison. Bill, the National Guard is now playing a role in the election in the Badger State.
What?
Yes, Jake. Otherwise, pretty smooth as butter here in the Dairyland. But the one hitch is Allegheny County. It's near Green Bay. It's Appleton, Wisconsin. Big Republican stronghold. Due to a printing error, they thought they had about 13,500 ballots that would have to be painstakingly hand transferred onto a clean ballot. Otherwise, it would throw off the counting machines. The problem is not as bad as they thought. They actually went to the Wisconsin Supreme Court for guidance, and they decided, handle it yourselves. Hire more people. They brought in 20 National Guardsmen who are helping transfer things. But it doesn't sound like as many of the ballots were affected as they originally feared.
They're having National Guardsmen transfer ballots?
Probably won't be in until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Meanwhile, here in Madison, which was kind of like a blueberry and a bowl of tomato soup 4 years ago, it will be bright blue tonight. Things are going so smoothly here. The count should be in. And as one veteran
okay, we should be fine though, because Wisconsin isn't even physically close. What does that mean? Someone explain. So basically what happened was, apparently there was a printing error around the Green Bay area.
Just one more example of why.
Apparently there was a printing error with some of the ballots in Wisconsin. So what they're doing is they're having National Guardsmen transfer some ballots that were messed up onto clean ballot sheets so they can what? Okay, never mind. So they're having National Guardsmen transfer the ballots that were messed up onto clean ballot sheets so that it can properly count the votes in the machine. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. And Joe Biden's winning by a landslide in Wisconsin anyway, so we're fine.
in person. All of that is included in this exit poll, and these are preliminary numbers that are likely to change as we get more surveys in throughout the night. Take a look here. You can see among Trump voters,
What makes swing states so important?
82% said the candidate's position on the issues.
What makes swing states so important, if you don't mind me asking, because I'm still trying to learn. So what makes swing states so important is that, A, swing states have a decent amount of electoral votes traditionally, because it's a decent amount of people there, and they never vote the same in any one election. There are safe states like New York and Texas. No, there are safe states like New York and like South Dakota and stuff. They go either blue or red every single election. The swing states are the ones that you have a chance to flip. And the more states you can flip, the likely you are to take the election away from your opponent, because you're taking those votes out of their column. So swing states are super important because they decide the election, because they never vote one way. You have a chance to win it and lean it any way in any election. So the swing states this year are absurd. We got Texas is now a swing state because it's been trending more and more blue. Florida's always a swing state. Florida's always insane. North Carolina is a swing state. Virginia was, and now it's safe Democratic. Yeah, I think by demographic shifts in general, because there are more and more minorities moving into the United States, by demographic shifts, by definition, the Democrats should win like every time. But gerrymandering in the Electoral College is what keeps the Republican Party still alive. So, yeah, that's why swing states are so important, because the Electoral College.
And, hammering home the point that he's best on the economy and that Joe Biden will.
I have you on YouTube on my PC and TikTok on my phone. Jesus, thank you.
Also, the electorates that they're appealing to. I have to say, I am surprised, though, that coronavirus is not a top issue for either Trump voters or Biden voters in terms of being the topic.
Thank you guys for sending presents, by the way. You guys are goated.
Voters are much more split about what they think is their top issue than Trump voters, who are much more heavily skewed in the direction of
Electoral College is bullshit.
Read about a lot of different things, and a lot of them are people of color, so they're going to be worried about the issue of racial inequity.
Not Biden ahead in Kentucky. He's not ahead in Kentucky, is he?
This year, even through
What the shit?
I mean, this is a virus with a disproportionate impact on communities of color. So it doesn't surprise me that between those top two issues, you get a good chunk of the Biden support.
And for the Biden voters, it's not just that racial inequality is a big issue, it's the biggest issue.
He's not going to win it.
36%.
He's not going to win it. It's only 8% in. He's not going to win Kentucky.
2018.
But why the shit is he ahead in Kentucky? He's not going to win it. But why is he ahead? Don't tease me like that. It pissed me off.
Is racial inequality.
Well, especially also when you consider the fact that normally healthcare and the economy are the number one.
Exactly, the bread and butter issues.
Yeah, he's going to lose it, but Jesus.
A reflection of where Biden's voters are. Racial inequality, number one. Coronavirus, number two. Well,
Okay, thank you. We got a key race alert. Now, take a look at this. This is a bit of a surprise right now. 8% of the estimated vote in Kentucky is in, and Biden is ahead of Trump by about 21,000 votes, 55.3% to 43.1%. Biden ahead in Kentucky right now, 8 electoral votes. 8% of the estimated vote is in Indiana right now. Trump is.
If Joe Biden somehow fucking it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
67.2% to 30.9%. Kentucky.
It's not going to happen. But if Joe Biden somehow flipped Kentucky, the Republican Party's fucked. There's no way in no. If that ever happened, oh Lord. You're famous. I'm not famous. Don't ever say that to me ever again.
Blue at the moment, but let's pull it up. Look, we don't expect Kentucky to end blue at the end of the night. Doesn't mean it won't. Doesn't mean it can't. But we certainly don't expect that. This is 77% of what you're seeing on the screen right now is early vote. And what do we know? What do we mean by early vote? Well, we know is.
You see what's happening in Flint. They sent out voicemail to black voters saying that you could vote tomorrow because of the long lines. The FBI is currently investigating it.
Right here. It passed them in. So you're looking in right now 54, 55 if you round it up, to 44 if you round it up. Remember in 2016,
Biden or Trump? Biden
won the state by nearly 30 points.
Who do I want to win? Biden.
Expected to stay where it is. We're just looking at early votes, and this is one of the quirks we're going to have to go through all night. In states that are competitive and states that are not so competitive.
Guys,
Kentucky will be at the end.
348 plus 25. We have over 350 people total watching me right now. Over 360 people total watching me right now. What the hell?
If this holds, if Kenton County, Kentucky holds blue, this would be a huge deal. If it holds blue by that margin, it's a ginormous deal. I wouldn't expect that to happen. But why is that important? Because this is a county that President Trump won, essentially 60 to 34, if you do the rounding there. Why are we looking at it? Again, we expect Kentucky to be red. Covington, if you've ever flown into the Cincinnati airport, is in Covington, Kentucky. Cincinnati, Ohio is right here. This is a Cincinnati suburban area. And so if the president does well in Ohio, if he's going to do well anywhere where the suburbs matter, which is all the big swing states, North Carolina, Florida.
Wait a minute, he's kind of pulling off right now.
Pennsylvania. We'll see if the suburban revolt against the president continues. This is 2016.
He's up by almost 8% in Kentucky right now. And if he blows out Trump in Covington, this is actually a big deal. And let me explain why. Covington, like they said, Trump won by like 60-40 in 2016. So if Biden blows out Trump in Covington, then that is a decent indicator of Ohio. It's right on the Ohio border. If we have any indication as to how Biden's going to do in Ohio, if he blows out Trump in a county on the border that he won by like 30%, not 30%, by like 20% in 2016, that is the first good sign of Ohio. He's still going to lose to Kentucky, but as an indicator for Ohio, that's a good sign.
Go through the night. Remember where we started. See how much it changed.
And Ohio is important.
Even in places he's losing, is he running ahead of Hillary Clinton in urban and suburban areas? Because if it's happening in Kentucky, then this is a lot of these areas are a lot like you can find towns like this in North Carolina. You can find towns like this in Georgia. Other places we're going to be looking at tonight for key votes. So let's just pull back out to the rest of it. And again, another thing we're going to look at, and it's early on, so we don't know if this is apples and apples or not until we get through it later. But right now, 78% of the estimated vote in tiny Casey County. The president gets 86% when you round up 86% now, 85% 4 years ago. So pretty consistent, right? That's one of the tests we're going to have throughout the night. And again, it's early. We'll see if it changes. But so what are you watching? Is Donald Trump, where is he? Where is he compared to 2016? About the same right here, right now. Let's just move over here and just take a look at it. Lincoln County, 2020, 76, if you round up, 78, 77. So he's running about the same in these places. Again, it's early, so we don't know if that's going to hold, and we'll check back throughout the night because we expect this state to be red in the end, but there are places like this in Ohio, in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, in Georgia, towns just like them that could be very important in other swing states. So we will learn lessons here. Let's want to look again over here. Anderson County here, 58 to 39. This is 2020 right now. Go back to 2016. The president wins this county with 72% of the vote. Again, Democrats seeing these early counts would be optimistic. I just want to caution you, this is disproportionately early vote. But again, it's something we're going to watch throughout the night, and we're going to be careful, be transparent with you.
All right.
About this vote and how contextual it is, if you will. This is not contextual yet, but these are places we will watch. You mentioned that for a reason. You picked that off.
I wouldn't say he's losing Kentucky. I'd say he's losing Kentucky. If Biden pulls out a dub in Kentucky, yikes. You're one of my favorite TikTokers. Thank you.
And because of the suburbs. And so, again, we talked about this earlier, and we'll continue to talk about it. We expect this to be red in the end. Let's just watch out. It's blue right now. We expect that to be red in the end.
I'll kiss the ground if Joe wins Kentucky. Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do if he wins Kentucky. What's happening? They're just looking at counties in Kentucky. Right now, Joe Biden's winning Kentucky, but it's only with like 8% of the vote in, so don't get excited.
About early voting, about disproportionately favoring Democrats, is because of President Trump.
We're 17 minutes out from the first major round of poll closings.
The election in general, just saying that it's rigged.
Yeah, no, I think that had a lot to do with it. And there were Republicans, and I'm sure Rick can speak to this. There were Republicans who were very uncomfortable about.
But yeah. So basically, we're looking decent. That one county with Covington in it. I hope Joe Biden does really well there, because then we can look out for Ohio and see that maybe it's right next to Cincinnati too, or Cincinnati or Cleveland. I don't remember. God, I'm scared. A lot of people are scared right now. I'm not scared because I believe that Biden will win. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm wary, but I'm not scared. Indiana, yeah. If Biden gets Florida, it's fucking done. If Biden gets Pennsylvania, it's fucking done. If Biden gets Pennsylvania, especially by a decent margin, it's over. That's all he has to do. And the reason why is because that increases likelihood of him winning in other states. Hey, dude, what's up? What up? Did you fart? No, I didn't even. What are you talking about? Kanye got 517 voters. Where do you see Kanye getting 517 voters from? He ain't here. Oh, and the Dems. We're going to be watching that Senate election, too. The Dems are likely to take the Senate. Where in the hell do you see him getting? Ain't no. Why does Kanye West have 600 votes in Kentucky? Why does Kanye West have 600 votes in Kentucky? What in the bullshit is going on? Explain the Electoral College, please. Every state gets a certain amount of electors based on the amount of population that they have. The states with more population are worth more. If you win by whatever percent margin in any state, you get all the electors from that state, and you have to get at least 270 to presidency. I'm sorry, Kanye isn't even. People are literally like writing in Kanye. I'm pretty sure he's not even on the ballot. I'm scared. Like, how do I feel better? I don't know how to tell you to feel better until like the election starts to like be over. Just calm down. Do whatever's best for you in this time. How old am I? I'm smart as fuck. Thank you. I'm 16. Do not get yourself too worried, guys. What's there to you in Illinois? We're going blue, so it's fine. On my end. Merch, I've already been streaming for an hour. At least on YouTube.
Because you're dealing with the most diverse American generation ever. So even if you're white, you got a best friend who's not, you got an ex-girlfriend or boyfriend who's not, you're at school with somebody who's not. You look at a kindergarten right now. I mean, kindergarten looks like the United Nations in this country. So the younger you
looks like the United Nations. I don't know what
the
the hell Van Jones talking about. He voted though. 10%, yeah, like we expected. It's 10% in from Kentucky, and Trump is caught up by a lot. He's not going to win Kentucky, but he gave us hope. He has 50% of the vote right now, but that's only with 8 or 10% reporting. So, explain the Electoral College. I just did. Every state gets different amount of electors depending on the population. You have to get at least 270 to win. If you win by any percent margin in any state, you get all the electors from that state, which is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Basically, if you get 49.9% of the vote in Florida, and your opponent gets 50.1% of the vote, they get all 29 Electoral College votes. Hold on a sec. I had to freaking. I had to skirt super speed. What the hell? Yeah, it's so obsolete. Instead of dividing the amount of electoral votes depending on how much of the state you carried, you get all of that.
So the uptick in seniors, you'd expect that because they vote early, they don't vote late at night. We're
12 minutes out of the first round of poll closing. One of them is a swing state. Who's winning right now? Nobody. It's still 0-0. I just got an email from Jamie Harrison. Jamie, you better pull through in this election, boy. Who's winning? No, I already read that. Nobody. Trump 2020. Oh, that's funny. Oh, wait. That's my friend Sam. Leave him alone. Which swing state? Georgia. Wait, is Georgia closing or am I tweaking? Never mind.
qualify for the first big round of.
I don't think it's Georgia. I think I was capping.
Early votes are coming in. We have a key race alert.
Bet.
Let's take a look at Kentucky right now. 11% of the estimated vote is now in. It's very close. 1,400 vote lead right now for Biden over Trump in Kentucky. 49.5% to 48.9%.
He's gonna lose it.
Votes in Kentucky very early. In Indiana,
But do not get
5%
worried.
of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a significant lead already. 41,700 vote lead over Biden.
If you guys want to see the TV better, it's on my YouTube channel, and it looks better.
Projections in this historic race for the White House. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 7 p.m. here on the East Coast. That's when the last polls are scheduled to close in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina.
Yeah, guys in the YouTube chat, don't go crazy on it. So that's my friend Sam. He doesn't actually like Trump. He just does
In
it.
those states, remember, it takes 270 electoral votes to win this election. Georgia is the key battle.
Yeah, it is closing. Okay, I was right.
It could give us an early sense of how the night is going. If Joe Biden appears on track to turn Georgia blue, or if President Trump holds on to that traditionally red state he won 4 years ago. Jake, Georgia is competitive for the first time in decades.
That's right, Wolf. And we're watching the voting in Georgia and other battleground states. We're seeing voters turn out in these final minutes before polls close in Norcross, Georgia, and suburban Atlanta. But we're told is being extended at some locations in at least 2 Georgia counties. Right now, let's check in with our reporters covering the campaigns. Jeff Zeleny, it is crunch time for the Biden campaign.
Jake, there is no question about that. And Joe Biden, right now at this hour, is at his home here in Wilmington, surrounded by his family, getting ready to watch these returns and early projections. I'm told.
You know how nerve-wracking you have to be Joe Biden right now? We have 67 people in the YouTube live? What? Like I was saying, do you know how nerve-wracking it has to be to watch this? I might have to go through this at one time. I'm looking forward to it, but that has to be nerve-wracking. You at the table around your family and stuff, watching people vote for you as president. You think that Pence is getting that? I'm not going to finish reading that.
That has become a central part of his narrative as he has.
Dan JJ, chill. I can't chill. I don't usually 73. I said I wanted to get to 100 on my YouTube live, but I didn't actually. I was capping. But if y'all gonna do it, shit.
With the grace of God.
Can I be a running mate? I don't know who's gonna be my running mate yet.
So it is with this nostalgia as Joe Biden.
You shouldn't be surprised. Thanks, man. What's your YouTube channel? It's J William J. It's the same as my TikTok. It's in my bio if you want to go sub.
When he was running for vice
I'm here, yo.
Instead of the living room, he did it in the bedroom of that Scranton house. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now, covering President.
Let me run with you. I don't know who's gonna run with me.
Well, we haven't heard that President Trump has written anything on the walls of the White House, but we did
I love you.
hear
Thank
from
you.
the campaign
I
manager,
appreciate
Bill
that.
Stepien, who held a call with reporters.
WMJ 2015.
And before these polls have even closed across the U.S., they're expressing optimism in what they are seeing. Of course, this is just from the Trump campaign.
Kentucky's
This
not
is
ready.
their
Yeah, we
thing
know.
So far, they say they feel good about it. And of course, the question is, what are they seeing actually in these states? They did say.
Actually, Biden got a little bit more of a boost, but he's gonna lose his lead.
It's going to be in Biden's favor, but will later shift.
Do you think Arizona will flip blue or stay red? Flip.
Senior advisor Jason Miller said is the campaign, including the president.
JJ for press. Thank you. We're at 91. Hey, go to the YouTube live. Get it to 100. Get it to 100.
Chance of winning the election, so that's not really saying much. But
That's crazy. We had 94. We're 6 away.
From the press secretary earlier, she said they
Poggers.
He conceded it is going to be a tight.
That's what happens when you like Biden. If I was a Trump supporter, I have nobody here right now. Exit poll.
Jake, looking at these 2 key states coming up, Georgia and Virginia, it's fascinating how much they look like the nation overall. In Georgia, the most important issue to vote.
How are y'all doing tonight? Hopefully y'all get y'all food and everything. We got 357 on the TikTok live. We got 101. We broke 100 on YouTube. Hopefully you guys are doing insane right now. Go get your food. We're gonna be here for a long time. I appreciate y'all tuning in and wanting to watch this election with me. It's very, very nervous times right now. Especially because I know everyone else is live right now. Vosh is live right now. I don't know why you guys are here. Poggers. Yes, sir.
Day, that's all included in these preliminary exit polls.
It's at 113. Y'all are mad. I appreciate this live. No problem, man.
23% say that was the most important issue. And coronavirus.
This girl Ether Trump shit. We gotta Ether Trump shit tonight.
17%.
Yo, the celebration
We asked, which is
when we get these states closing.
We're rebuilding the economy. This is what we see nationally. It's what we
Again,
saw in Georgia.
guys, coming up, we got Georgia closing, Virginia closing, Kentucky, Indiana, I believe. The only states we're paying attention to in the polls coming up in the next 5 minutes is Virginia, Vermont, and Georgia. Those are the only 3 states we care about. All the other ones are red states. So when it comes up and it shows, oh, Trump's are winning a lot of states, don't worry. That always happens because those states always close first and they're red. We just need him to not be leading in Georgia, Virginia, or Vermont. He's not going to be leading in Vermont. He's not going to be leading in Virginia. So we're only really paying attention to Georgia.
Democrats I'm talking to say that they
What
feel
state will be a
better
make or break in
about
Biden
those
winning? It's Pennsylvania.
Democratic
Pennsylvania is
votes
the
for
make or
Democrats
break
to
state
come
this
out in some of
election.
their key counties, but it looks like it could be just like
I'm gonna
Florida.
promote you live on my
We'll see.
TikTok. Thank you. I appreciate
This
you.
is exciting. This is the first time we're
Love
gonna
from
see
Virginia.
results from
Yes,
the
sir.
progressive swing state.
Get out
This is
there.
the fun part of the night. Florida will tell us a
Silent
little bit
majority, my ass. Yeah, they very loud and they
about
definitely aren't a majority.
They know how to do mail-in votes. They know how to do early votes. And
I
it will
voted
tell
blue
us
in
a little
Pennsylvania.
bit more about whether we'll have a long night or a short
Give it up
night.
to Maya Garrett in the chat. Voting blue in Pennsylvania. I appreciate you.
Obviously, in Florida is so key, but what is so
118. Y'all are crazy.
hardest to turn out in that state.
The fact that I have like 1/3 of the people on here watching me live as I do on TikTok and I have like 1,000 YouTube subscribers is crazy to me. How? I have like 145K here and I have like 1/3 of the people watching me live on YouTube, even though I have way less followers. You guys are amazing. You guys are insane.
Very much. Let's get a sense of how soon we expect to get votes from 2 crucial states that are coming up.
4 minutes!
The voting desk watching this.
Yes, we were just hearing this is an exciting part of the night because we are about to find out results in those 2 important states.
Watching from the UK? Jeez. Imagine not having to worry about this.
We expect it to be fast. We expect the first results to be a big chunk of early votes.
If kids could vote, yeah, if kids could vote, it'd be over.
Because Georgia had a 2-week head start prepping ballots. Georgia's also been using
Trump picks up babies and they start crying.
7 p.m. Eastern time in most of the state.
My Chinese food just came in. I already had McDonald's earlier and I kind of wish I would have ordered food now. Like now.
The bulk soon. And then you look at Florida, it's a well-oiled machine when it comes to counting early votes. They've had a 5-week head start prepping ballots there.
Florida needs a 5-week head start because Florida always moves spooky every election year.
What hasn't been counted yet are election day votes.
Trump is officially winning in Kentucky, and that was the end of the hopes for Joe Biden in Kentucky.
It's been smooth and steady today. Bottom line, Wolf, as far as Georgia and Florida are concerned, election night should be off to a quick start.
That's good to hear.
My stomach hurt. I'm scared. I'm in pain. Do not be scared.
At least right now.
At least right now, smooth and steady. Let's hope we keep saying those words throughout the night.
Just made a video about your life. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. You're watching from Jamaica? Jamaica! I'm sorry, I'm loud. I appreciate it. Hey, thank you. Thank you. That is crazy. What time is it there now? That is insane.
Expectation is he will again. But where are we going? As Pam just noted, we're going to 2 of the most interesting laboratories of the night. 2 states that will tell
Yes,
us about who's going to win the presidency and who came out to vote. Let's start in Florida. We will get the first wave of votes.
Who's ahead? Nobody yet. Still 0-0.
Democrats had a slight edge, but not as big an edge as they had in other states in early voting. So let's watch when those results come in. We know the history here. But
Oh, yeah, they have a 5-week head start in early voting. We might be leading by a lot in Florida when it starts.
Either way, 49 to 48 if you round up.
My mom's gone to Jamaica for the month. My mom just came back from Houston. She's in Houston for the month.
Democrats have to run it up there. President Trump has to repeat what he did 4 years ago. We've been talking about this a little bit in the earlier counties, but just look, this is Georgia.
Look how close that margin was in 2016. 47.8 to 49, and Trump got the whole state because of that. Look how close that margin is.
Small counties, not a lot of people, but this is the key to the president. Run it up in the small counties and get the math. And when Florida's close, it comes down to the I-4 corridor. And what we're going to watch for tonight is this. Number one, Democrats in the suburbs. You think of Orlando as a recreational place. Yes, it is. But you have Latinos. You have growing suburbs. Orange County. Hillary Clinton carried with 60% 4 years ago. What is the president?
MAGA materials, Trump's propaganda. Yep.
You move over
Fascism
here.
is balls. Yep.
Remember election night 2016. In the middle of our count, early in the night. I have
Orange is sus. Vote him out. Let's go.
Nellis County, who said
We just hit 400 on the TikTok. We're about to hit. Yeah, we just hit 400 on the TikTok live. Wow. I think during the debate I had 500 maximum. So that's
Right
insane.
here. So do the Democrats get the suburbs back? Do they get retirees on this side of the coast back? That is a critical test tonight. We'll stay on the 2016 map for a minute. Again, Florida, 29 electoral votes. The president cannot win re-election without him, without a doubt. So we'll watch the Florida, and then we move just up to the north, a state that we have not talked about in presidential politics for some time.
One more minute.
It has been so
46 seconds until some crucial polls.
Big test here. Do African Americans turn out in
Are they finishing the vote tonight, like without the mail-ins? No. The vote will never be finished. We should have projections from like CNN and different news stations, but they will not finish. The votes will not finish tonight.
Running up in the small rural counties because
What channel is it on? CNN.
Democrats are coming out to vote.
It's on all the news stations, but it's on CNN. 22 seconds. Again, we're paying attention to Vermont, Virginia, and Georgia.
Big round of poll closing. Voting is about to end in 6 states with 60 electoral votes at stake. We're watching all of these states, especially the battleground state of Georgia, for early clues about where the race may be heading tonight. All right, we have our first projection of the night.
Indiana expected.
President Donald Trump will win Indiana.
Expected.
Trump beats Biden in Indiana, wins its 11 electoral votes, the first projection of the night. It's too early to call in these states right now. Too early to call in Georgia, a key battleground state with 16 electoral votes. Too early to call there. In Virginia, too early to call there. 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. Also, too early to call right now in South Carolina. 9 electoral votes in South Carolina. Too early to call in Kentucky. 8 electoral votes there. Too early to call in Vermont. 3 electoral votes right there. All right, let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now. Donald Trump has 11 right now. Biden has 0. Remember, you need 270 to win this race for the White House. Let's get a key race alert. Right now, we'll start off with Kentucky. Right now, 12% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of about 9,400 votes over Biden. Look at this, 50.9%, 47.5% for Biden in Kentucky. 8 electoral votes once again at stake in Kentucky. Let's go to John King over at the Magic Wall right now. We're looking at the suburbs in Kentucky, John. It's pretty significant what's going.
So that means nothing. Okay, he took Indiana like we expected, so that's fine. And then they just hit us with a bunch of too early to call. So they need to break down and give us the percentage breakdowns in each of those states that they said too early to call. Those states will come in later. But do not worry. He got Indiana and he's going to get Kentucky. That's always expected. That always happens. It's not out of the ordinary. And Biden didn't have a chance in those states anyway.
The suburbs around it, Joe Biden's disproportionately early vote so far. So let's come back.
We're not screwed. Calm down. Don't get too scared. Don't get too upset. We're fine.
Only 51%. So if Joe Biden
Red sus voting.
we'll see what's happening.
When will voting be finalized? And in the coming days, coming weeks, we should have projections tonight.
Let's take a look in Florida.
Here we go. Our first votes in Florida again. In this part of the country down here, just north of Naples, critical to the president. 5%. Florida's a huge state. We're going to be at this for a long time, but it's nice to get the first votes out of Florida. Where are they coming from? You come over here, Pasco County along the coast. That's a pretty quick report. Again, Florida, we expect to be good, and we also expect it to give us a lot of clues about the electorate tonight and about the win, about who might win.
Biden is behind in Florida right now with 5% reporting. Again, do not freak out.
To the president, Joe Biden would like it because he knows it was blocked. Let's just go back and take a look. 59% 4 years ago. 56% right now. If you round up, that's close, but we're going to watch this. Is it significant? We don't know until we get more vote here.
79% of the vote. Yeah.
That's 79%. We don't know. So one county's not going to do it, but if you start to see the president couple points below, that will be significant. Mainly, look at the vote count: 130,000 to win it. Again, in a state like Florida, it was 142,000 then. We're not done yet. Let's watch this at the end of the night. But these are the markers to lay down. Is the president performing, overperforming, underperforming, about breaking even with 4 years ago? And how is Joe Biden doing compared to Hillary Clinton? So that's one place we'll watch. Let's come back to 2020 and see what else we have on the map here. Let's come down here. Lee County, this is 81% they're up to there. 57 to 42. If you do the rounding there, and again, we go back in time and we look, 59. So again, a little bit down.
Trump's losing a little bit of votes.
One of the things are Republican county. Yeah, these are very Republican.
For real, yeah. We're a little bit behind in Florida, but it's only 5% reporting, and Florida's massive, so just cool it.
Because he needs the math from places like this.
We have 503 people and 100. We have 614 people total watching me right now on YouTube and on TikTok combined. That's crazy. What is wrong with you guys?
In Brevard County, 54.3. Let's just go back and take a look. 57.8. So again, another county where right now the president is a little underperforming. It's early. We don't know if that holds, but that's what you're going to watch throughout the night, especially in a state that is always as close as Florida. If the president is underperforming where his vote, the question then becomes, can the Democrats overperform? Can Joe Biden overperform Hillary Clinton? Where's the trade-off in the math? That's what we'll see as we get more votes in Florida. Let's just pop out and see what we have. Again, go back in time. I'm just going to highlight this for us. Then we'll go back in time to 2016, and we see, you see the blue here. We don't have those votes yet. So if you come in here, this is red, as it was 4 years ago. Let's bring it out to see. Lake County, let me get this out of the way so it's not distracting. 55 to 44. That's where it is now. 59, 60. So again, there's 3 counties we've looked at where the president's numbers right now are down a bit. The percentages are down a bit. So you look at the percentage down, then you want to match up the math. 102,000 votes there to take that county 4 years ago, 87 and change, almost 88,000 votes now. We don't know if that's significant yet, but that's what you do when you're doing a little election CSI in a state like Florida. What we need is more votes, Wolf. We need more votes. We start to see some Democratic votes down here. The Trump campaign has been optimistic. It will cut in. Miami-Dade, you know it well. Look at the totals here. You go back 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton, you look at that in the largest county in the state, right? That's what the Democrats need, and it wasn't enough, right? Hillary Clinton still narrowly lost the state. Trump campaign has been confident, especially inroads in the Latino community would do something here. We don't know yet, but we'll see.
Biden really has to do well in those 3 southern Florida counties in order to win this election. We're talking about Miami-Dade, Palm Beach County, and Broward County.
Miami, Broward, Palm Beach. You pull them out, you look at them. It's said often, but I'll say it again. The farther south you go, Florida, the further north you get. Essentially, retirees from the north, senior citizens, electorate. If you go back and look at it here,
let's go Biden.
This is in defeat. Hillary Clinton lost Florida 4 years ago. Look how close it was. 112.
This is a leftist live. Yes, indeed. We got the Biden. We got leftist lives on TikTok and YouTube. I'm loving the vibes right now. JJ 2020. If I was running, I would have smacked Trump. 2028. I can't run in 2028. I'm running in 2040. Mark my words.
64. She did her job in this.
My stomach's going crazy.
The Clinton campaign thought they did a very good job in the early vote. The Clinton campaign thought
Trump has 8 and Biden Trump has 11. Biden has 0 right now.
Over here, and then just the volume in all the smaller red, especially at the Southwest. There's more people down here. Up here, there's fewer people, but they came out to play in 2016. It's these small counties. I'm going to say it all night long. 83% in a county like that. 2,800 votes. You think that doesn't matter, but that's 2,300 vote difference right there. One county. You start matching that up as you walk across the board, and you go from county to county. That is how you get math, right? Will those people come out this time for the president? That will be the test as we watch this state fill in tonight. So there we go. See Pinellas County right there?
We got a blue county.
If that's
75%.
If that stays blue, Joe Biden has a good chance to carry the state of Florida. Doesn't guarantee it.
Let's
go! 4 years ago it was red. That's why I said I remember calling election day.
75% reporting, and he's ahead in that county.
It was the Clinton campaign.
And Trump squeaked it out last time.
And one of the ground organizations went out to some polling places and saw a line stretching down the street. Saw the MAGA hats.
The president not for long. Facts.
And that was right here. And again, the president didn't win this county by much, but it was a statement, right? It's a statement here. So this right now, in 2016, it was red at the moment.
He's getting shit on in that county now.
Tampa, St. Pete. It's a suburban area. It has retirees. It is growing. It's a place where Democrats understand. You want to get this state back? If you can keep that blue, you're on your way. Doesn't get you there. It's not enough, but we'll watch it and see.
We want the former president, exactly.
Play for Florida, and as we know, Wolf, from having done this a few times, we're going to be at this map for a few hours.
Yeah, but if Democrats are looking at that county over there, they're getting a bit encouraged right now with 75% of the vote in.
Right, and look, that's one of the great dramas of an election night, right? And it also can be one of the great frustrations on an election night. You see something like that early on, and you think, if you're a Democrat, you think that's it. We're going to be at this for a while. We're going to rock through it. Great to get excited. People at home should get excited about their candidate, about their side. But we've got a ways to go. And again, the key here, does that stay? What's the actual turnout, right? We expect the turnout to be even higher. So we're going to have to match up the math as we go. And then the big test for me, number one, can the Democrats hold the suburbs here and build? Take the 2018 suburbs that made Nancy Pelosi speaker and do it again in these states here.
And then how does the president do up here? Does he match his numbers? He might have to exceed his numbers up here if Joe Biden is doing well across here. You got a question?
It's interesting. I'm already more than 1.5 million votes have been counted in Florida right now. Just to show our viewers, Trump is at 53%, Biden's at 46.1%. He's ahead by 104,000 votes.
He is, and as you say, 1.5 million counted. But just to remind people, we have a ways to go. 4.6 million to 4.5 million. So we're early in the Florida count. But look, Florida is always, I say fun. I don't have a horse in this race. If you're a partisan watching at home, you go back and forth on the up and down in all of this one. But look, this is one of the most fascinating states because of the diversity, because of the senior citizen vote, because of it's the most complicated.
He definitely has a horse in this race. I don't know why CNN pundits act like they don't want Joe Biden to win.
President Obama down here twice trying to get African Americans in Miami-Dade to turn out. You've got the suburban revolt.
Terrifying.
Does it hold up in a state like Florida, which is now his adopted home state? And again, up here, does the Trump army come out?
All lives matter, but right now, Black lives. Exactly.
Small counties. The complexity of Florida is what makes it so fascinating.
Looters don't lead protests.
Jake was mentioning his conversation with Rick Scott.
Who's winning? Trump is winning right now, but that's only because he has Indiana, which of course he's going to carry. That's his vice president state.
By a point in the state of Florida. That's the way Florida goes. Twice for governor and once for Senate.
Please flip the. I can't flip it. It's backwards because my. Actually, let me see if I turn my phone this way, then I can't read the chat.
Right, the northern Florida votes like the South. So this part of Georgia votes like the South. It's white, it's rural, it's reliably Republican in recent years. But then we get up here: Savannah, Augusta, Columbus, Atlanta, the suburbs, and African American votes in the inner cities.
Yeah, polls haven't even closed. Do not be scared yet.
How far out can the Democrats stretch?
Wait, by how much? He only won Indiana. That means nothing.
But to the north in Georgia as well.
The inverted filter, can I?
And the polls tell us could be a very different election, but the could be part disappears now. We count votes.
So the only thing that jumps out at me right now is Pinellas County over there.
Pinellas County, and again, I looked at those counties, and I'll do it again. Let me come down here.
Let me see.
I don't want anyone to make too much of this early because we're trying to get votes. But one of the things in a close state like this,
hold on a sec,
especially with an incumbent president on the ballot, is to match him up. Right?
Let's go!
70, 60,
I just did a mirror mode thing on the live. Now you guys can read the screen.
68%. So roughly close, a little down. I wouldn't jump up and down about that one. It's down a little bit. We'll see. 28.
There we go.
22,000 votes, 29% if you roll up there. You know.
I wish I had a mirror thing for here.
We're not done with the math yet, so we don't know. These are the little things in a very close election that you do in a campaign war room. You're matching up county to county, and you're looking through to try to see. And especially, in places where the polls are still open and they know the votes, then they're trying to surge voters in.
It's fine. Thank you.
County here again.
All right,
81% estimated vote. Some of these things can be a little off this year too because of the early voting and the mail-in voting, but 57% to 42%. Again, for me, it's the math. 185,000.
It's the math for me. It's the math for me.
This is what we're just going to go through. If turnout is up everywhere in the state, the president probably needs to exceed his numbers from 4 years ago, especially in the smaller, more rural places.
Well, I didn't expect Trump to live this long. Exactly.
Now, since we've
Facts.
Here, we get Hillsborough County here, and this is Tampa. So this is
a big county.
The double whammy here of Hillsborough and Pinellas. That's the signal about the suburbs right here, right? And so you look at this; it's the fourth largest county in the state of Florida. Democrats can run it up here.
We got a visitor.
Before we go to Hillsborough,
we got a visitor.
State right now because the gap between the Trump and Biden seems to be narrow.
Long time YouTube viewers, this is a new friend, and now she's trying to run away from me. Why are you running away? Calm down.
64,157, and again,
she's
to
here.
The roller coaster that is Florida. That's why it's so fun. I just want to come in here and take a look. 55 to 44 if you round the president's total up there, and then you go back in time here again. 51. So if this holds, and it's a big issue, Hillary Clinton at 51, Joe Biden at 55. If that's exactly what Joe Biden needs to do. Run a little stronger than Hillary Clinton. Take
a look at the state right now. Biden has just taken the lead.
There you go.
Yes! Let's go! Biden got the lead, Florida.
Broward County, that's Fort Lauderdale. It has now come in. Look at this.
L Dog's here too now. But you guys can't see her.
Let's take a look at Broward County.
Sorry, I was trying to get you the full totals there. Welcome to
Biden has the lead in Florida.
75%, only 16% of the vote in. Again, this is the second largest county in the state. So we're going to get a lot of votes out of here, and Democrats need them. Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, 1, 2, 3, as we go through here.
We got a lot going on in Florida. We're standing by for another round of crucial closings of the battleground.
Those two states of North Carolina and Ohio matter.
From now, our special coverage of Election Night in America continues right after this.
A great future awaits us.
So, Florida is pulling up indeed. We have the lead in Florida right now. They're looking for, let me watch these results. New Hampshire, Biden is destroying with only just over 2,000 votes in. 74%. Virginia, we only have 2,000 votes in, and Trump is up. We have 3,000 votes in, and Trump is up by 4%. So that's gonna dwindle. Well, that's gonna fail. Actually, Biden's definitely gonna win. Biden has just now taken the lead in Florida, and doesn't look like Trump can come back if he continues to hold that. We're waiting on closings from, Kentucky's gone. We're waiting on closings from Ohio and North Carolina coming up. We're looking good right now. Blue wave. Biden took over New Hampshire. Biden is always going to win New Hampshire. That's not a surprise. Biden supporters are more likely to mail in ballots. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. I have no faith in North Carolina. No, he's going to win North Carolina. The cat's name is Shay. S-H-A-Y, I believe. Looking at these results down here. Trump is winning in Virginia right now. He's not going to hold that, but he is. Biden has expanded his lead in Florida. 1.85. People on the TikTok live can read that.
.com. Are you suffering from?
Okay, never mind. Okay, I was just about to unmute it, but okay. Estonia has the worst Trump supporters. Sorry to say, but I'm screaming. I believe that we're going to carry North Carolina. Who's winning? Nobody yet. I mean, Trump has Indiana, but that's kind of self-explanatory, so. Trump's leading South Carolina. Yeah, of course. He's gonna win. He's gonna win South Carolina. But we're really paying attention to Georgia, Florida, and traditionally Democratic states. We need North Carolina. We're gonna take North Carolina. Why am my dog walking around here? If you guys see me get up, it's to stop my cat from going on the new couch that we just got, because it's kind of a new couch, so. All right. We need Texas. If we take Texas, oh, Lord.
We're back in the CNN Election Center, standing by for the next wave of poll closings. Right now, let's check in on the fight for the critically important electoral votes. Right now, Trump has 11 electoral votes. Indiana, Biden so far has 0. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. We have a key race alert right now. Take a look at this.
Key race alert.
What's going on in Florida right now? 35, more than a third of the vote is now. The estimated vote is now in. Biden has a lead of nearly 100,000 right now, 50.7% to Trump's 48.4%.
Go!
35% of the estimated vote, once again, is in. 29 electoral votes. Look at Georgia right now, very early. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden is ahead by almost 32,000 votes, 61.8% to 37% in Georgia. 16 electoral votes at stake. In New Hampshire, less than 1%, very, very early right now, but Biden is ahead by about 2,300 votes, 72.2% to 27.8% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. In Vermont, also very, very early. Biden is ahead only by about 610 votes, less than 1% of the estimated vote.
I forgot I had a Sprite.
62.7% to 37.3%. Three more states right now. Let's take a look at Virginia. 13 electoral votes, very, very early. Trump is ahead of Biden by about 3,000 votes, 69% to 30% for Biden early in Virginia. Also very early in South Carolina. Trump is ahead there by almost 700 votes, 63.3% to 36.7%. And Trump is also ahead in Kentucky, but 15% of the estimated vote in Kentucky is now in. Trump is ahead by about 35,000 votes, 54.1% to 44.3% from Biden. Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall. Let's take a look at the big picture first, and then I want to focus in on Florida.
The big picture is the question of the night. Can Joe Biden flip states that were Donald Trump states in 2016? Can Joe Biden flip them? Well, that would be a flip. Again, it's early. That would be a flip. Again, it's early. The president right now leading in Virginia, but it's a very early count. If the president could pull off that would be a dramatic story. We expect Joe Biden to win Virginia. It's very early and light in the vote. But these would be two big ones right there. New Hampshire and Vermont, we expect to stay. Kentucky and Indiana. South Carolina is closer than we thought. But at the moment, very early, everybody needs to be careful about this. But at the moment, this is what Joe Biden wants to do. He flips these states here. We know we might have to wait. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If they're close, we might have to wait, especially on Pennsylvania. That could be a day or three. However, if Joe Biden wins that, he'll rest comfortably waiting for that. So let's take a look at Florida as we go through it. Again, this one is always a roller coaster. So what you see now doesn't mean the lead won't change. When you were here last time, Wolf, it changed as we were speaking. But right now, Joe Biden at 50%, Donald Trump at 49 when you round up. 62,394 difference in a giant state where both candidates got more than 4.5 million votes last time. So we're going to be at this a while. But if you're the Biden campaign and you're looking at this map, number one, you're winning Hillsborough County, which is Tampa. You like that. You're winning Pinellas County, which is St. Pete. You like that. That's where you want to be. This is how you finish. You finish your race in Florida across the I-4 corridor. You get started if you're a Democrat by winning down here. And if you're Joe Biden, and we'll say this, as we're early in the count, this is somewhat concerning. But it could be the quirks of 2020. Donald Trump thinks he can do better down here with Cubans, with other Latino votes, especially Latino men. We'll see if that's the case. The Democrats were worried about African Americans in Miami-Dade County. We'll see if that's the case. 84% in right now, 54 to 45. If you go back in time, this was a much bigger win for Hillary Clinton, right? 64%. To watch.
Okay, you're lagging, CNN.
Run it up. So we'll see. And if you don't run it up here, you need to offset it somewhere else. That's one of the trade-offs in this campaign. We know Trump may perform better among African Americans, especially among Latino men. Joe Biden's performing better with white, blue-collar workers and with senior citizens. So we're going to go through the trade-offs throughout the night. But this right now, if you come back to 2020, Joe Biden would like that to be a little higher. We're at 84% right now. We believe most of this is election day voting, today voting here. So we're waiting for early vote as well. That might help Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah, the early votes. We keep forgetting about the early votes, guys. Do not get too concerned. We keep forgetting about the early votes.
See that at 16% right there, 75%. You go back to the comparison, 66%. So he's overperforming at the moment.
When all the ballots in the mail get counted, some states are.
So you pull back out. And again, this is going to be a roller coaster by 28,000.
Oh, Trump just took the lead again in Florida.
And what's happening? This is again trademark for this president. Look at the smaller counties, right? You see all that filling in red. Not a lot of people live here. You look at it; it's 184 to 83 there. You come over here, 584 to 207. You think at home, well, that's only a few votes. When you have 10, 15, 20 counties, and you're doing that, 200 here, 20 there, 1,000 there. That's how Donald Trump gets his math in a lot of states with these smaller counties like this. Interesting, though.
Some states don't start counting their mail-in ballots until today, which is stupid.
Florida's close. That is not breaking news. That part is not breaking news. But it's incredible because you were here last time it flipped. You were here this time it flipped. We expect Florida to flip. So you're looking at key things. Number one, for the president, that Collier County is coming in for Trump. That's a good thing for the president. That's what he needs. The southwest part of the state tends to be more conservative, 77%. But look how low we are here. So we got a long way to go here. We're just a couple hundred votes, 300 votes and some change there. So see if that holds up for the president right here. But you pull up right here. But I just want to come up here. This would be a huge deal. This would be a huge deal. Duval County is Jacksonville, up here in the top part of the state. President tends to win once you get out of the urban areas. But this is, again, one of the fast changing areas all across America, but it's the Sun Belt states like Florida. You have the city and the suburbs around it, 75%. You see Joe Biden at 54%, President at 45 if you round up. This was a...
Ooh, if Biden wins there, we're at 75% reporting.
Suburbs 4 years ago. He's expected to lose the suburbs this time. By how much could determine who wins the presidency tonight. So if you watch Duval County right here, it's the 7th largest county in Florida. That edge for
we're at 618 people watching in TikTok live right now. I love y'all.
The Central Time Zone, they're not going to close until the top of the hour. Right. The Eastern Time Zone in Florida, they've closed.
Right. And so again, if you look across, just watch across here, they're still voting out by Pensacola and on the Panhandle. So let me just go back and show you, just to remind you, all these smaller counties, you're going to see a lot of red.
Biden just came back up
for the president. Again, they're not very populist, but when you add up one, then another, then another, then another, you get the votes to offset some of this. It takes time, which is why Florida sometimes roller coasters through the night. But look at,
I see Palm Beach County is now in.
Look at this. That's 2012. That's 2016. You do see this though. Palm Beach County is in right now. But look, this is 91 to 28. Yeah. We have a long way to go in Palm Beach. But this is the quirks of the map. When you're watching at home, you see this county red. If you're a Democrat, you panic, which is why we need to visit it.
Go back to
I remind you that we're very early in this count here. And so let me take the lines away so you're not distracted. But if that stays blue, that's a big deal for Democrats. If that stays blue, it's a big deal for Democrats. You come back down to Miami-Dade. Again, if you're in the Biden campaign, you want it to be better than that, right? Doesn't mean it's game over, but it means if you're not getting it here, you better make it up somewhere else. And we'll watch the rest of this vote come in. Again, if there's a lot of early votes to come in, these numbers could change dramatically.
Because 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton did a lot better in Miami-Dade County.
She did 64%. And again, part of it's the percentage. That's one thing you look at. The other thing you look at, especially because we expect turnout to be up this year, sometimes that helps you, sometimes that helps you more. 624. See, in Miami-Dade 4 years ago, the president got 334,000 if you round that up by that one. So you come back here, remember 624 and 333, and you see the president right now already has a significant 120,000 more votes out of Miami-Dade than he did 4 years ago. Now, is that just because turnout is up everywhere, or is he making inroads with the Democratic constituency in Miami-Dade? That is what we'll learn as we go deeper into the night. But if there's Joe Biden right now,
I wonder why Joe's not pulling as many votes from that county this time.
But not by the margins that you wanted. Still, though, 74,000 votes with a long way to go. And again, this is blue at the moment. I mean, red at the moment. We don't expect it to stay that way, but we'll see as we count them. And again, the key part for me, here we go. Orange County has filled in 700 votes and change there. So it doesn't matter. This has to be blue at the end of the night. If that stays red, Joe Biden's not going to win Florida. But it's very early on as we go through. And again, as you get real votes, 83% here. This could be critical here. Osceola County here. You come through, 61%. Again, you're looking for math, especially if you're Joe Biden and you're not getting what you wanted out of Miami-Dade. You need to make up for it somewhere else. So you're looking here, 50,000, 85,000 4 years ago. You come back in now. Joe Biden right now about the same, a little below where Hillary Clinton was. We're still waiting for some votes there. This is what we're going to have to do. Florida gets so competitive. You go county by county. You match up the math to 4 years ago. You see how much turnout is up this year compared to then, and you average it all out.
50% of the vote in Florida is now in. Trump is ahead by about 74,000 votes, 50.2% to 48.9%. Now he's up by 91,500 votes.
Biden is destroying in Georgia right now, but it's only 4% in.
So you move up, you see Georgia. It's not often you see Georgia blue. And again, you see a lot of red, and yet Georgia is blue because right now Joe Biden is winning. And this one here, this is Fulton County where Atlanta is. We don't have any votes yet. But then you move here to Cobb County to the north. And again, this could be the story of the night. I emphasize could be because we're early. But you look at right here, only 27% of the vote in, 63 to 35 in Cobb County. This is the suburbs to the northwest of Atlanta. It used to be Republican country. Hillary Clinton won it last time, but just barely, right? 49 to 47. So this is what we're going to watch throughout the night, especially suburbs are growing. Suburbs are where the people are. Suburbs is where you get your math. Especially if you're a Democrat, you know Donald Trump's going to run it up in all these smaller rural counties. As you see, this is 2016. You come up to 2020, you're starting to see the same repeat of that, right? You see the president, that's not a huge margin there. We'll see how it goes. But in these smaller rural counties, the president tends to run it up. We move up here, let's just see 83% in a county like that. Again, it's 3,000 plus, 4,000 plus votes when you're done, said and done. That's what Trump does to offset the urban areas and the close-in suburbs. So one of the tests tonight, let's drop down a little bit more to Henry County, 59% there, come back in time, 50%, 51% if you round up. So those are the things you're looking for especially in these places where Joe Biden's performance in the suburbs is absolutely critical. He needs African American turnout to be up in Atlanta.
I'm stressed, guys. I'm stressed. Is he winning Orlando? Not right now, which is a little bit concerning, but it's only a few reported like to be in right now. So
you watch this play out here. You look 16,000 votes ahead there in the state of Georgia. Let's take a peek in South Carolina. The president winning quite handily here so far, but that's very preliminary in the vote. One of the things we'll watch throughout the night, are the president's margins about the same or do they shrink even in the places he wins? Just want to peek one more time at Florida as we go here.
Biden's back in the lead.
Welcome back to the roller coaster.
And he's got the three. He got the big three. Miami. Freaking.
49 points.
What's it called? I forgot the name of the counties. Miami-Dade, Broward County, and the other one.
Let's just take a closer look at what we're seeing here. Palm Beach turned blue. We thought it would. And a big vote dump to get it blue. That's why the state changed, right? We had just a few hundred votes in Palm Beach a few moments ago, and the president.
Hold on a second.
Right now, Wolf, the Florida vote coming in as Joe Biden would like it, as we wish, but we will keep counting.
We certainly will. Florida's emerging as a major fight that's going on right now. We're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the Biden-Trump presidential race just moments from now. That's when most polls will close in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Together, those states account for 38 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. All right, we got a key race alert right now. Too early to call in these states, including in Ohio. Too early to call in Ohio.
Too early to call.
Electoral votes in Ohio. Too early to call. Too early to call in North Carolina as well. 15 electoral votes in North Carolina. Too early to call. West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call in West Virginia right now. Let's take a look at the electoral college map where it stands right now. It still remains.
All these too early to calls, god dang it. Too early to call is going to be the meme from tonight. We about to get Florida.
The presidency. Let's get a key race alert.
Key race alert?
All right, in Florida right now, let's start. 29 electoral votes. Donald Trump has a narrow lead.
Back in the lead again.
59% of the estimated vote is in. Look at how close it is. Got a lead of about 25,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.4%. This is a must-win for Trump. He must win Florida. If Biden were to win Florida, it would be very, very difficult for Trump to get reelected. We're watching Florida so closely. In Virginia right now, very, very early, only 2% of the estimated votes.
I'm about to say, that's not holding. Okay, only 2% in.
65.4% to 32.9%.
Trump, but he only has Indiana, so everything else is too early to call. My cousin has, not my cousin, my brother has just arrived. Yeah, I saw it.
58% to 40.5%. 3 more states right now. Let's take a look. Georgia. Looks like it's going to be a battle over there. Biden is ahead.
Boy.
The estimated vote is in. About 16,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump. In New Hampshire.
Can you not? Right here. Got allowed?
Is in about 3,300 votes. 59.2%.
Oh, I mean, yeah, New Hampshire's expected.
Biden is ahead in Vermont, but less than 1% of the vote is in. Only 610 vote lead. 62.7% to 37.3% in Vermont. Let's go back to John King. Florida and Georgia, 2 very critically important states. Lots of electoral votes at stake. Let's look at Florida first.
Let's look at Florida first. It is red at the moment. It has gone back and forth several times in just the last 15 or 20 minutes, and that's what Florida does. The President of the United States right now, President Trump, it's his new adopted home state. 50% to 49.1%, a 1-point race in Florida is what makes it Florida, actually, on election night. 56,000, 57,000 votes if you round it up. If you're looking at the map.
Okay, how's Orlando doing? Why is it still red? I wonder how much vote is in.
One warning sign for Joe Biden as we watch this play out. We got a ways to go. Remember, 3.4 million votes, 3.4 million votes. 4.6 is what it took to win it 4 years ago. We think turnout is higher this year. So we're going to watch as this goes. But here, if you're looking for trouble signs in the Biden campaign, it is right here. In Miami-Dade, again, we have more votes. This is early in-person voting, predominantly, I'm told. People who showed up to vote in person early before Election Day. Joe Biden with a very narrow lead. So you could say that's a 9-point lead, but narrow by comparison to where we are 4 years ago. That's nearly 30 points there. It's 28.
Biden just took the lead in Florida once again.
Yes! We're going to keep shouting every time Biden takes the lead in Florida. He's done it 4 times.
65% of the vote is in. So let's see what happened here. We got a big jump in Palm Beach County. 60% to 39%. Remember, a short time ago, the president was ahead there. It was only a few hundred votes. So again, you're looking at 60% there, especially if Joe Biden is underperforming Miami-Dade. I'll go back and check on in a second. If he's underperforming there, you got to make it up somewhere else if you're going to win the state. But Hillary Clinton lost, right? So
Hold on a second, I'll be right back.
Palm Beach County here, 60 to 40, 60 to 39. You come back here, it's a little bit better. She's at 57. So if you're Joe Biden, you're underperforming one place, you got to make it up somewhere else. We'll watch and see if that holds up. Let's just move south as we go. Broward County, 66. To me, what's more important is the 562 because we know turnout is up this year. We come back here.
The family has
66,
arrived.
The same there.
And we are still watching this. 700 people in the TikTok live. What is wrong with y'all?
If you adjust your math, and then you come down here. Again, in the Biden campaign, you think in a normal race, winning anyway, you say, oh, 54-45, I'm doing great. No, the Democrats need to run it up more here. And you see Hillary Clinton with 64% when you round up last time, and she lost the state. Remember that. She lost the state, ran it up here, 624,000. You come back to 2020. Joe Biden running under that vote total here. Again, that happens. Elections change. Constituencies change. Donald Trump doing better perhaps with African Americans, with Latinos. It's a very complicated, diverse Latino community.
Which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Somewhere else. You can make it up with senior citizens. You can make it up here in the growing suburbs across the I-4 corridor. And let's see the case. At the moment, Orange County, again, 700 votes and change. So this one doesn't count yet. And no offense to the people who voted for the president, but that doesn't count yet. We're not high enough up in the vote count to understand that. But we are up high here, though. Hillsborough County, which is Tampa, and the growing suburbs around it. Pinellas County is St. Pete, and the suburbs here as you move over. This went red 4 years ago as President Trump carried Florida. It is staying blue at the moment. Narrow, though. Look at that, 50.3 to 48.4. But again, in a state that often goes a point or two, sometimes within a point, but little margins matter. Donald Trump carried it just barely by a point 4 years ago. At the moment, Joe Biden carrying it just barely by a point. That's how you win a state as close as Florida in the margins like that. And if you come over here, 55-43, so 12 points almost.
You know, if we go statewide,
Hold on, I just want to check this one. That's 7 right there. You want to go statewide now. We'll see if it changes again as we pull it out.
All right, pulling off a little bit.
All right, so we can go back and look at this. We can match this up to 4 years ago. Where is Trump underperforming, right? So where is the president underperforming? He's underperforming so far in these two counties. Now, they're blue. That means the Democrats are winning in those counties, but the president's vote in these counties is below where it was. You see the Trump vote here by more than 5 points from where he was 4 years ago. And again, it's one county. It's not a lot of people, but in a state that is so close, that could come down to several thousand votes. 2000, it was 537 votes. It's one of the things you look at. So you pull that out here. And so right now, this is, if you look at this, actually, we expect the president to underperform in the suburbs. At the moment,
That's why Birth County, County, true.
Watch this as more
Third parties. What about third parties?
If anybody voted third party, they should die.
And you see it right there. That's what we're
You
talking
know,
about.
Kanye West, they informed me in my life. Kanye West apparently at one point had 600 votes in Kentucky.
Let me just check on this one. Also, very preliminary there. So this
Who votes for Kanye West?
Look at this here. You see this? This is right now a warning sign in the Biden campaign headquarters for that. And so then you want to look at where are they overperforming. So let's do Biden first. Let's turn this one off and bring this one up. And he's overperforming again. These are Republican counties. The red counties are voting Republican at the moment. But you see Joe Biden at 41% here. You go back to Hillary Clinton. He's only at 36%. There are some places, and again, this can matter if you get down to a race settled by a couple thousand, 5,000, 10,000 votes. It's performance like this that matters when you go through and match it up. There's not a lot of it, given how big Florida is. He's out. Let's see, he's outperforming Clinton here. Leon County is Tallahassee. But again, this is very preliminary. So let's not go to the bank on this. There's not many votes in there just yet. But it's one of the things you look at as we study it throughout.
Where's Trump outperforming?
Let's take a peek at that as well. We're in the neighborhood. Let's do it. Where's the president outperforming himself? Again, right now in Miami-Dade matters. These other places, the votes are very preliminary. Let's see if we have many votes in here. 37% here. It helps. It helps in these smaller places. Not a ton of votes, but it helps. Same thing, about 40% of the vote here. But again, this is where it matters, right here. If you're looking at Florida right now, it's a roller coaster.
We are at 70% reporting. It is so close in Florida, and they haven't counted the mail-in yet.
In the county, in the state,
so if he wins,
right now, it's blue for Joe Biden with those numbers.
Yeah.
If you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, that puts you in play. But you got a lot more business to do. It's a
Do we know
complicated
Miami
state.
Dade if those numbers are today voting or early voting?
I was told a few moments ago that most of this so far is in-person early voting. So we're still waiting for them to count mail-in votes. We're still waiting for more of today's election day turnout. This is in-person early voting. So far, we'll keep counting.
Here's a look at the key races as we count down to polls closing at 8 p.m. Eastern.
A great future awaits us.
Okay. So we got Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, when that closes, it's going to be crazy. Texas is also going to be crazy. Let's beg Texas goes blue. What a YouTube chat saying? Electoral college is a smart concept, just poorly executed. Yeah, I think we get rid of the electoral college. TikTok lives blowing up. Yeah, that's insane. The fact that I have 680. I know people who have like 500,000. Wait a minute.
All right, let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start with Florida right now. 67% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 70,000 votes, 50% to 49.1%. It's close in Florida, 29 electoral votes. 5% of the estimated vote in Georgia is in. Biden is ahead there by 4,200 votes, 50.4% to 48.6%. Only 3% of the estimated vote in New Hampshire is in. Biden is ahead there by some 3,000 votes, 56.6% to 42.7%. In Virginia, 8% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead, 50.2% to 48.1%. He's up by almost 8,000 votes in Virginia. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. Lots of excitement going on. So far, we're seeing some blue in Florida and Georgia. And the question is that going to hold?
That is the question. Is it going to hold? You see red in Virginia. We don't expect that to hold, but we'll count the votes. They're early in all these places. We also see this. Donald Trump had an early lead in the popular vote. He still does, but Joe Biden is starting to close in on that as well. One of the questions, that's not how we pick a president, but Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. And if Joe Biden can stretch that lead out, it should help him in the Electoral College. But we'll watch those numbers as well. But we go state by state. That's how we pick presidents. And Florida has 29 Electoral College
pulling
votes,
off
so
now.
It is one of the biggest prizes on the map, and it is always.
Yes, he's winning Orlando. Let's go.
Right now, 50.6 to 48.4. In Florida, they call that a blowout. It's about a point and a half. But that's what it's. So we got a long way to go still. And again, three big parts of the state. Democrats.
72% reporting.
This is where close elections are settled, and we're waiting.
We're at 72% reporting with Biden up.
Some trouble signs for both candidates. So we're still going to watch the votes.
Guys, Florida's looking good. No, in the whole state.
Trouble signs for both candidates. Let me start up here in the northern part.
We're at 72% reporting with Biden winning, and we still haven't counted mail-in yet.
If you round it, 5 points there. It's about just shy of 40,000 votes there. But again,
if they call Florida,
President Trump
best believe we're celebrating.
The small margins in the big counties. This is the seventh largest of the 67 counties. So you're looking for the bigger counties where the votes are to see what the margins are.
He won Jacksonville last time. He's not winning it this time.
That's 2016. You come up here, Joe Biden, but very early.
Okay, I'm about to say early. I'm about to say Jesus.
State capital, government workers, unions. We expect him to win. So let's come down here again. This has been holding steady for a while. And again, this would be the biggest danger sign for the Biden campaign in their war room right now, and the most encouraging sign for the Trump campaign in its war room right now. Miami-Dade is the largest county in the state by population. You get about 13.5% of the vote, depending on how the turnout goes right there. And you see, 54-45. In most states, you'd think that's a good win, but not in the state of Florida because it's so complicated and big. The Democrats need a bigger margin here. Again, the Clinton comparison, 64%. 624,000 votes. She lost the state. Remember, she ran it up in Miami-Dade. The Clinton campaign was happy with this. They thought they did a pretty good job there, but she lost the state. You see the 624,000 for Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden running below that total right now. I
have to look over there. My mom's on the phone, so I apologize if you hear.
Most of this, not all of it. Most of this is people who voted in person early. So we're waiting for the election day vote. Republicans think that's where they do best. It's the Democratic area. Let's see. That's why the Democrats sent Barack Obama down here twice to try to turn people out to vote in the end.
We're at 756 in the TikTok live. We've been hovering around 90 to 100 in YouTube, so I love you guys. We need to take Florida. If we take Florida, it's wraps. It's over.
This is what Biden needs to do here.
If we take Florida, it's over, guys.
Win the smaller rural counties.
There's nothing Trump can do at that point.
It's the second largest county, just shy of 10%.
Because if he takes Florida, then that's indicative of multiple other swing states, including states like Georgia. If we get Florida and Georgia, oh no. If we get Florida, it's done out here. If we get Florida and Georgia, it's done out here. It's really done out here.
It's hard to make up what you're missing.
We're at 70% reporting. We are very close, and we haven't even counted mail-in yet. And most Democrat votes are mail-in. Not most Democrat votes, but most of the mail-ins are Democrats.
Naples and surrounding critical for the president. These votes are starting to come in. 61. Focus on the 61 or round it up to 62. And then remember the 120,000. You go back 4 years ago, 105,000 and 62. So the president's got about the same percentage, and more people are voting. More people are voting in this election. Turnout there. Hillary Clinton gets 61,000 votes there. Joe Biden getting more votes, more votes because of the increased turnout this year, which is a good thing in every state. The more people who play, the better for our democracy. But so then you want to come up here, and again, Orlando. Earlier I said it didn't matter. This was red. It was early. We only had a couple hundred votes. Big chunk of votes has come in here.
Yep.
Joe Biden at 64, the president at 35. 341,000 votes. Let's go back and take a look again. So Joe Biden has already passed Hillary Clinton's vote total, 60% there, 64% there. That's how you win a close race in Florida. Doesn't mean it's enough, especially if you have to offset Miami-Dade. But the Orange County here, you think of it as Orlando. This is more and more by the day suburban, more and more Latino, more and more college educated, more and more complicated. And this has been very hard hit by the economy.
75% reporting.
Has a lead of 142,000 votes. So step back for a moment, John. Explain to our viewers why we're spending so much time looking at Florida. Yes, it has 29 electoral votes, but it's a must-win for the president.
It's an absolutely must-win for the president. Joe Biden would like it. If Joe Biden gets it, it helps him remake the map and it helps him make a statement election. But let's just
if Joe Biden gets it,
this is the only state we've called so far, projected so far, is Indiana. So the president has 11 electoral votes. You have to get to 270. And remember, the president got to 306 last time. Right. So why does Florida matter so much? Well, if Joe Biden can take away Florida, that right there, in and of itself,
Jesus,
the president down to 277. Right. So then from there, Joe Biden really needs just one more. So if Joe Biden won Florida, let's say he won Arizona. Right. Joe Biden could win the presidency without winning Pennsylvania, without winning Michigan, without winning Wisconsin, without winning Georgia. All places where in these three, he leads. Here, he's certainly competitive. Some polls show him ahead, some polls show him a little behind. So that is why 29 matters. I mean, the only thing on the board tonight with more significance is potentially Texas. Democrats think they may have a chance in Texas. But if you take these 29 away from the United States, mathematically, can I find a path to Trump victory? If you want to say that Trump's going to win California, or if you say Trump's going to win all three of these, so it doesn't.
That's the only way he could. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. We're trying to be conservative. We're trying to be fair to the president. If the president of the United
States we win Florida, guys, the race is over. Because if we win Florida, if we win Florida, and Joe Biden does so much as takes Arizona, or Wisconsin, or Michigan, or Pennsylvania, or Ohio, or North Carolina, if he wins any of those states, it's over. So if we win Florida, it's done. It's just done.
We're going to find out very soon.
The only way Trump has a chance is if he wins Florida, and we're 75% in, and Joe Biden has like a 2% lead. That's bad. That's big bad. I'm going to continue streaming after Florida gets called. But if they call Florida, it's over. It's legitimately over. Because in order for Trump to win, with Biden winning Florida, Biden would win Florida, then Trump would need to pick up Ohio. He would need to pick up the whole Rust Belt, which is Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan. He'd need to pick up Ohio. He'd need to pick up Georgia. He'd need to pick up North Carolina. He'd need to pick up Arizona. He'd need to pick up Texas. In all of those states that I just listed, Biden's either leading by a landslide or he's competitive. So if we win Florida, it's over. It's just over, because then all Biden has to do is carry one more state that isn't a safe Democrat state. All the other states that he needs to win once we get Florida are safe Democrat states. If he wins Florida, we might be looking at a landslide. My prediction of 357 might be right. If we win Texas, there's no situation in which we win Texas and it's not a landslide. So, yeah. Come on, Biden needs to win this. This is great. Who's winning Texas? Texas hasn't started yet.
None of these Democrats voted today.
Oh no, trust me. Turnout is insane. Almost every state has already surpassed the 2016 turnout. Georgia for blue. Georgia goes blue. It'll just be a nice thing. Okay. Wait. Okay. I thought we were back on. But Ohio for Biden. Yeah, we have no information from Biden, we have no information on Ohio, Texas, stuff like that yet. Biden is in Florida, votes 49% reported. They're not going to call it, though, because Florida's always super close, but Joe Biden's still winning. Stand by for CNN projection.
The night unfold. Log on to CNN.com for more. The Road to 270, Election 101, results that matter to you with My Election, and more.
They're going to project something, guys.
CNN and CNN.com.
As a retired weatherman,
I don't want to listen to you right now. Wait till they project it. Exactly. It says stand by for a projection. Biden just won Vermont. Yep. Okay, that's expected. We got a dub on the board for Biden in Vermont if that's what they're going to project.
It's a little BB loader. That came in the mail.
No networks, no referrals. So, let's see here. Waiting for CNN to come back. What we doing? How y'all been today? Close to 1K view. Wait, 860 viewers. Yes. That doesn't happen. What do you mean? Put dubs in the chat for you guys.
CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news.
And we're at 92 on YouTube. Projection.
All right, we have our second projection of the night. CNN projects that
Vermont
will win the state of Vermont. He beats Trump in Vermont. 3 electoral votes. So let's take a look at the map where it stands right now in the race to 270. Trump has 11.
I blast your ears. I'm sorry. I apologize. I sincerely apologize.
To win the presidency. We're only moments away from the biggest wave of poll closings in the presidential race. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when the last polling places close in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee.
That's a lot of states.
Those contests have 172 electoral votes. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania are the key battlegrounds we're watching in the coming hour. Joe Biden posing a strong challenge to the president of Florida and Pennsylvania, states seen as crucial for Mr. Trump's re-election chances. Let's get a key race alert right now. And let's start off in Florida right now. Florida, look at this. It's
Jesus.
in Florida. Joe Biden has 49.6%. Trump has 49.5%. Biden is ahead by 9,200 votes. 9,200 votes in Florida, 29 electoral votes.
Hold it!
18% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead.
Come on! Hold Ohio! If he wins Ohio, he starts lagging.
4.5% in Ohio, 18 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, only 3% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 3,000 votes, 54.8% to 44.4%. Two more states. Let's take a look right now. We've got Georgia. Right now, 7% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by 9,000 votes or so, 50.8%.
Hey, we come back from that.
0.2%. In Virginia, 13% of the estimated vote is in, and Trump is ahead by about 80,000 votes, 55.6% to 42.6%. Let's go back at the magic wall. We're watching these states very closely, including Ohio right now, which clearly is a major battleground.
Right, it's really interesting to watch. Florida's still Biden. We'll get there in a minute, very close. The president's leading, the popular vote is shrinking. We'll see how that plays out. But let's start with battleground Ohio. This is a state. Joe Biden went there Monday morning, right? He went there and people said, "Oh, do you really want to be doing that? Do you have a chance in Ohio?" Well, let's see. The middle part of the state where you see all these counties and you see nothing, and most of that is going to come in red. You just know that, right? So the Democrats need to run it up in the urban areas. That would be Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, Akron, Toledo, Youngstown. But if you come here, this is interesting to see from this regard. If you get in 2020 here, Joe Biden right now, Mahoning County, Youngstown, blue collar. This is where the president goes and says, I'm on your side. I am your voice, trade deals, Joe Biden getting 62%. We're about halfway in the count, so we'll see if it stays this way. But 62%, you go back in time, Hillary Clinton just barely won this. So this is one of the tests, right? Can Joe Biden, one of the things he says he can do is that, unlike Hillary Clinton, he can win Trump voters. He can win blue-collar, traditional Democrats who left the party to go for Donald Trump. We'll see if that holds up.
We are.
That's a big deal, even if Joe Biden loses.
I appreciate y'all for staying here, by the way. This is crazy. The fact that we're still climbing in viewership means that some of y'all have been here for a minute.
That I just mentioned. So you're looking up here. Challenge number one. If you want to win a state as competitive as Ohio that leans a little bit Republican, you got to run it up. Cuyahoga County, Cleveland. Only about 40% of the vote in. A ways to go. 75 to 24. I'll go back and take a look. 66% for Hillary Clinton. That's a good sign. You have to see if it holds. If you're in the Biden war room, you're looking at that, and that's a good sign. An even better sign, or at least an even better add-on for Joe Biden. This is your base. This has to be your foundation. Largest county in the state. It's about
We are
11%
tied
of the vote
in Florida.
But you move out here to the suburbs. This is
Biden's up by like
for the
3,000
American
votes.
Close races are decided in the suburbs. Lake County, Joe Biden ahead. 51-48. It's close, but you go back in time. This was Trump country 4 years ago. Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs in 2016. That's why he's president of the United States. That's why he's president of the United States.
There's an effect I'm about to do, and it's only going to be felt in the YouTube chat. So I'm just gonna remove this real quick.
If you're in Florida and you dare vote for Donald Trump, I'm gonna find you, okay? And it's not gonna be okay. So vote for Biden, please.
These are smaller counties. There's not a lot of people. So let's pop them out. This is where the president runs it up.
Tell everyone you know in Florida if you're there right now to go vote for Biden, please.
We'll watch turnout. We'll see if
What's your YouTube? It's the same as my TikTok. Go subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel and you want to see the live there, because it's kind of a better angle than the TV, even though it's backwards, go subscribe. It's in my bio. Who's winning right now? Trump, technically, because he has Indiana. Biden has Vermont, and we're watching a bunch of states right now.
That's how those are the building blocks for Joe Biden. Win in the cities.
What does the electoral numbers mean? That means how many electoral college votes they have. Every state has different amounts of votes depending on their population.
You have to win the suburbs, and that has been the challenge. President Trump has lost the suburbs. Let's come down here to Hamilton County. Used to be a Republican county. It's becoming more of a Clinton county. More of a Democratic county. We have no votes there yet. You saw how Hillary Clinton carried it. It's also a House district in the Cincinnati suburbs as well. One of the House districts, Democrats are trying to expand their majority. So it's
John, I want to go back to Florida because it's essentially tied right now. Let's take a look at Florida right now. 81% of the estimated vote is in. There's only a 2,000 vote separation. Biden is ahead by 2,033 votes. That's incredible.
I was just going to say, some people at home who have a partisan stake in this will be throwing things at the television.
Trump took the lead.
This is fun. I mean, look at this. This is
Trump has just gone ahead by 18,000.
Now Trump has gone ahead by 18,000 votes. This is 4.6, 4.7. We're closing in on 10 million votes. We're above 9 million votes in the state of Florida. And we have a 49.6 to a 49.4. This is why elections are fun. And this is why Florida is, of all the states in the United States, one of the, if not the, ultimate battleground state. And so again, let's go through it and take a look. We started earlier in Miami-Dade. This, to me, so far, the biggest warning sign. And again, every election is different. So you're not performing. If you're Joe Biden, you're not performing as well here as Hillary Clinton did, as well as Barack Obama did when he carried the state. That's not necessarily fatal. It's not good. You got to make it up somewhere else. If you're not getting it here, you got to get it somewhere else. 54. If you round them up. Again,
Florida is looking wobbly right now.
There are more people here voting than anywhere in the state. Hillary Clinton thought she did the job here 4 years ago. 64%, 624,000 votes. Joe Biden right now, 560,000 votes, only 54%. So that's a problem. It's a warning sign in the Biden campaign. Not insurmountable. Could you come up here? Can you make it up? This is number 2, Broward County. Miami-Dade's number 1. This is this is the second largest county. You're at 66 with 562,000 votes. You go back and look at it. So you're running ahead of Hillary Clinton if you're Joe Biden in the count. In the count, turnout is up this time. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's enough, but you're running ahead there. And then you come up here to Palm Beach County.
The third largest.
Get it to come up. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 58 to 41. If you look at it there, 391,000 votes. Joe Biden, again, exceeding her total. And right now, at the moment, exceeding her percentage. So that's a good thing there. So those 1, 2, and 3 are right here along the coast. And then you come up.
Biden's back in the lead. Florida, stop.
It's Tampa and the suburbs around it. Again, I just said this in Ohio, and I'll say it again here. The suburbs decide close presidential elections. President Trump narrowly won them 4 years ago. He's been losing them since. Nancy Pelosi is speaker because of the suburban revolt against Donald Trump. The question is, does it continue from 2018 into 2020 in places like this? 53%. You see, that's about, you see 300, 352, so you 52,000 votes, right? In a place like Florida, if you're not doing as well as you want in Miami-Dade, you got to run it up somewhere else. There are some votes there for you, much closer, 45, 42. And then you come over here. This 4 years ago, it's a big victory for Donald Trump to turn this county. Democrats got swamped in election day turnout. At the moment, they're holding this 91% in. Again, not by much, 49.6 to 49.0. The question, that's a little bit of math. 3,000 votes. You take everything you can in a state like this, you get the votes. And so then you come up here, and now we're waiting, right? The Panhandle, this is the later time zone. We're waiting for votes out there. If you come through here, just want to show you, the president runs it up in these smaller counties. There's not a lot of people. But 6,000 votes to 2,000 votes, that's 4,000 votes in the bank to offset the Democratic advantages elsewhere. That's what the president did 4 years ago. It looks like he's doing it in some of these places again. The issue is, as you get to the more populated counties, let's see if we have much votes. Earlier, we didn't have many votes. We still don't. This is a plus for Joe Biden. We don't have many votes out of Leon County yet, but that's Tallahassee. And then you move over here.
Guys, Florida needs to go blue.
Broken record. The suburbs. Jacksonville.
If Florida goes blue,
Joe Biden at 51, the president at 47.
I don't know.
If you go back in time, Donald
But
Trump carries Florida.
if
4
Trump-
years ago,
if Trump takes
narrowly,
Florida, we're
because-
fine.
In part because he
It
won the
won't be
suburbs
like
narrowly.
we don't like it, but we're
If the
fine.
elections play out,
If
this is
Biden wins
state
Florida,
Biden
it's
votes.
over.
The president of the United States,
So
2,994 votes ahead. In the state
okay,
of
now he's
Wisconsin.
ahead again
More than
by like 300 votes.
Incredibly close in Florida right now. Voting is about to end in 16 states and the District of Columbia. The biggest round of poll closings tonight, a whopping.
All right,
170
hang on.
electoral votes.
We're getting 16 states closing right now.
We got some CNN projections.
Illinois is always going to go
Let's
blue.
start in Massachusetts. CNN projects
Yep.
Joe Biden will win the state of Massachusetts, will win its 11 electoral votes.
Easy.
CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state
Yep,
of
easy.
Maryland and win its 10 electoral votes. Another win for Biden in Maryland. Joe Biden will win his home state of Delaware
easy.
with 3 electoral votes, a win in Delaware for Biden. And Joe Biden will win the District of Columbia,
Yep,
which
easy.
has 3 electoral
Easy.
votes as well.
Those are all expected.
Trump, we have a projection for Trump right
Okay.
now as well. Oklahoma, CNN projects that
Expected.
Donald Trump will win the state of Oklahoma with 7 electoral votes. That goes to Trump. Right now, we cannot make projections in these states. Take a look. Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, Missouri, and New Hampshire. Also, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. We cannot make projections. in
I'm
those
from
states.
Oklahoma. That's tough.
The,
I hope you voted for Biden though.
as it stands
What y'all think about Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania's going to decide it.
30 electoral college votes.
Biden's in the lead again.
15, remember, 200
Well, I mean, he's in the lead now. He got Illinois. No one has Illinois.
race alert right now. Biden is leading in these states right now. In Ohio,
Oi!
28% of the estimated vote is in.
Hey, he is decimating in Ohio.
70,000 votes, 59.7% to 39.1%, 18 electoral votes.
It's gonna
Biden
narrow up,
is
but-
in Georgia right now, 10% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is up. It's very close by about 5,300 votes, 50% to 49% in Georgia. A tight battle underway. In New Hampshire right now, only 5% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead there by about 6,700 votes, 57.3% to 41.9% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. Trump is ahead in these 2 states. Let's take a look right now. Right now, Trump is ahead in Florida. 82%
Come on, Florida.
of the estimated vote in Florida is in. But he's ahead by about 11,000 votes. Look at how close it is.
We still have yet to count mail-ins. Still, so we need Biden to be up in Florida. But if he's not, the mail-in ballots could
In
still.
Virginia right now, 18% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 151,000 vote lead over Biden, 58% to 40.1%. Let's go back to John King, at the magic wall. We're looking at these states right now, but let's take a look at the big picture first, John. Give us a sense of what we're seeing.
Texas is blue. Look at that. Florida is blue. Look at that. South Carolina is blue. Look
How
at
much
that.
of Texas is
Florida
reporting?
Ohio is blue. West Virginia is blue. Again, if you're a Democrat at home, pick up your phone.
It hasn't
take a
gone
picture.
blue.
This is a map you love, right? It's not going to stay that way, but we'll see how many do, though. Texas, the Democrats think it's in play. West Virginia, I would be shocked. South Carolina, I would be shocked. Georgia, Florida, Ohio, Texas.
We need to see how much of Texas is reporting. Do not get excited.
Explain Texas what's going on.
Well, I don't think we're going to have a lot of vote there, and we don't. See?
Okay.
So that's why we have 700,000, 1.1 million votes. Joe Biden's ahead because of this, though. Again, I'm going to say this repeatedly.
He is
throughout the night.
decimating in Dallas.
This is part of the changing Texas. Dallas and the suburbs around it flipped a House seat there 2 years ago. 81% there. Joe Biden leading in Dallas County, 66% of the vote.
I want to just point out a lot of this vote in Texas is early voting, which we anticipated would
Early
be.
vote. It's early vote. Yeah, a lot of the blue you're seeing is because we're early. I mean, this is again a lot of early votes here. So again, you don't expect that to hold up. This is very competitive. We know Democrats voted disproportionately early. They wanted to vote by mail.
And Trump's back in the lead in Florida. Oh my gosh, Florida, stop.
We talked about this earlier. We're going to be talking about this all night long. Some states are reporting in a different way this year because of all the mail-in voting, because of absentee and early, and then you have in-person election day voting. Different states are reporting in different ways, and some states, within those states, they're reporting it in different ways. Some states are giving you the early vote first.
Oh, we just got Pennsylvania on the map, and it's looking blue right now. I wonder how much is reporting.
Voted early. Other states are giving it to us in reverse. We're trying to be as transparent as we can be.
Biden's back in the lead in Florida.
You know about what
Wait, no. He's in popular vote.
Never an interesting and somewhat unpredictable night. Now, that doesn't mean we won't be watching votes in Texas to see how competitive it is. Democrats do believe it will be a lot more competitive. Will it end the night blue? Stay with us. Brew some coffee.
Look at the popular vote nationwide. 10% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by only 4,000 votes, 49.5% to 49.4%.
And remember, we've been, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by a large margin. We can go back and look at it, right? More than 2 million votes, up close to 3 million votes. 4 years ago, the expectation is that Joe Biden will win the popular vote this time, but we have to see, and we're going to watch it as it plays out. So let's come back to the states where we know. Florida, I want to just start here because it has been a seesaw back and forth all night long. Donald Trump ahead right now by 22,170 votes in a state where we're approaching 10 million votes cast. We're just shy of that. That is a tiny lead, 49.6 to 49.4. And if you're looking at it, we're still waiting. You're starting to see the Panhandle, Pensacola filling in here. Escambia County. This is the Panhandle. This is where President Trump gets his votes. We're going to watch this play out. 22,000 votes, Wolf. Florida, we're still counting, and some others as well.
All right, we have another projection right now.
All right. We're at 1.1 thousand people. That's crazy.
He'll win Kentucky with its 8 electoral
Of course he's going to win
votes.
Kentucky.
That's a win for Trump in Kentucky over Biden. This is where it stands right now on the race to 270. Biden has 30. Trump has 26.
Mitch McConnell still wins in Kentucky, so.
The presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are 5 battleground
270.
states right now where Biden is ahead. Let's start with Pennsylvania right now.
Boy!
Less than 1% of the vote is
It's
in.
fine,
Biden
but-
is ahead by nearly 40,000 votes, 79.9% to 18.8% for Trump. In Texas right now, 10% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 226.
We got a good sign from Texas.
58.7% to 40% for Trump.
It's only 10% in, but we got a good sign.
10% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Only 453 vote lead for Biden over Trump.
We don't even need Texas, but if that happens.
49.5%. In Ohio, almost a third of the vote.
Whoa, wait a minute.
By 348,000 votes, 58.5%.
Ohio, guys.
40.4% for Trump. In Ohio, in New Hampshire right now, 5% of the.
That was 31% in. And he was destroying in Ohio.
1% to 42.2% in New Hampshire right now. We got some more states right now. Trump is ahead in these states right now, beginning in Florida. 86% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by some 65,000 votes, 49.8% to 49.2%. Very, very close in Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Virginia, about a quarter of the vote is now in. Trump is still ahead in the Commonwealth of Virginia by more than 200.
Where are the Democrat districts in Virginia going? What happened? Take some popcorn, yeah. I don't think we're going to secure Florida. I don't know if they've counted mail-in ballots in Florida yet.
What do you see?
I see some unpredictability. I see a lot of swings back and forth. And again, that's the nature of the night. We need to remind everybody you had early mail-in voting, early in-person voting, and election day voting. 3 different challenges for every state, every county in America, and every election agency as they pull all this together. And some states are doing it. Some states are doing it different ways, even within the same state. So you see states that are blue, like a South Carolina. We're looking at it right now. It's only 5% of the statewide reporting. If it ends up that way, that's dramatic breaking news. We just don't expect it. We need you to be patient at home. We just need you to remember, different states are doing things in different ways. West Virginia is blue at the moment. Early votes, we know Democrats disproportionately wanted to vote early by mail. So when states are counting those first, you're going to see blue in some places that are traditionally red. It's okay. They're votes. They're real. They're real. They're just not complete. It's just not contextual. We just don't have everything. And so again, you see it in Texas here. It looks big and blue on the map. When you zoom in on the state, it's not much, right? We don't have much yet. Small county here, small county here. The most significant vote center here is Dallas. So Joe Biden is leading in the state of Texas right now because we have some votes out of Dallas. I just want to remind you with the history here, though, that alone doesn't mean Joe Biden is not competitive in Texas tonight. We're going to be at this for a few hours, but one little blue spot there is not enough to overcome what usually happens in through extra coffee. We're going to have to go through all this as we do it. But we'll watch it. Those are real votes. Those are all real votes. Everything you see on this map are real votes. It's just we get them in different orders from different states. We need to be careful and calmly work.
Get out there and vote, guys. From Tampa, Florida, did you vote? We don't know what's happening in Michigan right now.
We don't know if he's going to win Ohio, but we know he's competitive in Ohio. And we know that Donald Trump, right now, Joe Biden is ahead 57 to 42. We know that Donald Trump won Ohio pretty comfortably 4 years ago. So again, win or lose Ohio, there's a lesson in this that Joe Biden is more competitive than Hillary Clinton in these industrial states. And this would be a big one. No Republican has won the presidency in modern times without winning Ohio. So that Joe Biden is competitive here is a source of angst right now at the Trump campaign headquarters. Now, they know more about this, and they know that these small grays are going to fill in, but more of these small grays are going to fill in red, but more of them have just in the last few minutes, and Joe Biden's still a lead. This is what I mean. This is what Donald Trump does in small town America. 78%, right? 62 to 1,600. Not a ton of votes, but if you do it here and here and here, and you start running it up, that's what happens, right? Especially in the ones where you're getting 7 and more. You come over here and you come over here.
We got to 1.1 thousand. I'm confused. What is wrong with you guys?
But Democrats, Joe Biden in the Biden campaign, number one, this is a must. Democrats always win Cuyahoga County, but look how much he's winning it by. About 4, again, we've been waiting for a while. We're at 42% here, and we'll see if it evens out. You have Cleveland, African-American turnout in the city, and then the suburbs around it. The encouraging part at this moment, and we'll see if it sticks, is not just that Cuyahoga County, Cleveland is blue, but that Lake County to the northeast is blue, suburban Cleveland right there, close, but still you're winning in the suburbs, and then you move over here to Lorain County as well. You go back in time here, you see Hillary Clinton carries this, but it's essentially a split.
Trump's pulling away in Florida, guys.
Split there.
Might
Joe Biden right now on top by a more significant margin. These are the suburbs. There are more people. It's the 9th largest county. It's 88 in the state of Ohio. This is also encouraging to the Biden campaign when you come over here. Not just that you're winning. Democrats are supposed to win here. But again, with about half the vote counted, we'll see if it changes. Again, you get early votes. You get in-person voting. They come in different ways. Sometimes you get a big dump and it changes everything. But 62% right there. You come back pretty close split in this county. This is blue collar, work with your hands, America. It used to be reliable Democratic votes. This is where Trump cut in deeply to the Democratic Party right here. So now you come out here. We're going to watch.
Oh, Biden's coming back by a little bit.
It's a great race. This tells you no matter how this ends, this tells you that this is a very different campaign.
Come on, Florida.
Ago, and that Joe Biden is more competitive than Hillary Clinton. You see Michigan votes, you see Pennsylvania votes. That's it right there. Joe Biden can be president if he just changes what happened 4 years ago in the industrial Midwest. But it's everywhere. He's in play everywhere. Let's pull up the red down here. 11,000, 28, 117,000. I'm sorry. Trump vote lead right now, 50% to 49%. If you round up there, and we're starting to get the panhandle, right? So you come all the way to the west, Escambia County, Pensacola, 53. So 54 to 44. You go back in time. That's a little, Trump's underperforming a little bit there percentage-wise. 88,000 votes. 69,000 votes. So that could be significant. This is the most populous county here along the panhandle right here. You keep an eye on that. It's red for Trump as it should be. But remember, Joe Biden is underperforming in Miami-Dade, or at least he was. We'll check on it in a minute. If you're underperforming places, you need to do better elsewhere. Could be some votes there to be made up there. And you start moving across the panhandle. And again, this is what the president does in smaller counties. And this one's a medium-sized county. 30, it's in the middle of Florida. 67 counties in Florida. This one's 30th. You keep coming across. This is what the president does, and you rack up the votes here. And if you pull it out into context, there are a lot of them, right? So you come across here. This is Alabama. This is Georgia. This part of Florida votes like the South, except for the cities. Now, we were waiting earlier for Leon County. This is Tallahassee, the state capital, the suburbs.
Florida is, I don't know. we don't need Florida, but it's
60%.
looking
I would
like
say that's not a big deal.
Trump's gonna get
In a
Florida.
state as tight as Florida,
It's
those
looking
local
like
margins,
it.
If you can perform,
Got 129 on
if you
YouTube
struggle in one
merge.
place, you have to overperform somewhere else.
Canada is starting to look real nice.
Again, though, the president's still.
Why is Georgia red? He's leading in Georgia right now. We only have like 11 or something reporting, or 30% reporting. I don't remember.
Here, it was red 4 years
Yeah,
ago.
Trump's back ahead in
It's blue right
Georgia.
now.
But
You come back
again,
up. It was-
wait
I'm
for
looking
it.
at the
Connor, what's up?
This year's total, because that's the way it always is in Florida. It's that close. 10 million votes are about to be cast.
Biden's come back in Florida a little bit.
131,000 separate.
A little bit, a lot of it.
Duval County is still blue for the Democrats, 51-47. That's the suburbs. Donald Trump makes it up in the rural areas. And then we're going to come across here. I just want to see where the margins are. One of the things you get at this point, Florida's returning so quickly, you're starting to figure out what's still out. Where can you find more votes? If you're going to make up 100,000, which is the lead right now, where can you get it? Orange County growing, a lot of votes here, but about 93% of the estimate in. We'll see what the numbers are. We'll see what more votes come in. 383,000 here for Joe Biden right now. 329. So that's 50,000 votes. He's running ahead of Hillary Clinton, 50,000 plus from 4 years ago. The turnout's up everywhere though. So the president's numbers are up too. You're going county by county in the campaign war room. This is.
I am nervous. I just want the numbers to be settled quickly, right? I just want it to like be conclusive, but like.
This was blue. I mean, this was red 4 years ago. Very close. 49.2, 49.5, 49.2, 2,000 votes. 2,000 votes there. 2,000 votes matter in a close state. And again, I want to do this again in reverse order this time. Palm Beach County, almost all county. 56 for Joe Biden. Come back in time. 56 for Hillary Clinton. So you're matching it up. Might not be good enough. Hillary Clinton lost the state. Come back to 2020. You come down here. 66%. Second largest population center. Second largest county in terms of people in Florida. 66. Come back in time.
We got about half of Ohio in, and Biden's doing good.
Count 553, 562. Turnouts up a little bit, but you're essentially matching the percentages there.
Guys, we're gonna be on this live for a long time.
Again, we're not done. We're not done counting in Florida. Joe Biden can make it up somewhere else. A 54% Miami-Dade, 579 to 486,000. If you look at it there, number one, this is your biggest county in Florida. This is where the most votes are, away from more. But Hillary Clinton won this in a landslide. She walked out of here 624 to 333. Hillary Clinton built up a huge lead in Miami-Dade, and she still lost the state. So Joe Biden was looking, they're looking at that in Biden campaign headquarters, wondering what's left. We'll see what else comes in. You can make it up. It's a big population center. A lot of votes can come in. You can change the math, but you're not going to get back to that percentage. 63% there, 54% there. If Joe Biden loses Florida narrowly tonight, this will be why. But we're not done yet. We're not done counting yet. You come back out, although that lead now 163,000. Just in the course of this conversation, President Trump has stretched it out. He stretched it out as it starts to fill in here, and as we get more of the votes here. This is what he does. And again, this is the Trump coalition. These smaller places, not a ton of people live here, but the president's above 80% in these places. He racks it up. 163,000 Wolf, 574 votes, 10 million now. We are past 10 million votes in the state of Florida. Remarkably close, 50.3 to 49 if you round that up.
89% of the estimated vote in Florida, as already reported. We're standing by for the first results from Arkansas just minutes from now, as well as the second biggest round of poll closings right at the top of the hour. That's when a slew of battleground states are on the line: Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas, as well as Michigan and Wisconsin. The next hour could go a long way toward deciding who ultimately wins the White House. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Election night in America.
So basically, we need not really come back in Florida right now, but I mean, again, we don't need Florida. I don't know what's up with like Georgia and stuff at the moment, but yeah. You apologize as a Floridian. Yeah, no, Florida's always so. What is that? Norway's looking not. Yep. Everyone's looking at different countries to go to. I mean, America's pretty trash right now, so. Maryland. There are people still voting in Maryland. Oh my gosh, Pennsylvania, Biden got even further of a lead. It's only 3% reporting, but 82%. Geez. Florida. Trump is there ahead by almost 200,000. Let's see another state update. We got Nevada and stuff. How's everyone doing? If Trump wins, who wants to come? Like, I don't know. We can't let this happen. I mean, most of us can't vote yet, so it's not us that let this happen. Oh, is this the Daily Show, people? There's the Daily Show.
I am.
When did they announce president? They basically will have a projection ready later on in the night at some point. I don't know what that some point is. Maybe like 12, 1. England is looking real good right now. Thank you for sharing this, honey. Yeah, I appreciate y'all for stopping by. Rumors everywhere, everything. That's why Trump's gonna win Florida, because if he does win Florida, because all the old people. Like, I mean, even that Joe Biden does well with old people, but like, it's just, I don't know. Make Georgia blue. We're looking for Georgia and stuff right now. Projection.
We have another projection right now. CNN projects.
Nobody cares about Tennessee.
Tennessee will win Tennessee's 11 electoral votes. A win for Trump in Tennessee. Here's where the race to 270 electoral votes stands right now. Trump is now on top. He has 37 electoral votes. Biden has 30 electoral votes. Remember, once again, 270 needed to win the White House. Let's get a key race alert, see where things stand in several of the critically important battleground states. In Ohio right now, 42% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead of Trump by some 312,000 votes, 55.3% to 43.5% for Trump in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 3% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden has a 143,000 vote lead over Trump, 82.2% to 16.9% in Pennsylvania. In Michigan right now, very, very early, less than 1% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 10,000 votes, 58.9% to 39.7% in Michigan right now. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. He's a busy guy tonight. Got a lot going on. You got to look at all these battleground states and give us a sense of the latest.
It's a lot of fun. Joe Biden leads in the popular vote. If you care about that at home, I know some people out there aren't fans of the Electoral College. We see 12 million. I'm sorry.
Illinois is red right now.
North Carolina's starting to come in. It's shaded blue right now. Again, one of those.
North
states
Carolina's coming back
to win, to recreate his path in 2016.
Oh, half the state's in, and he's winning in North Carolina.
You see 56 if you round up to 43 right now. About half of the vote says 55%. So what are you looking at here?
What are you doing?
You start here. Charlotte.
Yeah, Illinois was red right now, but it's only because there's like no votes recording.
Look at that number. About 84%.
Illinois, how is Illinois red? Guys, whenever they have, these colors are not final. Nowhere near final. Like in Florida, it's getting close to being final, but Illinois is not going to go red. Illinois is not going to go red. Virginia is not going to go red. Huh?
That's what's happening here in Charlotte, the suburbs right now, the biggest part of the state. 63% for Secretary Clinton 4 years ago, 69% if you round that up for Joe Biden. So that's a big building block to keeping North Carolina more competitive. Remember, Obama for 2008, record African-American turnout, back to Mitt Romney in 2012, to President Trump in 2016. You start in Mecklenburg, and then you come up here to Wake County. This is Raleigh, again, one of the fastest growing areas of the state. It's changing. It's diverse. There are new voters here. They tend to be college educated.
Biden's going to take Raleigh by a landslide.
Diversity, not Donald Trump's vote.
No, Logic, come here.
Not Donald Trump's vote.
Come here.
65.
Come here.
6%.
I said, come here.
If you
No
round it
couch
up to
for you.
33%.
Go.
Again, it's the second largest
Around.
county in the
Hey.
state. It's about 10%
What are you doing?
of the state's voting population. 58%.
My dog has greeted me. No, come here.
66%
Come here.
for Joe Biden. So
Come here.
overperforming here, you just move over. This is the research.
He's a
triangle.
weirdo.
Again, college-educated voters, suburbs turned away from President Trump during his presidency. 82% right now in Durham County here. Look at that. That's
My
a big
dog
number.
is being
82%.
weird.
You go back in time, 79%. So you think that's only a little bit on the margins in a close state. That's what matters. Because again, this is another one of these states, and we see this all across America. We're watching it play out in Florida. We're going to watch it play out in Georgia. We'll see it in Central Ohio. The president runs it up in the small towns, 67% here. He had a rally here just the other day. This will be interesting to watch. There are Trump super counties, if you will, around the country. The president went to certain places to do his rallies because he knew he was losing in the early voting. And they were all designed to turn people out. So you want to watch this here. 67% Trump Clinton, right? Catawba County. Let's come back here to go see where we are. It's about the same. right? Is that enough? 45,000 votes now and some change. 48,000 4 years ago. That could be a key test. We'll watch this play out. That's 75%. Let's watch. The president had a deliberate travel plan. He went to certain places where they knew that their voters are, where they thought they could turn at least match 2016, hopefully exceed 2016. So let's watch this when we get closer to the final. He was there for just a rally the other night. You pull it back out.
Trump is up in Georgia right now.
You got to run it up in the cities.
Again, none of this is final, but yeah. Pet reveal. I can't reveal my dog. She's like 60 pounds.
56%.
I'm not picking that up.
Those are the building blocks. Go to the places where your candidate did well 4 years ago.
Oh, yeah, 75
build,
pounds.
especially in places where the population is changing, like it is in North Carolina. Let's pull back out again and just take a look. Just want to
I have to pick her up. I can't do that.
Wilmington. It's not as big. It's the nine of 100 counties in terms of the population, but you're down along the coast here. This is where you find Republicans in the suburbs, right? 52% to 47% is where we have it right now. Donald Trump carried this county with 50%. Again, 3 or 4 point swing. You think that's not a huge deal? It is when you're 55,000 votes.
Right, there we have
4 years ago. 52,000 votes now in a very close state. 2,000 or 3,000 votes could matter. The Democrat getting 58 plus for Joe Biden there compared to 50. So 8,000 votes. 8,000 votes can make a difference in a close state when you're racking them up. Now turnout is up everywhere. So everything you're not making a direct comparison. We have to be careful about that. Let's come in here to Fayetteville. Both campaigns spent a lot of time here. The president had a rally here as well. Senator Harris was here. 60% for Joe Biden, 38%.
All right.
Let's go back in time.
Maryland's already done.
Joe Biden overperformed.
Texas hasn't gone anything yet. They only have like 1% of votes.
As we come into the there you go. Let's see where he's overperforming.
Delay in North Carolina, 22 states left.
Thank you. Let me come back out here. Back up, and we hit where is he overperforming, right? And so he's overperforming. If you see these counties where he's overperforming,
The revolution will start. We don't see the dog. No.
For anybody, but for Democrat in North
I'm not showing you the dog. The dog's
and
fine.
they're Wade County, and you see here he's overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points here. The biggest, most populous county in the state. That's the building block of a smart campaign. And you come over here to Wade County, second largest county in the state. Again, changing population. You know what happened in the suburbs during the 4 years of Donald Trump. This is where you go. You turn out your African-American base. You try to get young people on those college campuses. Here in the Research Triangle, a lot of new voters with college degrees, professionals in the suburbs. That's what you try to do. And you see Joe Biden, and you come out here. This is significant as well. These are counties President Trump is going to win. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. What's that mean? Shrinking the president's margins in these smaller places where the president tends to run it up. You shrink the president's margins there. You expand your margin in a place like this. Let's check in on Winston-Salem as well. I don't want it to feel forgotten. Important to the Democrats here. Again, 59%, just shy of 100,000 votes for Joe Biden. That's 5,000 votes. 5,000 votes matters in a close state when you're coming through. So you come back to 2020 here. We're not done in North Carolina. I'm not saying by any means we're done. We're going to keep counting votes, but let's turn this off and look at the entire state. 54 to 48. That's a nice lead for the former vice president right there. 60% in. You know, in a lot of these places here, the president's going to get his votes. But if you're the Democrats and you look at the early North Carolina map, you are encouraged, especially when you compare in the suburbs and in the cities. Did you turn out the Democratic base? Did you make inroads in the suburbs? That's what that looks like so far. We got a ways to go. And I say when we have a ways to go, we're looking at a South Carolina right now that is blue, which reminds us, go slow, be cautious. Don't think anything we see now is absolutely definitive about where we're going to end the night. However, this just that it's closer. It's only 9% of the vote. Just that some of these red states are going to be closer does tell you something. There's a competitive Senate race there. We'll see how it plays out when we get more votes. Let's keep going down. Ohio is still blue. I was going to go south to Florida, but Ohio is still blue. I just want to check on it. About 40%. That's where we were last.
The lead hasn't changed in Ohio, so we're good
Not as
there.
many, though. Rural counties to fill in here. And we'll just pull out to the map. And we
People are calling Florida already. Yeah.
Florida still close, but the president holding that.
Have the mail-in ballots been counted for Florida? I don't know.
Ways to go. Long way to go in the vote count in Florida. In Georgia. Not as much to go in Florida. If you're the president, you're looking at 189,000 in Florida, and you're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable.
206,000 right now. 90% of the vote in Florida is in. Let's check in with Jake, Dana, and Abby.
All right, well, thanks so much. So there's a lot of blue on the map right now, but of course, it's still very, very early. What are you looking for?
Look, I mean, you're exactly right. The fact that Georgia in particular seems to be so competitive when 4 years ago, if anybody would have told us, watch.
It's the most intense election. Yeah, because there's a lot at stake right now.
And it's seems to be really giving Donald Trump
Michigan go blue,
a lot of his
yeah.
money. And it is, as we talked about,
What is the best win for Biden?
similar in a
The
lot
best
of
win
other
for Biden
the changing
is, I believe, what, like 422 electoral votes? Best win for Biden is if he carries Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Arizona, the whole Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and yeah, unless I forgot another swing state. If he carries all the swing states, that's the best win, and that's a landslide. Right now, I'm calling that I don't think we're gonna take Florida anymore. But again, we don't need Florida, so don't get worried. We can let him have Florida as long as we take Pennsylvania. Yikes. So yeah, if we take Pennsylvania, or because Ohio's looking good right now, if we take Ohio, it's gonna be E. But yeah, don't worry. Just don't worry. We'll be fine.
to be changing, at least in the exit polls that we're seeing so far.
Well, there are, in some of these states, it's a smaller percentage of voters that are white.
Yep.
And Donald Trump is not doing as well with them, even if he is winning them. It's those different kinds of margins that will determine this election ultimately. And of course, there's also different kinds of Latino voters, for example. There's Latino voters who are largely Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida. And then there's Latino voters who are largely Mexican American in Arizona. And it's a very diverse group politically, in addition to where their ancestors are from. The other thing that's very interesting is how Biden is, even though he's doing worse with some of these groups, like Latino voters, he's doing better with suburban voters.
Mhm.
We're seeing that across the board.
And I think this is where we need to put on our 2020 hats and allow 2020 to be what it is,
right.
which is that
That's
Biden put together a coalition that is different than what we've seen.
How's
with other
Pennsylvania
Democrats,
looking right now?
particularly
Good,
Barack Obama,
very.
Who was the last Democrat to win the White House? The Obama
Good thing
coalition
Cali is blue, yeah.
fairly
If Trump
specific
wins
about
Georgia,
young
I'm
voters,
disappointed.
a
I'll
lot
be
of Black
disappointed
voters,
too.
a lot of Hispanic voters. Joe Biden might need to do something different tonight. He might need
Talking
to
about
come
God
together
2020.
more older voters, more suburban.
Who's
women,
winning?
more
Technically, Trump is winning right now.
men, in order to win in some of the places he needs to win, like a Pennsylvania, in order to get to
Which is exactly what the Biden campaign was telling me, and I'm sure both of you as well, coming into this, which is why they have felt better in the northern states, in the northern Midwestern states, because his coalition isn't the same as the guy who was the president when he was the vice president for 8 years. It's just different.
No, he's middle class Joe. That's what he calls himself.
Scrappy kid,
but they've got to perform. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road. And I think when we talk about what's going on in Florida, this is where Democrats were not able to turn out their voters. They have to turn them out elsewhere on the map.
Of course, we're all still waiting for those big 3 Midwestern states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much. We have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of West Virginia.
Nobody cares about West Virginia.
West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call. In the state of Arkansas, which has 6 electoral votes, so too early to call there. Let's take a look at the race for 270. Let's take a look at where it stands right now. Trump right now has 40.
Knowing Trump, he's gonna go on right now, 42 to 30, and be like, "Thanks for reelecting."
Needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are some of the latest numbers. North Carolina right now. Take a look at this. 62% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. That's a lot.
Let's go.
Is losing to Biden right now by some 329,000 votes. Biden is ahead 53.9% to 44.9% in North Carolina. In the key battle of Ohio, 44% of
Keeping
the
that lead
estimated
up.
vote is in. Biden
It was supposed to be a coin flip in Ohio. If he decimates in Ohio,
54.5% to Trump's 44.3%, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, only 6% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden is ahead by about almost 79,000 votes, 58.7% to 40.7%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, almost half of the vote is in, 45%. Biden is ahead in Texas right now by 250,000 votes, 51.7% for Biden in Texas. Trump has 46.6% 37.9%. A huge number of electoral votes at stake in Texas. 38 electoral votes in Texas. In New Hampshire right now, 10% of the votes.
We got a decent lead right now. That's all I'm gonna say. Hold it, please.
For Trump, 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire right now. Too early to call. In several of these states, we're monitoring right now. Once again, Florida, Michigan.
I thought that said Virginia. I was about to be like, what?
Any projections in those states right now? Too early to call right now. But let's take a look at the vote in those states right now. In Florida right now, 90% of the vote is in Florida. Trump is ahead. 226,000 votes, 50.5% to Biden's 48.4% in Florida. In Michigan right now, only 4% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 39,000 votes, 57.5% to 40.6%. In Georgia, the numbers are increasing. 22% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by an impressive 154,000 votes right now, 56%.
We gotta close that gap.
42.8%. In Virginia right now, 30% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead, also impressive.
What is going on in Virginia right now?
Over Biden, 58.3% to 39.6%.
You got soccer practice this late? Jesus.
Really curious to see what we're seeing in the Commonwealth.
That's what decades of voter suppression looks like.
Facts.
Facts.
At this moment in time, and remember, this was going to be that night because of the combination: mail-in voting, early in-person voting, election day voting.
Apparently, Mississippi is blue right now.
Different than we expected. Now we'll see where it ends up. That's what makes tonight.
Illinois just turned blue.
But you're looking at a map right now that has Kansas in blue, Virginia in red. Where I started my career, Rhode Island in red. I don't expect it to end that way.
Yeah.
Michigan.
None of these colors are finalized. Do not get your hopes up or too down. All of these states are not going to be finalized. Illinois will not be red. Michigan will not be red. Rhode Island will not be red. Virginia will not be red. South Carolina won't be blue. Mississippi won't be blue. Kansas won't be blue. Just calm down.
Number two, it's just without a doubt, though. Even as I say that,
gerrymandering should be illegal. It should be.
We are seeing in a place like Ohio.
Electoral college is the most undemocratic. The electoral college is so undemocratic, it's ridiculous.
Joe Biden is more competitive in this race and across the industrial Midwest with blue-collar Americans who voted for Trump. We know Joe Biden is more competitive. And we know that because just look at that. That's a 10-point lead in Ohio. Only 40% of the vote. It's a long way to go. Ohio is a traditionally Republican state. It's the more Republican if you're going through Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is more Republican than those states, so we'll see how it ends up. But the fact that Joe Biden...
It looks like we're going to carry North Carolina, maybe, unless Trump pulls off a miracle.
At least so far. We're not at the finish line. But so far, the building blocks of a Democratic win in a state that's fiercely competitive, Republican-leaning even, is Ohio. So you've got to run it up in the cities. This is the biggest one of all. Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, 75% of the vote right there. You go back 4 years ago, again, 66%, overperforming Hillary Clinton. Lake County in 2016 went for Donald Trump. This is the suburbs to the northeast of Cleveland. Right now, 61%.
Proud North Carolina, yeah.
Suburbs going for Joe Biden. Remember what happened in 2018. In 2016, Donald Trump narrowly was the suburbs. He's president. 2018.
What channel are you watching this on? CNN.
We'll see the speaker.
Who's winning? Trump right now.
Does that accelerate? Does it stay the same? Lake County right now.
Anything on Orlando yet? Biden won Orlando.
The suburban revolt and rejection of President Trump continues. Is it enough in Ohio?
But it looks like Biden won't win
west of Cleveland. Joe Biden,
Florida, though.
7% when you round up. You go back in time, almost 10 points, running almost 10 points ahead of Hillary Clinton. Again, look at the vote totals. Turnout's up everywhere. So this makes the math a little different this year. 66,000, just short of 67,000 there. Joe Biden running behind that right now, but we still have 60% of the vote. We're going to watch as it plays out. Again, you come back out to Battleground, Ohio. Why are we spending so much time on it? Joe Biden flips this state blue. Donald Trump has no path to re-election. If Joe Biden flips this state blue, Donald Trump has.
Do you hear that? If we win Ohio, it's over.
We're going to spend some time on this. And we're watching it right now.
If we win, because there are multiple states that if we win one, all we need to do is win one safe one and we're good. If we win Ohio, it's over. If we win Pennsylvania, it's over. If we win Florida, which we won't, it would be over. Texas, over. We are good right now. It's not time to start worrying until like a lot of the percentages are in and he starts winning like a bunch of swing states. If that's the case, then we go into panic. But right now, if we win Ohio, it's wraps. It's wraps.
If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, Donald Trump's path to re-election is almost blocked. You can come up with some other scenarios, but it's really hard. And so you're looking at this one right now.
North Carolina too.
2/3 of the vote in Wolf, 53 to 46 when you round up. 275,000 vote lead. That gets hard to overcome at some point.
66% of the vote in North Carolina is in him. Biden has a 275,000 vote lead. I want to check in with David Chalian right now. So we have a sense, David, how much of this vote is early vote? How much of it is today?
We do have that sense. As John was just showing you, what you see here now is a Joe Biden lead. He's got 2 million votes to Donald Trump's 1.7 million. This is 66% of the estimated vote that is in North Carolina right now. But Wolf, I want to show you what percentage of that is early vote. 97% of the current vote that you're looking at in North Carolina is early vote. That's benefiting Joe Biden. In fact, in the big Democratic counties, in Charlotte, in Wake County, and in Raleigh area, it's almost all early vote, those big Democratic counties. And we expect the share of the early vote to go down to 75% of the total vote at the end of the night. That could benefit Donald Trump as more election day vote comes in. So it's just a note of caution that right now, the vast majority of the vote that's in North Carolina is early vote, and that is benefiting Joe Biden at the moment. So there's still more election day vote to be counted.
What about Ohio? Do we know Ohio?
Well, in Ohio, I think what we see here is that Joe Biden's also benefiting from early vote there, but there's more early vote to come in here. So, take a look here. We have 49% of the total estimated vote in. 29% of it right now is early vote. We think that's going to climb. Okay, the 53% is our estimate.
If that climbs,
that will be early vote. So it's an opportunity. Actually, Joe Biden has the lead.
Anyone knows who's winning? Trump's winning right now, according to CNN. But there are other news stations that are probably ahead.
You and I well know no Republican has ever, you pointed this out, has ever won the White House without carrying Ohio.
Right. It was so critical. Obama took it back from George W. Bush. Remember the 2004 election? People forget how close 2004 was. 2004 came down to one state, Ohio. That was the first election after 9/11. It was a very close state. But let's come up now to 2020. We can do history another day because we have history unfolding before us right now. And in 2020 right now, this is a very important point that David just made. And this is why we said throughout the night, we need you to be patient at home. This is all real. These are real votes. However, the context is we're waiting, right? So a lot of this is early vote. We know Democrats voted disproportionately in some states more than others. North Carolina is one of the states where we know Democrats disproportionately voted early. Democrats returned their ballots early in the mail-in voting. So now we watch to see the election day vote. And again, that's why the president was traveling the country in the last week in places like North Carolina, trying to get his people to show up today because he knew coming into today he was behind. This tells us that was in fact correct. And so you're looking here in Mecklenburg County, which is the largest county in the state, and you bring it up.
Oh my
The
God!
challenge is, we think this is about 84% of the vote. Joe Biden will win Mecklenburg County. Hillary Clinton won Mecklenburg County. It's Charlotte and the suburbs around it. The question is, can Donald Trump close that gap? Close that gap. It's all about margins when you're in a close race, right? In the places you see on this map that are blue right now, Joe Biden's leads are enormous. That's Charlotte. This is Winston-Salem. Again, 59 to 40, right? So almost a 20-point lead there. Let's just go back and take a look. 59 to 40. You come back here, 53 to 43. So a 10-point race. 10 points and change here. 4 years ago, Donald Trump carries the state.
Come on, guys. All we need to do is pull off Ohio or North Carolina, and it's done out here.
We have to wait for those votes to come in before we can tell you. Joe Biden is doing what he needs to do impressively, actually, when you look at these places, but we're not at the finish line yet. So you come up here to Durham County. Again, 83% in. Let's see when that election day vote comes in. Does President Trump narrow this gap?
Kansas blue or red. Last time I saw Kansas was blue, but it's not going to stay that way.
You go back in time. It was out 4 years ago, 80 to 18, right? But again, in a race on the margins, can he get it just a little bit closer? A little bit closer. Even in a place you're not going to win, you got to get it a little bit closer. And then it's pulled back out again. Number two, this is it. The Democrats spent a lot of time here.
What does it say on Google? Someone said on Google there's an updated version. What does it say?
That is growing again. You start in the city, you move out to the suburbs, 65, 33, 58, 38, if you round up for the president. Again, this is why it matters. But again, we have to see if it sticks. Right? We have to see if it sticks. The Democrats got around the track with the early voting. Now we'll wait for the rest of the election day vote to come in. And one of the things you count, if you see the open spots, the gray spots, right? These are the smaller, more rural counties. Let's just go back in time. We don't have anything there. This is where Hillary Clinton actually won Chatham County. So that's an opportunity there for the Democrats. If it comes in, we have nothing there so far in a place. Let's come back to 2020 here again. You come over here, you start getting between Asheville and Winston-Salem, right? This is an interesting area. The president tends to run it up in places like this. We don't have anything yet. You come back in time. This was a 68% county 4 years ago. So this is what you want to watch. When the rest of it comes in, these are smaller counties, so it's hard to overcome.
Okay, never mind. Okay.
250,000 votes.
I thought he had the lead back in Virginia. I was like, okay, good.
Gets into the danger zone, but there's room. There's room on this map for the president.
It's 85-61 on Google with Biden up.
Bring this up, Cumberland County again. President did a rally here just the other night.
Bet. I wonder in which states we're gonna look.
Got to get up a little bit more. Again, you say, oh, that's not that much. It can matter in a very close race to narrow those margins. So let's wait to see if the president can get his vote total up, narrow the margins a little bit as we go through it. And again, you're spending extra time on these states because Joe Biden does not need this. Joe Biden can win the presidency without North Carolina. If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, the president's math gets near impossible. And let's pull back out because another place, if president lost this, it would be near impossible, but they're feeling pretty good. We're not ready yet. Florida's hard. We wait. We count every last vote. They're feeling pretty good at Trump headquarters about that one. Let me just check up here on Georgia. Still very early here to see where Georgia goes again. You want to build a lead. You always want to build a lead, but we're nowhere near done here.
I'm going to show two maps. The map where we see some of these blue states right now, that could easily change. But show us the Electoral College map, where things stand right now as far as the projections we've already done.
Right. Okay. So just looking at this map, before I walk over to this map here, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, blue.
Right.
That would be something. If in a few hours or we're a few more espressos in, that would be something. But again, please bear with us and bear with these elected officials because they're all doing their job. Whether they're Democrats or Republicans, large counties, small counties, these are amazing people. And so they're counting, they have mail-in votes, they have in-person early voting, they have election day turnout. Turnout is up everywhere. So these volunteers, they're always stressed. And guess what? This year, voting was a good thing. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, the work is hard.
Texas is not blue yet.
Democrats tended to vote early. We'll watch what happens. Maybe we'll have some surprises. Fine.
Virginia's not ready yet. Like, no.
Preliminary. I just want to come over here right now to just look at
all of these numbers are, all these colors are not finalized. So do not get upset about anything.
We're waiting for more election day votes in North Carolina. This is what we know. What we know so far, on the way to 270, Donald Trump has 42, Joe Biden has 30, which tells us what? We have a long way to go. Nothing on this map so far. There are surprises over here, right? We don't know if they're going to hold. As I said, some of these states are reporting early. So you have red states that are blue states. This is not a surprise so far. This map is filling in as we expected. The challenge for Joe Biden is to flip, right? This is the president's map 4 years ago. Joe Biden would love to flip this, and this. If he flips two of those three and holds the Clinton states, he's the next president of the United States, and he's competitive. Joe Biden is in a whole lot of other places, including Arizona, maybe in Texas. We're going to watch. So I just come back over here. And again, this map looks, if you're a Democrat, you're celebrating this map because you're leading in Texas, you're leading in Kansas, you're leading in Missouri, you're leading in Ohio. Those words have not been spoken in a very long time on a presidential election night. Let's just be patient at home. They're unlikely. So
if he actually won like Missouri, Alabama,
You come down to Texas. This one's more real. This one is more real. We're up to about 60%.
Boy!
We have a ways to go. We know Texas is going to be more competitive this year. Can Joe Biden win it? Stay with us. We'll get through this. But so as you look at this map fill in, you have Joe Biden ahead by
looking good, but feeling
in
epitomized. I called it for Biden. Just so you know, those of you guys who weren't here at the beginning of me going live, I called that Biden would win Texas.
Most of them are small counties.
I don't know if it's going to happen. I called it. I just know.
Democrats is where you see the dots, where you see major urban areas. Democrats have to run it up in the cities, the suburbs around them. A lot of growing suburbs in Texas. You look at Dallas again. Democrats flipped a House seat here 2 years ago. They hope to build. They think they can even pick up more House seats here down in the Austin area as well. 66% for Joe Biden right now.
They haven't looked at Illinois yet. I guess because Illinois isn't interesting.
That's where people live. That's what you want to do. Expand what the last Democrat did and grow. So that's it. So far, a building block there. Let's come back to 2020. Move down. Largest county in the state is right here.
You was there. I was just there.
It would be the 25th largest state if it were a state by itself.
Oh, wow.
Houston and the sprawling suburbs.
Houston would be the 25th largest state if it was just a state.
A lot of voting here. We know
Texas is massive for no reason. Good job, Houston. The Astros are still buns.
Texas You go back
Screw the Astros, but we love Houston.
7,000 votes, 54%. So turnout is up. Joe Biden's percentage is up. Again, you're nowhere near the finish line in Texas, but those are the building blocks to be competitive and to maybe win. Democrats think there's a House seat down here. They could flip as well. So then you come down here, you come to the other major urban areas, San Antonio. The Latino vote matters here. You're in the city. Then you go to the suburbs, 59% for Joe Biden. This time you go back in time, 54%, 55 if you round it up for Secretary Clinton. For me, the vote totals matter because turnout is up, 319,000 then come up to now. Joe Biden already approaching 400,000 votes. Turnout is up everywhere, which is a great thing. No matter who wins tonight, turnout is up, which is a great thing. And we hope that continues. You come down here. This is where Beto O'Rourke and others in Texas told the Democrats, you want to win the state? Yes, you have to be competitive in Dallas and Houston. Please come down here, try to turn out votes here. And let's see, Joe Biden here is the 19th largest county, Webb County, 59%. Go back in time, 74%. So let's see, this could be a place where you're looking at the end of the night. Is this a place where Joe Biden underperforms Hillary Clinton? We'll watch that as we go through it. In Texas, again, a lot of votes to count. Wolf, we're looking at Austin as well. Williamson County above it. And Travis County here. Joe Biden running up where a Democrat needs to. But a long way to go.
Travis Scott County.
Remember, it's not just about the presidency. There's a Senate race there. There are a couple of House races there. Democrats think they have a chance to
Biden has won Virginia.
Texas State House.
Bet.
We'll see.
Or I say, merch, we got a flood of Trump supporters saying make Texas red. Hell no.
With poll closing just minutes from now at 9 Eastern, when the last polls in 14 states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming all closed. 156 electoral votes are at stake in this coming hour. Remember, 270 are needed to win the presidency. We're watching key races in multiple battlegrounds in the next hour: Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas, along with two of the most coveted prizes tonight, Michigan and Wisconsin battlegrounds that may hold the keys to the White House. Those states sealed President Trump's victory in 2016, and Joe Biden is hoping to win them back for the Democrats. Let's get a key race alert.
All righty.
5 states where Biden is leading right now. Let's start in North Carolina. 70% of the estimated votes.
Yeah, we're going to take North Carolina.
Vote lead right now over Trump, 2.1% to 46.8%.
That's almost done out here.
70% of the estimated vote in North Carolina.
We're going to take North Carolina.
Ohio, half of the vote is now in. Biden has an impressive 341,000 vote lead over Trump, 54.9%.
That's half the vote in.
3.9%. 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 10% of the vote is in, but Biden has a 210,000 vote lead, 213,000 vote lead over Trump, 65% to 34.3%, 20 electoral votes. In Pennsylvania, Texas, a huge prize, 38 electoral votes, 62% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead of 189.
Hold on, Biden!
50.6%.
Hold on!
38%. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is now
Okay,
in.
that's expected.
Biden has a 7,600 vote lead over Trump, 53% to 46%. Trump is leading in these 4 states. Let's show you these states. He's leading right now in Florida. 91% of the estimated vote in Florida is in. Trump has an impressive 260,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida, 50.7%.
He's gonna take Florida, and we don't need it.
3%. In Michigan right now, only 9% of the estimated
If
vote is in.
we
Trump
get
has a 107,000
North Carolina, which we
lead
will,
over Biden, 59.7%.
it's almost done out here.
38.2%.
If we get North Carolina and Ohio, it's done out here. If we get North Carolina, Ohio, and Texas, the Republican Party is done out here. The Republican Warrior, the Republican Party is done out here.
Virginia right now, and Trump has a 285,000 vote lead.
Okay, let's get to the African American vote in Virginia real quick, because there ain't no way Trump is winning Virginia.
Let's focus in a little bit on North Carolina and Ohio right now, John, because
Y'all.
Biden wins those 2 states.
Oh my God, the first comment I see, y'all look alike. Leave.
Those would be the
Leave.
Those are 2 states absolutely critical.
Merch, we have 80 likes on a live stream that I'm still live
You take away
on.
Ohio, you take away North Carolina. Joe Biden holds the Clinton states. He's the next president of the United States without even taking back all the blue wall. So let's focus on it. Ohio, let's just focus on this just for a second and look at this right now. Ohio is blue. Right? That's a big deal. North Carolina is blue. There are some other anomalies on the map. And again, I know I'm a broken record. Just want to keep everybody at home, especially for those tuning in later in the night. mail-in voting, early in-person voting, election day voting, the combination of those things, the count's going to come in different ways tonight, and things are going to be different. And things are going to be different. The map's going to bounce around a little bit. This is real. These are votes. We're counting them. They're important. They could.
Boys, what if we win Pennsylvania? If we win Pennsylvania, it's over by itself.
We haven't even begun.
If we win Pennsylvania, it's done. There are so many states. Joe Biden doesn't need to win a conglomerate of states. He doesn't need to win a bunch. If he just keeps the ones that Hillary won, which he will do that, the same Democrat states, and then wins like 1 or 2 swing states, it's over. And he's gonna win North Carolina, as we've seen. It's about 75% reporting, and he's still up by a good like 10 to 12 points. He's gonna win North Carolina, so it's basically almost done. He's still somehow winning in Ohio. I thought it was gonna be a coin flip, and somehow it's still winning, unless the last half of the vote. Man, it's just to swing it some way.
That's one way to look at it. You go through the building.
We're looking good. That's all I'm saying. We're looking very good.
Why Joe
Fuck
Biden
you,
got
Florida. You let us down.
we say consistently, Joe Biden is
Florida did let us down, yo.
Criticism of anybody, it's meant as a performance metric. Look at this. This is Joe Biden outperforming Clinton. Or look at all of these counties.
He's
And
outperforming
yes,
Clinton by
those
5 or
Democrats,
more in
the
all those
Democrats who
counties.
vote, that's important. You're getting more of your people. You're outperforming in the places, Democratic bases, in the cities, in the suburbs. That's critical. But you know what's just as critical? Look at all the red. In all these
Florida's embarrassing because the more older you get, the more conservative you are. So all the old ass conservatives move to Florida.
Ran it up in Michigan. Ran it up in Florida. Ran it
Did
up in
Biden win? Not yet.
That's why he's president.
It's very impressive where Biden is overperforming. Where's Trump overperforming?
So you come out. That's where you want to come out, right? So take that off. Is the president overperforming himself? Look at this in Ohio. One county.
Wow.
One county.
He's only overperforming in this county. Trump is.
Where is he underperforming?
Trump's only overperforming in one county, and he's underperforming in all of those.
Democratic areas and in Trump counties, the president is underperforming by 5 points or more. Importantly, number one,
Biden's up 4% in
that's
Texas.
where he tends to run it up. He gets 70%. He gets 65%. He gets.
We're gonna see. We're gonna
82%.
see. We're gonna keep an eye on Texas.
A couple thousand votes here. That's how you win a state. He won this one convincingly. But remember, Donald Trump, I am your voice, right? Trade deals, trade. Sanders voters come to me. They live here. They live
They
here,
can just take
right?
one look at
61 to
Trump's
37
website.
right
They
now.
will
We come
honestly-
back
they'll
4 years
honestly know
ago,
that he has
49 to
no plan.
47.
Oh, they
This
don't
is
care
the
that he
story
doesn't have a
we're fighting
plan.
right now. We'll get there.
They don't care that he doesn't have a
We
plan.
don't know.
We're going
But Joe
to
Biden is
end
overperforming
this
Hillary Clinton.
virus. We're
Donald
rounding
Trump
the
is
curve.
underperforming himself, if you will, which is why this
Rounding
state is
the
competitive.
curve,
Right now. Just turn this off.
We were supposed to be out of this virus in April.
Any place in Ohio?
Let's bring
We're
it
not.
Take a look. You ask a question, I'll try to get you an answer.
According to him.
Is Biden
It'll go away when you
underperforming?
other
The answer to that is no. At the moment, the answer to that is no. And again, that was right. Remember back, Joe Biden said this today when he was talking to reporters. At the beginning of the primaries, everybody said, "You're not the guy. You're not the fit. You're not what we want. You're not in touch with the movement of the Democratic Party, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party." Joe Biden's message was, "I can win these guys." Joe Biden's message was,
He only got in touch with the
here and here.
progressive side of the
So we know.
Democratic Party because we forced him to.
If a Democrat is doing better,
Bernie forced him to. We forced him to. He wouldn't be running on. He didn't like $15 an hour minimum wage before.
Votes right now in Ohio. Let's do the same thing in North Carolina.
Let's come over. North Carolina blue at the moment. We're not at the finish line. Democrats would see this and celebrate. Republicans would see this and get nervous. We're not done yet. We're still in the middle chapters here, but we're up to about 70% of the estimated vote. Those
He
numbers
said
are
if
similar
Biden
to the
becomes
combination of
president,
voting.
we should remove
Early
Florida
votes
as a
came
state.
first. We're waiting to see. We knew a lot of this early. Joe Biden's early lead was because of the early
Get-
vote. Right? The
They
question
get
is,
rid of Florida and give the
President was
electoral
rallying there
votes
all
to
week
Puerto
long.
Rico.
Vice President was there as well. Can you turn out today on election day, the Trump army, to overcome the early voting? Well, 51, rounded up, it's 52 to 47. Just to go back for comparison, again, 50 to 47, 3-point race for the president 4 years ago. Right now, Joe Biden. And so Joe Biden, let's do
Okay, it kind of narrowed up in North Carolina.
Where is
We're
the
still up.
president overperforming Hillary Clinton? Well, a lot of places, and a lot of places that matter. Again, Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton by a lot of places, including the places you need votes the most. Most populous county in the state, Mecklenburg. Biden outperforming Clinton by 5% or more. 68.4, 63. This was a good county. This was a good county for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. She did it. That's a very good job, right? You're looking at that, but Joe Biden is doing it even more so. You know, in this case,
Florida
some of
betrayed
that's
us.
Joe Biden.
Florida's
Some of
imposter.
that we can fully flip it.
Florida
With
looking
the
sus,
president,
voted
some of that's
out.
Donald Trump because of the suburbs around, without a doubt. So you come up here to Wake County, number 2 county in the state. This is about math in the end, right? Number 1 county, run up the vote. Number 2 county by population, run up the vote.
Petition to
That's
remove
what Joe
Florida as a
Biden's doing,
state. Put a
65
check
to
mark.
33. 58 to 37. That's where it matters. Get the votes where the people are and try to run it up. So this is where you pull it out this way. This is where Biden is overperforming, right? Is Biden underperforming anywhere? Let's check on that one first. Again, one county, one Republican county. That's a pretty good record. And so now we've got to flip it this way. Where's the president underperforming? Several counties so far, not a ton, not a lot. This is a very competitive state. So if you're the Trump campaign, that's not horrible. You don't want to underperform anywhere. Let's see if the president is overperforming anywhere, which is the key. Can you do better than you did in a couple of these smaller counties down here? That's what makes it a battleground state. But the key here was the first metric we showed you. The key metric, if you're the Democrats, you lived the last campaign. Those are a lot of important places. And it's, again, when you see Winston-Salem, Charlotte, Raleigh, those are where the Democratic votes are.
CNN's polls are behind. Yeah, I know.
The farther out in the suburbs you can go, that's what Democrats are trying to do. And so if you're Joe Biden, especially again down here along the coast, you're looking for places that flip. New Hanover County, you're along the coast. Wilmington, 52.
Are you not embarrassed by what?
4 years ago was the other way, 50 to 46. You're flipping counties because you're overperforming. These are suburban voters. This again, the Republican revolt. Women will watch the women votes number, the gender gap at the end of the night. But if you're coming in here now, let me just turn this off as we go and look. Here's where we are.
We got a projection.
193,000 votes. That's a little closer. That's a little closer. The election day vote is starting to come in. The lead is shrinking a little bit. And again, as the election day vote comes in, you're watching places like this. Tiny counties, right? There's 100 counties in North Carolina. This is number 21. This is where the president does it. 70%, things like that. You come back in time. 72%, right? So this is where he does it here in North Carolina. We're going to watch this play out. I just want to pull out the map just to see if anything else has changed.
That is a whole lot of red.
Texas is still blue. Let's just take a peek.
Okay, that was last. Okay, that was last time.
But again, see the smaller here.
Oh, we're closing. The gap is narrowing now.
But if you're Joe Biden, you're looking at that. You're encouraged. We got a long way to go, though. Long way to go. Let's just move around. Oklahoma is as it should be. We see that one.
I feel like I'm calling it for Biden, but I feel like Trump's going to pull out a narrow win in Texas like he did in Florida.
It's a comfortable lead for the president right now, but we got a long way to go here. Let's just come back to Ohio, the state that could decide it all. Again, the president needs this one. Absolutely needs this one, without a doubt. We're at 52%, 54 to 45, battleground Ohio. Map starting to fill in. There's still a long way to go, Wolf.
Certainly is. Voting, John, is about to end in 4 states. That's the second biggest wave of results tonight. 156 electoral votes are up for grabs. We're watching 6 key battleground states, from Arizona in the west to Michigan and Wisconsin in the Midwest.
Here we go.
We have a projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state
in New York.
electoral votes by
Expected.
Trump in New York State. We cannot make projections at this hour in these states: Arizona,
Autumn states,
Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming.
Then why do you exist?
Take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. With Biden winning New York State, Biden is now ahead. He has 59 electoral votes to Trump's 42 electoral votes. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand. First of all, let's go to North Carolina right now, 15 electoral votes. 74% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is still ahead by about 170,000 votes, 51.4% to 47.5% in North Carolina. Let's go to Ohio right now. More than half of the vote is now in. Biden is ahead there. An impressive 281,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1% in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 14% of the vote is in, but Biden has what looks like a comfortable lead right now, 353,000 vote lead over Trump, 66.8% to 32.4% in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, look at the 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden still maintains a lead. It's close in Texas.
It's going to be close in Texas.
34,000 votes, 49.8% to 48.7% in Texas. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an 8,600 vote lead over Trump, 53.2% to 45.7%. Trump, on the other hand, is leading in these 4 states. In Florida, 92% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable 271,000 vote lead over Biden. In Florida, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Michigan, only 15% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. It's early there. 183,000 vote lead.
This isn't like the election. The actual final count will happen in the next few days. So.
almost a third of the vote is in Georgia. Trump has a relatively comfortable lead, 248,000 votes.
Come on, Georgia!
57.2% to 41.8%. In Virginia, more than a third of the vote is in. Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 57.
Oh, if Trump wins Virginia,
2%. Let's go back to John.
That's-
Looking at the-
it's not gonna happen. No, it's not
There's
gonna happen.
A
But
lot of stuff going on. You see a lot of red, but you see a lot of blue as well.
It's an interesting map right now. So I'm going to go through some of the big ones that we're going to watch as we play out right now. And we'll start in Ohio, but then I just want to explain some of these other states that look a little different right now, and we'll see. We could have a different election night. We'll see. This is the big one for me, Ohio, and more of this is starting to fill in, right? But I just wanted to show you 2016. You see all this red in here. That's what you're looking for. Those are the small counties where the president runs it up. But as they fill in, Joe Biden is holding on to that lead. But we still have a way to go. About 53% here. But again, this is impressive, and it's somewhat, the Democrats thought this was in play. Joe Biden went there on Monday. Some Democrats were worried, should that time be spent somewhere else? But he went here. He went to Cleveland to turn out the vote right now. And again, we still have some more votes to come from Cuyahoga County. So if you're a Democrat, that's impressive. The question is, when the later votes come in, do you keep that margin? How much do you do? Can you grow it? Can you maintain it? Because it's absolutely critical. By far, this is your number one vote center in the state of Ohio. You want to run up the vote. Again, I keep watching the suburbs here. We're up to 61% of the vote. It's close. It's close. It's a moral victory, but it's also a little bit of the math. Right, the Democrats want to expand in the suburbs. If you can pick up 1,000 votes anywhere in a place as tight as Ohio, you try to do it. So let's move out of Ohio. One place that's been red for a long time, people from home probably asking what's going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It has become more of a blue state. But look, the president has a healthy lead right now, 57%. That's not insignificant at all. However, I just want to make the point. This is where the votes are in Virginia. You come up here, Fairfax County, by far the largest county in the state, only about 15% of the vote in. So far. So we're waiting on that. You come over here to Alexandria, also waiting for votes. So Virginia red at the moment, Wolf. A lot of places where Democratic votes are that we haven't received them yet. We'll keep an eye on it, though. It's an interesting night.
Yeah, Northern Virginia, very, very critical in the state of Virginia. We have two more projections right now. CNN now projects
Jersey, shout out Jersey.
New Jersey will win its 14 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New Jersey. We have a projection in Arkansas. President Trump.
Boo!
6 electoral votes. Trump wins in Arkansas. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map. Where things stand right now. Biden is
Everyone's saying Virginia sucks right now because Trump is winning by a lot in there right now, even though he probably won't win it. And if he does, yikes.
73 to 48 right now. The electoral
Everyone is dogging every state that goes for Trump, which,
It is.
as y'all should.
It's filling in as expected in the sense that nothing that's happened so far on this map, these were all solid states. The red states you see for the president, whether it's Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, we had those solid Trump coming in, so no surprises here. Over here, where we're counting votes, potential surprises. You look at these states up here again, no surprises here. Massachusetts, Vermont, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, New York. Those were solid Biden states coming in. So 73 for Biden, 48 for the president. The question is, where do the big prizes go, right? So let's go. You remember this map, right? It's as it was, which means it is as it was. We go back 4 years ago. This was the Trump map. So nothing has changed so far. But remember what we're seeing on the other map. Just for now, we're not done yet. But if that changes, and that changes, right there gets Trump down to 273. So imagine that, right? So then, if you're looking around, Joe Biden, you have a chance in Arizona. We're not there yet. We got a long way to go before we get west, right? If you keep looking at this map, Joe Biden had a healthy lead at the end of the campaign in Michigan. He had a decent lead at the end of the campaign in Wisconsin. He thinks he can win Pennsylvania, although we'll see how that one goes. But it just tells you the menu. That gets Joe Biden to 322. We don't know if that's the way it's going to turn out, but it just tells you that he has more options anyway. And if you can add Ohio to that, then it's just a buffet. I mean, it's a buffet of possibility to run it up and to take away the president's map. So if you're the president and you're looking at this right now, you had 306, right? So you're trying to figure out, what am I going to lose, right? If you're in the president's campaign, what am I going to lose? Well, again, that was a double-digit lead, right? We don't know. We're going to count votes in Michigan. He'd overcome deficits before, not quite that big in 2016, though. It's a bigger deficit. But if you're in the president's campaign and you think you may lose those two, look where you are now. You're already at 280. And so Joe Biden, if he can get Michigan and Wisconsin, and we're just starting up here, there are other options. He has so many menu options, but those two coming in look like they were there. This is why, if you're the Trump campaign, at this point, you're getting nervous because that means you can't afford to lose that, right? And Joe Biden's leading there right now. And even if you hold that, there's just no way you can lose that. That would do it. And again, We're not done with Florida yet, although Trump's lead there seems pretty comfortable. We're not done with Georgia yet. Joe Biden is competitive in Arizona. Texas, we're still early in the night on. The idea is that the menu options are more plentiful for Joe Biden to get there. Doesn't mean he gets there, but if you're sitting in the Trump campaign right now, the state you're watching most nervously, well, I'll give you two. Number one is Ohio. Number two is North Carolina.
Well, that's what,
So let's come on over.
Viewers right now. Let's start with Ohio.
Let's come on over. Ohio, right here in the middle. Again, Michigan is red right now. It's a very early vote. Doesn't mean it won't end up that way. It certainly did 4 years ago. That was one of the big Trump surprises. But up here, when you see Pennsylvania blue, Michigan red, we're very, very early. We'll come back to them when we have a significant amount of votes. If we're not spending time on them, that means we don't have any significant votes yet. So we're not ready to do that. We do have significant votes here. And again, it's cliche but true. No Republican has won the White House in modern times without Ohio. So that's why we're going to spend a lot of time on this. And if you look at this right now, again, 55%, 52.
I'm going to clown Trump it so hard if he loses.
But we do have a ways to go. But if you watch,
It's gonna be ridiculous.
Play out. I just want to go back. Doesn't look a lot different, right? But just watch. Just watch where you see a little bit more blue when you come back in here. You see it up here in the suburbs. You see it up here along the lake. Again, suburbs outside of Toledo. This is where the Democrats are doing it. I haven't come over here at all tonight. Let me just take a look. Lucas County. Look at this. And again, here's your opportunity, right? Is this early vote? Joe Biden, 73% to 26% at 39%. So watch when that number is higher later in the night. Are the margins still like that percentage-wise? Where does that math go? We go back 4 years ago. Yes, Hillary Clinton won here, 56-38. Let's just see where you are now, 73-26. That matters.
Guys, we gotta hang in there. You need a better camera? I'm using my webcam right now.
Hogan County, excuse me, earlier. This is Summit County here. You're dropping down south of Cleveland into Akron. This is a place where
I do need to get a PC and like actual camera setup though.
Right now, you go back 4 years ago, 52-43. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. And so if Joe Biden can hold that, again, that gives you your cushion. And this was the central argument of the Biden campaign. Scrappy kid from Scranton, middle class Joe, pick however you want to describe it. That I can go into.
When are they announcing it? Not for a long time.
Make them like they used to be when Democrats were more competitive in the state of Ohio. Move it over here again. You come along the river in the valley here, 61% to 31. Again, we're only halfway there. So let's just see. This is a place where the president has votes. We'll see if they turn out this time. He had votes last time.
The November TikTok's gonna make me cackle if Trump loses. Yup. Hey, at least give us one thing that's good in 2020. This would be the one thing.
Counties in Ohio, it's the 10th largest. So this matters in terms of the votes. And it matters not only here.
I'll be right back.
Then you're in Pennsylvania. These two come together in these blue-collar communities. This was the fight of 2016. Ohio was comfortable, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's the same people who swung it. So let's pull back out and take a look at it. Let's come back to 2020 and look. Where else are you looking? You look down here. Hamilton County is Cincinnati. Again, Joe Biden running it up 69, about halfway there again. So when you're halfway, you're looking at it, you're placing a marker. You say that's where you want to be. That's actually outside where you want to be. Let's go back and look. 52% then. Almost 70%, 69%. Now that's a wow. If that stays there, that's a wow. But you're only halfway there. So you're thinking there's early vote here. The question is what happens to the election day turnout? This used to be a Republican area. This is, again, a changing community because of the suburbs. And as Joe Biden tries to win Ohio tonight, and that would be a statement right there, game over. There's also a House seat right down in that same area. So you're watching the Democratic vote. You're watching that play out as well. You come up here to Franklin County. Again, this is the capital.
Biden will win. Biden will win. What hour are we on? We're on hour 3.
Democrat will run it up here. But it's when you get out here, and you get out into the suburbs.
If you guys are still here and you've been here since the beginning, you're a don.
60%. That's a huge difference. I mean, that's what some of this math is difficult. Some of it's not. Look at that. You're at 60% then, 351,000 votes. You're at 74% now. We're only about halfway. So watch the vote total. If that percentage stays there as we go up. But again, we have election day votes to come in. So don't get ahead of yourself. But if you're looking at the building blocks and you're Joe Biden, you're looking at that and you're happy. But you also know 57% is not 90%. You want to get up there before you start feeling more comfortable about it. But that's huge. It's huge and we watch. And again, whether that changes or not, the fact that it is so competitive, the fact that Ohio is so competitive tells you Joe Biden's going to be stronger in Pennsylvania. He's going to be stronger in Michigan. He's likely to be stronger across the Midwest because there's so many places that are a lot alike in those states. There are some differences, but the similarities tell you if Joe Biden's doing that well here, especially in the eastern part of Ohio, that carries over into western Pennsylvania. If it does, it makes Biden a stronger candidate in a part of Pennsylvania. We don't have enough votes here yet. So Joe Biden needs to do well out here. you've got to win Allegheny County. The early votes there have president ahead. But if you go back to 2016, you see all this red out here, right? Let's just pick Westmoreland County here. Joe Biden does not need to win Westmoreland County. But you see the 64 right there. When this comes in, we don't have anything right now. If Joe Biden can make it 55-45, if he can make it 60-40, it's better. It's better. This is where we'll watch the debate come out. But the fact that Joe Biden is performing so well right now in these parts of Ohio bodes well for this part of Pennsylvania. But again, we'll count them as they come in. And just you pull out again, North Carolina is still blue. Ohio and North Carolina, the later in the night we get, if Ohio and North Carolina stay blue, that is a warning shot straight into the Trump campaign headquarters. The president's at the White House tonight, up to 78% right now. It's come down some. It's 126,000 now. It was 160 earlier. It's starting to come down a little bit. That's the election day vote coming out. But you're up to 78%. You see it's 50-48. That's closer too. That's closer too. This is why we wait. This is why we count. The early vote had Biden ahead. It's closer, but we're still watching. I just want to see where we are. 82% Wake County. We have more vote to come. Again, does it get closer? 65-33. 58-38. You see the difference there? The question is, as we get the rest of it, can the president narrow this gap? He's not going to win Wake County. That's not the point. The point is, can he get closer? And those would be Republican votes out here in the suburbs. Same when you get up to Durham County. That's nuts. 82-17. Again, Secretary Clinton won this big too. 80-18. The president needs to narrow that gap. That is the repudiation in the suburbs there. And you come back in. I just want to check down here in Mecklenburg County, number one. That's the largest by number
We got a projection.
County. This is where the most votes are. Charlotte and the suburbs.
There's so much Biden hype in this chat. It's crazy. I love you guys.
You come back again. Joe Biden overperforming here. We have a ways to go.
Biden has 129. Trump has 94 on Fox News.
2020. Got a little ways to go, Wolf, but it's getting interesting.
Very interesting indeed. We have two more projections right now. I take a look at this. CNN now projects that
Connecticut,
Joe Biden will win the state of Connecticut. He beats Trump in Connecticut. He wins Connecticut 7 electoral votes. Trump, on the other hand, wins South Dakota. He beats Biden in South Dakota 3 electoral votes in South Dakota. Trump is the winner there. Let's take a look at the electoral college map where it stands right now. Biden has 80 electoral college votes. Trump has 51. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's go back to John King. John, I'm really anxious to take a look at Georgia right now, see where things stand in Georgia. Update our views.
So we're looking at Georgia 2020 right here. A healthy lead for the president right now, 322,000 votes, 58-40, a little more than a third of the estimated vote in. Democrats thought this was a state where they could be competitive. There are 2 Senate races at play here. One could be settled tonight. We're likely to go to a runoff. We'll see how those play out as well. But that's what makes this state even more important. You have a presidential.
Oh, what's happening in the John Ossoff Senate race? Can someone give me an update on that?
If you look at that, 36% in, that's a pretty comfortable.
The guy who bodied the Republican dude in the debate that went viral. What's going on in that race right now?
Previous election nights because of the mail-in voting, early in-person voting, and election day voting. But we'll watch it play out. So let's look. One of the things we've been looking at throughout the night.
ABC was honestly thanks for pushing me farther left because I came to your TikTok as a left-leaning centrist. Hey, I appreciate that.
Obviously, you like every vote you can get, but right here.
That's what I'm aiming to do, man.
The president, he's getting, you see, it's very early. So I say it's important. It's important if it stays that way. You see that vote count right there is pretty low.
Purdue's leading by how much?
President underperforming anywhere in Georgia. Well, early on, I suspect I'm going to find the same.
How much
thing,
is Purdue leading by?
The question is how much of the vote is in. Not much. Fulton County is Atlanta. One of the reasons, so Donald Trump has a comfortable lead right now in Georgia. Well, we don't have many votes out of the single largest county in Georgia. So that's one of the reasons we're going to keep looking at this state. The Democrats believe it's much more competitive than these numbers.
Check Google. Biden has 119. There's a lot of different projections happening right now. I can tell CNN's taking the longest.
Many votes there right now. So we don't
57-40. How much of the votes in?
Outperforming Clinton anywhere. Again, it says he is up here. Very preliminary vote count, so I don't want to jump to any conclusions.
How much of that vote is in?
It's also really preliminary if you look at the vote counts. We have a long way to go in Georgia. Just go back and look at the count now. She won that county with 62,290 votes, and we're at 23 right now. We know turnout is up everywhere, so that tells me when you go through it, we're overperforming, underperforming. We'll check in on it later.
30% reporting.
Vote counts are pretty
still
small,
a chance,
so
but
know whether it's significant or not. We got a long way to go. This is most of the votes.
I'm assuming McConnell's winning his Senate race because.
Yeah, I'm not saying the
and
other
then
races are unimportant, but this is where most of the votes in Georgia are, right up here in Atlanta.
what other
in the
important
suburbs.
Senate
So
races
starting
are
from
going on?
county, You pull it out. I'm gonna get rid of the telestration so it doesn't distract anybody. This right here, 10% of the vote. We don't have much in yet. And you move over here, Cobb County, 30% of the vote in. That's good for Joe Biden. If you're winning by that margin out there in the suburbs, you come back there. It's much more competitive. Again, suburbs, one of the biggest stories in America right now. American politics as they shift, move over back to Fulton. You come to the suburbs to the east. Would ask 15%. Again, long way to go. So you see this, a lot of this is early vote. Tends to be disproportionate Democrats. So you
Not
look there,
really.
you switch back 51%. If it holds up, that's significant. You're overperforming Clinton there. But we're very preliminary when it comes to Georgia. So we want to wait and see how that plays out. I just want to pull out the map again just to see what else has changed. Texas has gone red. Remember earlier we had Texas blue for a while. Starting to fill in some counties here. 66%, 1,300 votes in a state like Texas. So it's very competitive. Everything, a lot of these states are more competitive this time. And again, that's part of the story. This was not a close state 4 years ago. Almost a 10-point race there, 807,000 votes. 4.6 million won it. Come back here just to look where we are, 3.8. We know turnout is up. So we have a ways to go in the state of Texas as we count through it. Just want to pull out and look at some more. Again, we don't expect Kansas to be blue at the end of the night, but there's a Senate race out there. Let's just watch. Where is it right now? It's coming.
I want to win Texas, but I don't think they will.
Fantastic military base out there. You come
New
out
York,
here, pull out.
New Jersey,
I'm gonna check in
Maryland.
here again because this one,
Yeah.
this is it right now. I mean, no offense to any other state. If Ohio stays, that would be the ball game. But we're still at 58% there. Just want to pull back out as we look. Just check down here, see if we've gotten any higher. We're up to 93% in Florida. By Florida standards, if this holds, a 3-point race, that's a big win by Florida standards. Not in many states, perhaps, but we'll see. We have a ways to go still in Florida as well. Just pulling out and looking. Again, these are the two that jump out at you right now. I know Pennsylvania blue, Michigan red. People looking, their votes are early there. We don't know enough about them. Let's just look. I suspect this is very early vote out in Colorado. So you see that coming in there. Joe Biden up comfortably. We expect that one to stay blue. So Wolf, I'm a broken record. Well, you see it just had some votes pop up in Wisconsin, but very few. So you see President Trump, 2,300 vote lead early in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all places where we expect to get sort of distorted results. Some states only election votes, some counties only election day votes, then early votes. We'll figure it all out. These ones are going to take a while. But again, North Carolina blue, Ohio blue, this time of the night, that makes it interesting.
Michigan and Wisconsin pretty early right now.
Yes.
We see the red.
Yes.
But what, 17% of the vote is in Michigan. Trump is ahead by 200,000 votes.
17% of the vote is in, and you have the president of the United States leading Wayne County right now. But that's not going to happen. We don't know.
3% of the vote.
Right. We don't know what the margin is going to be in the end, but the president of the United States is not going to win Wayne County. No offense to the president of the United States, but that's just not going to happen. So that's how you just know this is one of those nights where, because of the different ways people voted, in person early, election day, there's going to be some distortions, if you will, some disruptions in the force.
I believe
The main
North
point
Carolina
is
is
we'll look
shrinking.
early on because they're all votes. We'll look at them early on. The key is we're only a couple hours from now. And in some of these states, where are we tomorrow and the day after? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Is that by the end of the night tonight, we could have some people saying we should be done? No. Legally cast ballots can be counted, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's Wednesday, if necessary Thursday. You have good people doing this in every state across the country. So when anyone says we're done, listen to your Secretary of State, listen to your county election officials. They'll tell you when we're done. Coming back to this again, just because I'm fascinated by it. This is a statement right now. Again, win or lose, Joe Biden is making Ohio competitive, and making Republicans in Ohio nervous tonight, and making people at the Trump campaign nervous tonight. I know you've spoken to him frequently during the COVID crisis. Governor DeWine was on our air earlier today saying he thought the president would squeak it out. There's still time. There's time to squeak it out. But that would be the ultimate statement right there. I just want to check in on Virginia again, because if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, which is in Northern Virginia, you're looking at this and you're thinking, can that be real? I suspect, this is a state. When I started doing this, it was a Republican state. Then it became a purple state. It's considered a blue state now. Again, we're waiting. This is the biggest dump.
Is that what is going on in Virginia?
In previous campaigns, including the presidential election in 2016, Senate races in Virginia, governor's races in Virginia.
It's
the
supposed
Republican
to
candidate gets ahead
by a lot.
in Northern Virginia and down here.
Greg's for Biden. What is wrong with you guys in this chat?
It's interesting to watch. North Carolina's interesting. Maybe Virginia's interesting as well. That's why we count them. We'll go through.
Biden is ahead in Texas by 90,000.
Again, we're waiting for more of that election day, right? This is why.
I think CNN. There's multiple polls saying multiple different things. CNN's behind. I'm pretty sure.
Reds down here, North Carolina blue, Ohio blue at this hour. Makes you nervous, Wolf.
All right, there's much more ahead as more polling places close at the top of the hour. Two more important battleground states are on the line, Iowa and Nevada. Election night in America continues in 2 minutes.
Election Night in America, brought to you by Borat, subsequent movie film.
What did it say? Let me see your phone. What did it say on Google?
119 to 92.
What states do they have in?
Right now it says Texas is blue, New Mexico is blue, Colorado blue, Kansas blue, Missouri blue, Minnesota blue, Illinois blue, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, all the small little states, Virginia, and North Carolina.
Ooh. If we actually come out with a victory in Texas,
What about California?
it's gonna go blue, but we don't. Yeah, it's not. We're not at the West Coast yet. But yeah, who won? We don't know. Stop asking me.
But yeah, Joe Biden.
We haven't turned anything blue yet.
Joe Biden won New Mexico, Illinois, Virginia. What says he won Virginia?
Yeah.
Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware.
Kansas isn't going blue. I'm sorry to burst your bubble. Kansas will not go blue. There's a wait, isn't there like no that it's either Nebraska's second district or Kansas? Yeah, it's Nebraska's second district that can go blue. Kansas is not going blue. At least I haven't seen any polling that indicates any relative movement to Democrats in Kansas. Who's winning? Joe Biden right now. There's different predictions. Yeah, on Google it has him winning 119, 92. On here it has him winning like 80 something to 40 something.
80 something, 50 something. 80 to 51.
Kansas is showing going blue. I don't think Kansas will go blue. Biden is ahead in Texas by 60K. Biden got this. Who got Ohio? Joe Jorgensen's in there's the libertarian third party candidate. Trump's winning Florida and Georgia. Yeah, Trump's gonna win Florida. Might even win Georgia.
As we stand by for the next poll, closing right at the top of the hour. Here's an update on the race to 270 electoral college votes right now. Biden has 80, Trump has 51. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert and see where things stand right now in these states. Let's start in North Carolina right now. Look at this, 79% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 100,000 votes.
Hang on.
5% to 48.4% in North Carolina. 15 electoral votes at stake. In Ohio right now, 59% estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there by about 132,000 votes. 51.1% to 47.6%. 18 electoral votes at stake in Ohio right now. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Only 11% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead of about 200,000. Right now, 62.2% to 36.7% in Pennsylvania. 20 electoral votes at stake. 70% of the vote in Texas is in. Look at how close he's ahead by only
5,000 votes.
49.3% to 49.3%. Look at how close it is in Texas right now. Huge prize, 38.
70% of the votes are in.
In Texas. Let's take a look at some more states. Right now in Pennsylvania, 11% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead once again by 200,000 votes.
Oh, if he wins any of the states he's leading in right now, it's game over. Besides, like Biden, besides like North Carolina, he need to win North Carolina and another state. But any of the major states he's leading in right now, if he wins it, who's winning? Biden.
44.3%. We have 5 more races we want to update you on right now. Let's start off in Florida. Right now, 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead of more than
And it's over.
327,000 votes, 51% to Biden's 48% in Florida, 29 electoral votes at stake in Florida. Take a look at that. Let's move on to Michigan right now.
I don't know. No one knows.
18% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by about 213,000 votes, 59.2% to 38.5%. In Michigan, still relatively early. In Michigan, in Virginia, 41% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead.
Again, what is going on in Virginia?
2,000 votes right now in the state of Virginia, 57.7% to 40.4%.
That is definitely smells of voter suppression.
In Georgia, more than a third of the vote is in, 39%. Trump is ahead by more than 300,000 votes in Georgia right now, 56.9% to Biden's 42%. In Wisconsin, only 3% of the vote is in. Very, very early in the state of Wisconsin. Trump is up by about 11,000 votes, 54.3% to 44.1%. Let's take a look at the balance of power, what's going on in the U.S. Congress. Dan Ambassador is looking very
Congress
at the U.S. Senate.
That's right. Well, we have 8 projections to make in U.S. Senate races, starting with the Commonwealth. And that is the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. CNN can project that he will go on for another term. Arkansas's Tom Cotton keeps that seat, going on for another term there. And in South Dakota, CNN can project that Mike Rounds will go back to Washington for a second term. Tennessee, this is an open seat. Lamar Alexander is retiring. CNN can project that Bill Haggerty will win a first term there. In West Virginia, Shelley Moore Capito is going on for another term, according to CNN projections. And in Delaware, CNN is projecting that Chris Coons is going to go back to Washington. Representing that state, it was Joe Biden's old seat. New Hampshire, CNN is projecting Jeanne Shaheen is keeping her seat as well. And same goes for New Jersey. Cory Booker is going back to Washington representing New Jersey. Now let's look at some of the really important races we are watching right now. Colorado, right now, the Democratic challenger, John Hickenlooper, is ahead by a little more than 200,000 votes. 60.
John Hickenlooper. I remember when he ran for president.
Republican Cory Gardner is at 38%. About 30% of the estimated vote in there. North Carolina, the Democratic challenger, Cal Cunningham, is ahead by just a little bit more than 50% votes at 48.5%. The incumbent Republican, Tom Tillis, at 47.3%.
Come on, Jamie Harrison.
This is one that people across the country have been watching. Right now, the incumbent Republican, Lindsey Graham, is ahead pretty significantly. Now, let's look at what this all means in the big picture right now. Democrats are leading in 3 Republican seats. Democrats must pick up 4 Republican seats to flip the balance of power. And what is the balance of power right now? 39 Democrats, 36 Republicans, 25 seats remain to be called. Well,
all right, thanks very much, Dan. We'll get back to you. Let's have another projection. Right now, CNN projects that Joe Biden,
Colorado,
the state of Colorado, will win its 9 electoral votes. He beats Trump in Colorado. Trump, on the other hand, wins in North Dakota. CNN projects Trump will win.
Nobody cares about North Dakota.
Electoral votes. Trump is the winner in North Dakota. Here's the Electoral College map where it stands right now as a result of these projections. Biden is up to 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 54, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're looking at all these races. 89 right now, Electoral College. This is the most important. 89 for Biden, 54 for Trump.
All right, starting to get the building blocks, right? And again, a lot of unpredictability in counting votes on some of the other maps. A lot of states in play like Ohio and North Carolina that would be flips for Joe Biden. This map so far filling in a predictable way, but that's because we haven't called the battleground. So we'll see where we go. But 89 to 54, 270 is the goal. You see the Joe Biden lead. This is why you look at the big states. The big states are what get you the lead. Joe Biden has New York, right? That's why Florida, Texas, California will be blue at the end of the night. So that's why battlegrounds like Florida, Texas this year, Ohio, that's why they're so important, because they're big chunks. You want to, that's the best way to get there is to build big. Pennsylvania, the biggest of the blue wall states. So if you're looking at this map right now, there are no surprises so far on this map. Again, if you come over here, I just want to pull out 1 second, ask Brian to take a peek here. If you look at the 2020 map right now, we have Ohio blue right now. We have North Carolina blue right now. So let's come back over here and explain the significance of that, because we're at 89-54. You come back to the Trump map 4 years ago, right? Nothing has changed so far in the blue states. So far, Joe Biden's winning the Clinton states. The red states we've given the president are states we expected him to win. But if you look at the map where we have it right now, and if that stays, Right there, you get Donald Trump down to 273 and Joe Biden up to 265. So you're thinking you have a scenario here where with just one more state, right? Just pick a state. There's 2 congressional districts here and here. That could get Joe Biden to 267. But you could get to 270 with just Michigan. All right? If Donald Trump somehow holds on to Michigan, you could get to 270 with just Wisconsin. If Donald Trump somehow held on to Wisconsin from 2016, you could get, if you're Joe Biden, to 270 by flipping Arizona as we move west later in the night. This is the dynamic of the night. Joe Biden has more options. The menu to him gives him more options, especially if Ohio is competitive and North Carolina is competitive. And he's
Why is Texas looking like someone just said they're disappointed?
President Trump has a much
by
more narrow path to
0.1%.
re-election as he tries to defend this map. And the Ohio and North Carolina early results, we're not there yet. They're all the more significant because we do know heading into the final days. And again, 2016,
That was the
president was behind,
2016
we were
election.
back. Election day turnout overwhelmed. Hillary Clinton's leading the polls. Joe Biden's leading the polls was bigger this time. It was bigger in Michigan. It was bigger in Wisconsin. It was bigger in Pennsylvania. So there was a path for Joe Biden to win without Ohio, without North Carolina, without Georgia or Arizona. Joe Biden has more options on the map, which is why in the Trump campaign headquarters right now, you're looking at Florida, you're happy. We're not done yet. We're looking at Florida and you think, okay, we're doing pretty well, but you're looking at Ohio and you're looking at North Carolina, and I'll just move over here and do it. And that's what you're looking at because you can't afford to lose. You don't want to give up anything from your 2016 map, but if you're going to give up anything from your 2016 map, you certainly don't want to give up 2 of your bigger prizes, which would be Ohio and North Carolina. Again, we're not there yet. And again, right now, Trump's leading in Virginia. So if there are trade-offs, if you give something up, if you lose in North Carolina, you get it back by taking Virginia. I just want to say to people watching at home, look at that. Look at that, right? Virginia is a state that's been trending blue, but, and here's the but, and this is the anomaly of tonight. We're getting different results at different times in these different states.
Virginia is bugging me right now.
Still to come in. Fairfax County is the biggest. I was looking at some of the other ones.
Yeah, Google says that Virginia is being won by Biden. This is saying that he's losing it.
Closer than we thought. Maybe there's a Trump surprise there. We'll keep looking at it, but there's a lot of Democratic votes out still. So I suspect Virginia
Trump's catching up in
may change
Kansas.
a little bit.
Exactly.
We come down to North Carolina.
Who do you think will win? I know Joe Biden's going to
What
win.
is that lead? 85,000 now. What was the question earlier? We were 140 at one point, down to 113. Now we're down to 85,644. We told you early on the Biden big lead early was based on early votes. We know Democrats disproportionately voted early for COVID protection reasons. Democrats encouraged them to do so. And then Trump, all his rallies, what was the goal? Impressive, overwhelming election day turnout. That's what the president wanted. Is he getting it? We're up to 80%. We shall see. Right, 50.3 to 48.5, a much closer race.
Hold North Carolina, please.
50 battleground. North Carolina may be the most competitive state in American politics. Maybe Florida is a close second. But when you look at the demographics of North Carolina, it is perhaps the most competitive state in American politics right now. Cumberland County, 57%, 90%. You get to this point, 90% of the estimated vote. If you're a Democrat, you're thinking, how much more can I get out of this? If you're a Republican, you're thinking, can I just narrow the margins a little bit? 57.5, let's go back in time, 56.7, right? So you don't think that's a lot, right? 71,000 votes then, 16-point race. You come back here, 17-point race. Look at the turnout everywhere in America. And this is a good thing, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or Independent. Look at that number right there. All right? In every county we're looking at, almost every county we're looking at, a higher vote total winning this time. That's a good thing. No matter who wins the election tonight, that's a good thing.
We got to hang on.
So let's come
I need a shot, yeah.
That's Hillary Clinton then. That's Joe Biden now.
It just is so tedious, and Trump looks like he's ahead in a bunch of states, even though he's not projected to carry them. It's just it's not looking good as of now, but it's not indicative of anything yet.
In this county, the president's not. He's got a ways to go. 80% there.
Not Georgia. Virginia needs to get back to what it's supposed to be, though.
These are your urban areas. This is all around America. Democrats run it up in the urban areas. The question then is, how do the Republicans do in the suburbs? It's getting shellacked. The president's getting shellacked as he did 4 years ago. He's getting beat here. Wolf, just one more. I just want to look quickly. Mecklenburg County, Charlotte in the suburbs. This is the most populous county in the state. 68 to 31 when you round up. 63 to 33. Again, doesn't seem like a lot. In a place that has the most votes in the state, that matters.
Yeah, 87% of the vote in that county. Let's check in with David Chalian, who's taking a very close look at North Carolina as well.
I am indeed. Well, first I just want to show you this board here. These are the states that Joe Biden is leading in, that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. So in North Carolina, as you were just discussing with John, he's got a 1.77 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. In Ohio, he's just under a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. And in Wisconsin, he's got just over a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. 3 states that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. Let's look at North Carolina and look at what's going on there. What you see the state of play right now, you see that Joe Biden has 2.385 million votes compared to Donald Trump's 2.301. He's ahead with 80% of the estimated vote in. But here's what we have to look out for. All those big Democratic counties John was just talking about, it is mostly early vote. So look, of this 80% of the vote that's in, 90% of it right now in North Carolina statewide is early vote. We think that's going to come down. We think that at the end of the night, 75% of the total North Carolina vote will be early vote. So right now, the early vote is helping Joe Biden. But as more election day vote comes in North Carolina, Donald Trump may be able to benefit from that. So we just got to keep watching as those votes come in North Carolina.
All right, David, thank you very much. North Carolina, it's really important right now. Look at 80% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has gone down from 150,000 to now 84,000.
And David was just outlining the challenge for Joe Biden in North Carolina, in Ohio, in any of the battleground states, which is that the Democrats were happy with their early voting. In many of the states, if you looked at the data, disproportionately for the Democrats. So they got a couple laps in, if you will, on the Republicans. That's great. It's great to be leading the race, but you have to finish the race. And you finished the race today on election day. And that was the challenge for the Democrats. And that was the concern as they saw the president going around. How many rallies did he have in Pennsylvania? How many rallies did he have in North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan? The president retracing his 2016 map, trying to get voters out of the woodwork today. And so as David makes the point,
guys,
he's gone from 120 something.
We have to get North Carolina
1,000 votes ahead. You want to be in the lead. You'd rather be in the lead always, of course.
Biden 131, Trump 92. That's on Google.
You're in more rural counties. I keep coming back out to here on 95.
Okay, what's going on with Virginia? That's what I'm saying.
This is one of these Trump super counties. This is where he had a rally the other day.
Virginia is about to make me mad.
Because you just see the margin, right? 30,000, just shy of 30,000 votes. The margin here. You come back 4 years ago, same idea. The president ran it up there by about 27,000. Then you loosely run it up. This is one of the places. There's this, I call it Trump super counties, where they go there for a reason because they know they have voters that they can turn out on election day, and that was the challenge. So now we're going to see the Democrats don't have to beat Donald Trump today in the election day vote. They don't have to beat him, but they have to be competitive. They can't get, if they get shellacked today, you lose what you gained with the early vote. And so we're going to keep watching as this comes in. And we have some places where we still have no votes, right? So you're watching those as well. It's just we're waiting for people to report. This was a big Trump county. Not a ton of votes, but if you're down right now, you're down 84,000 votes. 4 years ago in this county, look at the difference. There's 24,000 votes more than that, 26,000 votes. So you can get them in the places we're missing. When you come back in here, some of the places we're missing are places where the president did quite well in 2016. So that's the concern. If you're in the Biden campaign headquarters, you like how this looks, but you know there's more to come. And so what every campaign does right now, they know what's missing. They know which counties, they know which precincts, they know those precincts. They know what their data tells them about who lives there and how they're doing.
Let's go to Ohio.
Durham County there, 86%. Again, just one quick point before we do it, before we leave. This is a place where they ran it up 4 years ago, so that's not quite as significant. I want to move over here. This is the thing. We'll come back here to Raleigh, to Wake County in the suburbs. Does the math change or does the margin change as that election day vote comes in? So we'll use that as a marker. Now you want to go back to Ohio, and you come back here. It's been sort of we got some good votes early on, but it's been a slog since. And look how close that is. 13.
Way too close in Ohio.
61 votes. They call them battleground states for a reason. 49.5.
We got Virginia.
49.2 with 64% in. And again, you have the same dynamics at play, especially in some of these smaller rural places. It doesn't look like a lot. You don't think this is a lot, right? Because it's 8,000 votes in a giant state like Ohio. But you're halfway in. You're getting 8,700 to the other guy's 2,900. That matters, right? That margin matters when you do it here, and then you do it here, and then you do it here, and then you do it here. That's how it adds up. And so, again, you'd rather be leading than trailing, but you're watching those leads shrink as election day vote comes in, and you're trying to figure out, is it enough to hold, or do we have trouble?
Let's go back to David Chalian. David, take a look at Ohio right now. How much of the vote is very close? Only a 13,000 vote lead for Biden in Ohio right now. How much is the early vote as opposed to the today vote?
Yeah, you're noting Joe Biden's very, very close lead over Donald Trump. That's with 64% of the vote in. But let me show you that right now, of that vote that's in, 41% of it is early vote. That's helping Joe Biden. But unlike North Carolina, we expect the early vote share to grow here in Ohio. At the end of the night, we estimated it should be about 53% of the overall vote. So there's the potential as more.
I checked another poll and it shows Virginia is blue. Okay.
Joe Biden could potentially have that lead. It's something to watch. Obviously, those rural counties can help Trump as well. Jake?
Thanks, David. We're looking at the race having tightened up quite a bit from what some pundits were projecting. And right now, it really does look like President Trump has narrowed or even broken even in Florida, and North Carolina, and Georgia. So really, it is all coming down to what we said months and months ago, the blue wall of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, the states that Hillary Clinton thought she had in the bag that Donald Trump tore down, Joe Biden trying to build it back up.
That's right. And, look, those states that you just talked about, it is not over. We are still watching them. But the whole...
He jumped back up in North Carolina, I think.
...campaign from the beginning
Wait!
was to rebuild that blue wall. And there's
Okay, I thought it said he was
another
winning Georgia
state
for a second. I was like,
that's
oh,
later,
no.
Which is Arizona.
I was
and
like,
that
oh,
is
yeah.
still one that the Biden campaign is really hoping to finally flip from red to blue.
Yeah, and I think that we also are looking at a situation in which Biden is not maybe expanding the map as much as they might have hoped that they would. The states that they thought that he had a good chance, maybe because of turnout, maybe because of demographics, are tight, which is fine, but it's election day and you have to actually win the state in order for it to matter. So, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but as you just said, it's probably just going to come down
I'm
to
just,
what we always thought it would come down to.
What?
That
Biden
wall up
isn't like, I
there,
don't know.
that Biden really, really at this point must hold on to in
Al-
order to get to
Although the Biden people, we should say, have not conceded any Florida or Georgia or North Carolina, and they feel very good. They still feel good about North Carolina. They still feel very positive about Arizona and the blue wall. But it's just not going to be as some Democrats were hoping for. That they thought it was going to be an early landslide, which was really always a pipe dream.
Yeah, I mean, there is no landslide that we're looking at. No way.
Right now, nope.
Given the numbers that we've seen, particularly when you start the night in Florida, when it's as tight as Florida tends to be, and it's maybe even less so right now as they continue to count the votes. What is interesting is Florida, one of the reasons why the Biden campaign thinks that they're doing not as well as they hoped is because they're really underperforming with Latino votes.
Biden has
They're hoping to
131.
change that dynamic in a big way when Arizona starts to count the votes, that they're hoping that is what helps to buoy them.
This election's starting to scare me a little bit.
The
A little
voters
bit.
in Florida, a great
I don't know
deal
what's
of
up with
them,
Iowa.
Are Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida, very different from the Mexican American, Central American voters, Latino voters in Nevada and Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same thing from Democrats who are saying, wait and see, because in Arizona, we might see a completely different story. Even in a state like North Carolina, we might see a different story where a smaller population of Latino voters could be very important for Biden if he is able to turn them out. But that being said, what is happening in Florida, I can tell you, Democrats are not happy about it. At the end of the day, the situation in Miami-Dade is something that in the autopsy of this election, they will be looking back at and trying to figure out what went wrong.
And I'll tell you what they think went wrong is that the Trump attacks have worked.
Yeah.
Calling the Democrats socialists work with people in that area in particular and that
And a
segment of the population.
and a lot of disinformation campaigns going on down there as well that we've covered on this air. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Jake. John, let's take a look at Michigan and Virginia right now. What do we see?
Well, we're seeing red, number one. Michigan and Virginia. Virginia certainly we thought would be blue. It has increasingly become a blue state. Let's start at Michigan because Michigan, of course, was critical to the Trump win in 2016. You see a lot of red on the map right now. But again, 20% estimated reporting. We expect red up here. Let's give you a little 2016 flashback. A lot of red in this state, right? The question is, can Joe Biden flip it back? So let's go back to 2020. Remember the blue down here. That's from 2016. You don't have it down here right now. And again, so you look at Wayne County, that is Detroit and the suburbs around Detroit.
Okay, it's only 3% reporting.
3% of the vote. So this is a tiny amount of the vote here. You come up to Macomb County, 35% of the vote. If that holds, that's a big deal. But again, it's 35% of the vote. Macomb County 2020, legendary home of the Reagan Democrats. If you go back to the
Trump
80s,
has Ohio on
recall
Google.
workers disaffected from the Democrats supported Ronald Reagan. This is where the studies, Stan Greenberg, the Democratic pollster, did a lot of studies there. If you look at 2016, Hillary Clinton lost Macomb County by 10 points and change, 11 points there. And so this number here, if that holds up, that's a huge deal. That's Michigan, but this is very, very early. I just want to pull out again because I know people watching at home, we've told you there's going to be a lot of anomalies in the map tonight. There might also be surprises. That's why we continue to count them. This is one here, 56-41 in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You might expect Trump to pull ahead there at some point. That's a huge lead, about 45%. I just noticed earlier tonight, I just want to check one more time. Fairfax County, the largest county in the state, fast growing, hugely Democratic base, 27%. So there are votes to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but again, on a night where we expect maybe the unexpected in some places, we'll keep an eye on that.
Let's check in with David Chalian and give us some context on these two states, what we're talking about. We're talking about Michigan and Virginia.
Still early in Michigan, obviously, but that Donald Trump lead, 657,000 votes to Joe Biden's 436,000. That is with 20% of the estimated vote in Michigan in. So we want to know, well, how much of this is early vote right now? And take a look here. Only 11%.
Oh yeah, it's done out for him. It's done out for him in Virginia.
Early vote right now.
It's done out for him in Virginia.
Are the ones
I said
that
Trump's not winning
We
Virginia.
expect that to go up to 55%. We think a slim majority of voters in Michigan will have voted.
The reason Trump survived for coronavirus because he has doctors
That could benefit
on
Biden since
standby.
he's doing better in
Y'all know what's
those
going on? Biden is winning.
Talking about some of those Democratic areas that are
Biden won
Here's
Virginia.
the current state of play. Donald Trump has
Apparently Biden has won Virginia.
45% of the vote in. What is the story of the early vote? Currently, of that vote that's in, 28% of it is early vote. And we know Joe Biden's doing better with early vote. We expect that to go up to 66%. So a huge swath of the early vote that is going to be a pro-Biden vote could help.
Fox
Joe
has said Biden has won
overtake Donald
Virginia.
Trump's lead in Virginia. Specifically, we see almost no early
Biden
vote
won
in
Virginia.
some of the really heavy Democratic
Everyone's been saying Fox says Biden won Virginia.
All right,
Google
thanks
has it.
very much. We've got two more projections right now. I take a look at the CNN now projects that Donald Trump will win the state of South Carolina. He's the winner in South Carolina. Will win its 9 electoral votes here, and also projects Donald Trump will win in Alabama. Will win its 9 electoral votes in the state of Alabama as well. Here's where the Electoral College map stands right now. It's close. Biden now has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes, 270, of course, needed to win the presidency. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m.
Who won Texas? Nobody's won Texas yet.
Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Together, those states.
I'm gonna look this up real quick.
Every vote is vital to get to the winning total.
Hold
of
on, my computer's
270.
up here.
Iowa and Nevada are the battlegrounds to watch in the next hour. Joe Biden looking to hold up to Nevada for the Democrats, while the president is hoping to hold on to Iowa after winning it handily 4 years ago. Let's get a key rates alert right now. Let's start with Ohio, a critical battleground state right now, 64%.
Come on, hold that lead, boy.
Look at how close it is in Ohio right now. Only a 13,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump. In Ohio, 49.5% for Biden. Look at that, how close it is. In North Carolina, 82% of the vote is in. Biden does have a almost a 65,000 vote lead.
We got that lead back up, I think. Wait, no, did it shrink again? I don't remember.
In Pennsylvania, only 16% of the vote is in. They're taking their time.
Come on, where the rest of the vote at? Hurry up.
Biden has a 73,000 vote lead over Trump, 52.5%, as you can see. In Wisconsin right now, 19% of the voters.
Trump's leading by like 200K in Texas right now.
50.7%,
Yeah.
47.4% in Wisconsin. In Minnesota right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead in Minnesota, 66.1% he's got there. In New Hampshire right now, 22% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has increased a bit to nearly 20,000, 54.3% to 44.4%. Let's take a look at 3 more states right now. Let's actually 5 more states right now. Florida right now, 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead, 379,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida. In Michigan right now, 20% of the vote is in. Trump has an impressive 224,000 vote lead over Biden right now in Michigan. right there in Georgia. Almost half of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty impressive lead there as well. Nearly more than 364,000 vote lead over Biden in Georgia. 16 electoral votes there in Texas. 76% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of 170,000 votes over Biden in the state of Texas, a huge prize. 38 electoral votes. In Virginia, 45% of the estimated vote is in. And look at this, Trump still has a pretty impressive lead of more than 311,000 votes in Virginia, 56.4% to 41.7%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So remind us, big picture.
The building blocks are the solids, the states that you depend on. The Democrats depend on certain states, the Republicans depend on certain states. And the way this map is filling in right now, nothing here is a surprise. So both campaigns doing the building blocks.
If he wins it,
contention. You get to 270, you got to pass 100 first. We're getting close. 89 for Joe Biden.
Ohio's red.
Again, everything we see filled in, all these reds, we had them solid Trump coming in. All these blues, we had them Biden coming in. So we don't have any surprises right now as we look at the map. The question is, where are we going? And I'm going to ask you, Brian, again, just to swing around. We'll do a little choreography here. Texas red at the moment. We haven't called that one. Donald Trump has to hold it. Virginia red at the moment. That would be a shock. That would be a Clinton state that was taken away. But again, we're waiting for Democratic votes there. We're very early on. The map is going to be different tonight as we go through these different scenarios of mail-in votes, in-person early, election day, different states, counting them in different order. So it's going to be different as we go through. But you just mentioned Joe Biden opening a lead in Minnesota and opening a lead in New Hampshire. Come back over here, and I'll show you why that's important. Hillary Clinton won both of those states, so people would say, no big deal. The Trump campaign understands. It understands. We'll go back to his map. It understands if we come back to the 306, 232, this was 4 years ago. The Trump campaign fully understands that Joe Biden is more competitive here than Hillary Clinton, led in the polls. Joe Biden is more competitive here than Hillary Clinton, led in the polls. So even if you just take Wisconsin, right? Even if you just took Wisconsin away from the president here, if you take away this, right? So you're down, you're going away. And you take away this, right? So you're down some more here. Then you're worried about if that goes away, then you're underneath. So the Trump campaign, knowing that Joe Biden was more competitive in the blue wall states, was thinking, what can we get? So they were looking at states they just lost, right? They just lost. Minnesota was very close. Republicans make a run at it. I remember George W. Bush making a run at it. Republicans always make a run. They don't quite get there. But Trump thought he could get there. Trump thought he could pick this one up. I got to switch this here. Sorry about that. Trump thought he could pick this up, and then he thought maybe I can come here and get this, right? It's just if you're going to subtract, you have to add. And so we're not done on those states. We're just counting the early votes. But we saw Mike Pence and the president both campaigning in those states in the final days.
Who's winning?
When you know there's going to be subtraction.
Biden's winning, but Trump has too much momentum.
Keep counting them. But at the moment, if those stay blue, that's a setback for Trump.
I want to go back to Dana Bash. She's got a significant projection in the balance of power in the U.S. Senate.
Let's go!
Colorado, CNN can project that John Hickenlooper, the former governor, the Democratic challenger, will be the next senator representing Colorado, defeating the incumbent Republican Cory Gardner. It's the first Democratic pickup of the night in the Senate. Democrats now must pick up 3 Republican seats. And right now, the balance of power is 40 Democrats, 36 Republicans, but 24 seats remain to be called tonight.
Big pickup for the Democrats there. Thanks very much.
We got Hickenlooper in Congress.
Right now, the popular vote, not that it's all that important, but it's still significant. Trump has a significant lead right now, but we're really focused on the Electoral College.
We are, but it is interesting to watch it play out. Again, we're early in this chapter. And so whether the states look a little funny or different, whether some of those states are in play to change, and as you watch that play out, let's remember, we're early, right? We're still here. We're counting votes as we go. Some people are still voting out on the West Coast and everything. But it is one of the givens, if you will, was that Donald Trump would lose the popular vote again. He lost Hillary Clinton 4 years ago.
Yes.
At the moment, he's ahead. That's not a surprise. The red states have come in first. But let's watch that as it plays out. If Joe Biden passes him, then the question is, how does it stretch out?
Voting based off of the state.
And some people out there I know,
They vote based off of the
having
state.
lived through Bush v. Gore and then Clinton versus Trump, you think we don't want the electoral college.
they
No,
don't
we
have to,
That's
but
the
they
way
do
we pick
that.
presidents right now. And so we'll watch that popular vote play out. But more importantly, we're going to watch these states. And again, as you noted, we just talked about this a minute ago. We're early here, but Joe Biden pulling out to an early lead in Minnesota. It's one of the
Why is
states
Pennsylvania
each
red?
campaign looks at the last guy's map and says, what can I do to try to change it? The Trump campaign wanted Minnesota. They wanted New Hampshire. The Biden lead early on. We'll see if it changes. This one here, these are the fascinating. They're just, this is why we do this, Wolf. This is why it's exciting and fun. 13,000 votes now in Ohio, 64% for some time. So we're waiting. We're waiting for more votes to be counted. And again, we should all appreciate the challenge of these election officials all across the country, Democrats, Republicans, small county, big cities. It's a huge challenge. Turnout is up. You have the mix of voting, mail-in voting, in-person early. But right now, 49.5 to 49.2 in a state, the president must win. Joe Biden does not need this. He leads right now by just shy of 14,000 votes, 13,461. He does not need this, but he would like it. Just want to check to see where we are in the percentages. David Chalian talked a little bit about this earlier. We have to watch which vote is which, but 55%, still, you have a lot of votes to count here in a deep blue county, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, and the surrounding areas. If you're a Democrat, you think we'll do okay there. 58% here, so more votes to be counted in Summit County. You're running well ahead. If you're in the Biden campaign boards, you say, okay, we got a ways to go here. Just want to move over here. About half of the votes counted. I'm just following the blue to see what's left to come in. So if you're Joe Biden, the question is, do you hold these margins? Or when more election day vote comes in, this is a place the president ran pretty strong.
Johan kept their seat
doesn't
good.
get the election day turnout to bring it back. That is the dynamic of the night in state after state after state, and we're going to have to watch it. But Ohio is a great battleground state. It's been a while. It was not a battleground last time. The president won it quite comfortably. North Carolina, you look at the margin now, 29,000 votes. It was above 100,000. It was close to 125,000 not that long ago. It is down, but 84% right now, 49.7 to 49.1. Just want to go back 4 years ago. This was a 3-point race, if you round up there, 4 years ago. Just look how close this is. And again, we're missing some counties. We're missing completely. See how many votes are here 4 years ago. 13, there's about 1,000 vote difference there, a little more than that, a little less than that 4 years ago. So you're looking to see what's missing in these counties. And the main place, just come check in here, up to 92%. The question is, again, what's missing? Is it they're counting early votes? And you think Joe Biden will get more than his fair share of those. If it's all election day votes, that's where the president's campaign team thinks he'll do his advantage. So this is what our people are doing, and it's what all the campaigns are doing, calling into the places where we're still missing votes and figuring out what's missing. Which votes are they? Let's come back up here to county number 2, Wake County, up to 83%. Again, if you're Joe Biden, normally, in a normal election, you see this. You have a huge margin, 83%. You think you're going to build, right? Because you've been running it up all night. You have more votes to come in. The challenge this year is the mail-in, in-person early election day vote. They're different, right? We know Republicans were more likely to come out today. Democrats were more likely to vote early. So the normal rules don't always apply. You have to find out what's missing. So let's pull it out a little bit more and come on the map and look at it, see if anything's changed while we've been here. I just want to check on the size of the president's lead here. 179,000 votes in Texas and some change. So we're going to wait in Texas as well. Just want to see how we're doing down here in Harris County. This is the largest county in the state, 82% of the vote in. So we'll continue to watch that. Joe Biden making it closer. The question is, can he find a way to the finish line? We'll just pull out and look at the map. We're starting to fill it in. 50% to 48% in the popular vote. That's not how we pick a president, though, Wolf, and we'll keep counting.
We certainly will, and we're only moments away, John, from another round of polls.
Okay.
Voting is about to end in 4 states.
I don't know. It's not looking very good, but that's just because a lot of these states are taking so long to report.
We got a key race alert right now. We believe it's too early to call in Iowa, for example, 6 electoral votes right there. Too early to call in Nevada, right there, 6 electoral votes. Too early to call in Utah right now as well. Another 6 electoral votes there. It's too early to call in the state of Montana. 3 electoral votes right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. There you can see in the race for 270 needed to win the presidency, Biden is still ahead. He has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes. Let's get a key race alert.
I tried.
Right
Yes.
Here's where things stand in these key battleground states. Let's start in Ohio right now. 69%.
Oh my God.
Is in Ohio. Trump is ahead by 102,000 votes over Biden, 50.5% to 48.1%. In North Carolina, 84% of the vote is in. Biden has a very small lead of nearly 30,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.1%. In Minnesota right now, 29% of the vote is in. Biden has a relatively comfortable 300,000 vote lead over Trump, 64.2% to 33.8%. In New Hampshire, more than a quarter of the vote is in, 26% of the vote is in. Biden has a nearly 20,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1%. We've got 7 more states we want to check out right now. Let's check out Florida right now. Trump is pretty comfortably ahead with 93% of the vote is in. He's got a lead of 382,000 votes over Biden. In Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Florida, in Pennsylvania, only 20% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by some 46,000 votes, 51% to 47.7% in Pennsylvania. In Michigan right now, a quarter of the vote almost is in. Trump is ahead by 228,000 votes, but it's early. 23% of the estimated vote is in, 57%. In Texas, 77% of the vote is in. Trump has a 215,000 vote lead over Biden, 50.5% to 48.1%. In Wisconsin, more than a quarter of the vote is in.
That's why it feels terrible, because he's literally winning in every state, but they're not calling stuff, and it's like there's not enough of the vote in.
Trump has a pretty comfortable lead right now, 346,000 lead over Biden, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. In Virginia, more than half of the vote is in, 53%.
What is happening in Virginia, too?
Votes over Biden, 53% to 45.3%. Let's walk over to John King at the magic wall. John, what are you looking at right now? What's jumping out at you?
Right now, just looking every now and then, I just like to look at president by county. I just like, we look by states all the time. I just like to look by county. You'll see a lot more red counties in America. You always do. And that's the way it works. But because of the smaller counties, but the Democrats win in the red counties. We're just taking a look at that. It's a personal curiosity as we go through the nights. And now we come back to this right here, 50.7 to 47.9 in the national vote. But that's not how we pick presidents. We look at 2020 right here. Look what has just happened in the last few minutes. Ohio is red. The president ahead right now. If you look at the vote there, 70% there, 128,000 lead. A big shift there as more votes come in the state of Ohio, 50.8 to 47.9. This is why we've been telling you throughout the night, it requires a little bit of patience on our part and on your part as well. They're counting votes in different ways, and so we're going to see some swings, and sometimes they're going to happen quickly when new votes come in. The president of the United States now leading in a state he must win, battleground Ohio, 50.8 to 47.9. 70%, still a ways to go. And as David Chalian noted earlier, we're waiting for some early vote here. We're waiting for states to count their votes. Some are doing it in a different order. Early voting, mail-in voting, and today voting. We'll see how it plays out. Just want to check to see if the margins are...
Yeah, that's why everything looks trash. Go to Fox, they're updated. Y'all want me to watch Fox News?
We're not done. We have a ways to go. 30% of the count there.
That's why everything looks so trash.
You're looking at this map
early
right
voting
now,
and mail-in voting are two separate things.
If you're a Democrat sitting at home right now, you're looking at this map and you say, oh my, it's happening again. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. If you're a Republican, you're saying that's what we need.
Fox News.
Here's the thing. Slow down. We have a long
uphill battle. He is still has
I don't like looking at their stupid faces.
And as Britt mentioned,
why have you guys made me watch this?
For President Trump.
Well, they are, and I have to say, because I think I'm bitter about it, and it's worth being bitter about. We found out in the final days of this campaign that members of the president's family were under an active FBI investigation into business deals that I think, pretty conclusively proved he knew about, parts of which he approved of.
They're making me
a direct participant in those conversations with the former vice president. I'm not accusing him of a crime. I'm merely saying.
All right, put one if I'm staying on Fox. Put two if I'm going to CBS.
Utterly squelched. Bob Linsky's name wasn't mentioned.
One for Fox, two for CBS.
Fox News. It was completely ignored on purpose, not because it wasn't newsworthy. It most certainly was newsworthy, but because they were taking a partisan position on.
I want to check a different one.
Now, it's not just a matter of being annoyed that the media.
We're gonna check CBS and then we're gonna check CNN.
That's fine. I'm not.
All right, bet.
I accept it as
CBS.
Why it's scary is that.
The president's ahead in Michigan. However, you bring up a good point. What ballots are you counting? I've been told that
they have the same projection. I want to check MSNBC.
Whatever votes they'd like to first. I've also heard that in Milwaukee, they're counting election day ballots first and early votes second. So there's some confusion in Wisconsin as far as what's going first and what's going second.
I'm just going to explore the page to see what they're doing.
Win for him in that situation. We'll keep an eye on Nevada as well. But the battleground, if Trump is able to go 5 for 5 in these states, that is a big if right now. But if he's able to do that, the battleground will shift. We will be talking Arizona. We'll be talking Wisconsin, Michigan, and really Pennsylvania, and also that 2nd congressional district in Nebraska, which I'm going to try to get a readout on here in a minute.
Steve.
Yeah, I saw Tucker Carlson's face. I wanted to punch it.
Can we go to Wisconsin and see what we've got in terms of Wisconsin vote?
What channel is that? This is MSNBC. Are we going back to CNN? Put 1 for CNN, 2 for staying here.
And again, about 30% of the vote is in
One for
Wisconsin
CNN,
right
two
now.
for staying
Let's see
here.
if we got more in Brown County. We're sitting on the same number in Brown County. Here we got a little, okay, this is an interesting, and again, in Wisconsin, we're expecting these votes to be mixed. You know, these wide swings we're talking about seeing anywhere. We're talking about a lot of mixes probably coming in. Sorry, what's that? My producer just, oh, can I tell you, well, let me put a pause on this because we just got the votes from Maricopa County, Arizona.
Oh.
And this is a big thing in Arizona. When they report them out, they report a ton of them out. Here we go. We got over 2 million votes in Arizona. Okay.
Okay, I'll go back.
It's about 3/4 of the vote in Maricopa County. Maricopa.
That's
County
good news,
is
though. I'll go back to CNN.
60% of the population for the entire state of Arizona.
Jeez, we just got good news about Arizona.
Pima County again, 64. If you round that
Oh,
up,
wait.
35, 80% of the vote in. You go back here, 54. So 10 point. You're by 10 percentage points. You're overperforming Hillary Clinton. Just want to see how the turnout is here. 224,000 4 years ago. Already 260,000. Again, one of the gifts of this election, no matter who wins, is turnout is up everywhere.
Trump is catching up in North Carolina too.
We want that to happen every time. But again, you see the split right there.
They're still not count. We still keep forgetting about the mail-in ballots because they're still.
I keep telling you, Josh.
This is it. Maricopa County, Phoenix, the suburbs around it. Again, traditionally Republican territory, increasingly because of demographics and because of the suburban revolt against the president of the United States. Maricopa County, if that holds up, that's the ball game in Arizona, but we got a ways to go there. The biggest piece of the state, Joe Biden doing what he has to do.
No, but we have to be leading tonight, though.
Both campaigns look at the last guy.
We have to be leading tonight, and we can't.
If you're Joe Biden, priority
because if we're not, then Trump's gonna say, "Oh, he won," and then when Joe Biden starts coming back, it's gonna be, "Oh, it's rigged."
Come back out and look. This is the main priority. Flip these guys back. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Who's winning on Google? Biden's still winning on Google.
Joe Biden. That's all you have to do. But your backup plan, get something else, right? North Carolina is your hope. That one's getting close. If you can't get these, you go over here as well. You said North Carolina right there. That's 13.
The amount of which they're like when they count the mail-in ballots varies.
If you end it that way, you win. A win is a win. But we got a ways to go. 86%. This is why they're so much fun. Let's just come back out here and see if anything's updated. No, still at 70% here. Gotta give these states credit in the challenge they face. Many of these states are reporting pretty quickly. And the challenge they face with all the different kinds of voting this year.
Oh, then it's over.
Just want to check. He wants to want to go back to Arizona here. I was going to check the upper Midwest, but you see 70% of the vote in here. And again, let's just see.
70% reported?
So 4 years ago.
Arizona's gone to us.
Conservative part of the state, 51. This is where we are now, 51 to 46. Let's just go back, 48. So the president's actually doing fine here, right? Doing better, at least so far, right there. 26,000 votes now, 25,000. So the president doing better here, running up some votes here. The problem for the president, when you look at it this way, don't come back to 2020, is that's great. That's what you want to do. You want to do better everywhere you can. The issue is way more people live here, way more people. And so you get 798,000, 77% in. Let's compare that to Secretary Clinton 4 years ago. She had 702,000 to end the night. We're not done yet. And she was at 45 with the president at 49. Joe Biden, 54%. That's game changing. If you can keep that there, we're still counting in Arizona. And again, that would be a flip. If I can walk over here, I just want to show you the significance of this as you come through this here. Let's come back to the president's map from 4 years ago.
Legends for that.
Again, if you're Joe Biden and you're looking at this map, you had a very comfortable lead here coming in. That would get the president down to 290.
Texas won't make or break it because we can win it without Texas. It's just I really want to get Texas.
You're at 269. Everybody at home, take a gasp right now. 269. It never ends up this way, but we do have scenarios where it happens. And then if you're Joe Biden, you look up here in the state of Maine, you think you're going to pick up that second congressional district. Just that, right? Michigan, Wisconsin, that's just as, they're not easy to win, so I shouldn't say just. But Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and the congressional district there. There's also a congressional district in here. Nebraska and Maine do it by congressional district where Joe Biden is favored. So it is possible for Joe Biden to win the presidency. That's a squeaker, but that's why Arizona is so important. You're looking at this map, you're thinking, well, Trump, is he going to pull off Pennsylvania again? Joe Biden had, 5, 6, 7 point lead at the end of the race. Hillary Clinton had 3, 4 point lead at the end of the last race, but you're not sure. You're not sure about that. You think you're going to get it back, but you're not sure. You feel more comfortable about this. You feel more comfortable about that. If you can get that, that's the game.
We just need to get Pennsylvania.
Take something away. That's why Arizona matters. Also, just remember the demographics of the United States. When I started covering presidential politics, that was red. That was purple, competitive state. That was red. That was red. The changing of American demographics. I know tonight we're picking a president, 2020 and beyond, but we're also watching a changing country and how it votes. And it's fascinating. Now we'll come back to here because we're not done yet on these things. But here's where we are right now. As they start to build the building blocks up, this is where it gets interesting. 89 to 72. We're starting to fill in as we come over here. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, right? Yes, we are. I had to check the watch on that one. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, which is, this is where in presidential politics, 10, 11, up to midnight.
Yeah, California, Oregon, Washington State, they're about to close at the top of the hour. Those are big states as well.
And they're counting more votes here too. That's why as we get later into the night, this is why it matters more. And so let's just look at it again. Again, this is one Trump wanted to flip. Joe Biden wants to flip Arizona. Donald Trump wanted to flip Minnesota.
Why is it so
Not happening if you look at it right
There's
now.
so much red
So
on
you'll
the
see that.
screen,
Yeah,
which is
watch
why
it.
it's
You
making
watch
me
it.
mad.
Just want to keep checking in on these again. If you're
Because
in
the
Trump campaign,
mail-in
or
votes
if you're
and when
looking
they're
at Wisconsin,
counting
Michigan,
and
Pennsylvania,
the
if you can
percentage
hold
of votes that
then
are
you hold
in.
the presidency, right? But again, we just want to remind you, you're going to see things on the map. You're going to hold for a while, but this is slower count. So we're going to see this play out. 30%
So
of the
scared.
vote in
Hey.
Wisconsin. You come over to Michigan.
If Trump actually
Again, some of
wins,
this may come tomorrow. We'll see. They're going to do the best they can.
he
You get
doesn't
later in
need
the night, we'll know
Biden
more
just
about
needs to
that.
be leading tonight.
And then you come over here to Pennsylvania.
And then you can expand it
Again, it's very,
afterwards
very
with the
early
mail
in
and
the
stuff,
night.
but he has
You
to
see
be
how-
leading
take a peek
tonight.
Down here, see how we're doing in Philadelphia. Look, 70,000 votes in Philadelphia, which means nothing. Which means we're just starting.
9%.
Yeah, we're just starting the night in Pennsylvania. So we need to be careful about drawing any conclusions there. So then let's look at where we do have a lot of votes, right? This is real business now. When you get to a place, 72% in Ohio, Donald Trump up, stretching that lead a little bit, 177,000 votes.
It's shrunk.
Governor Mike DeWine thought the president would squeak it out.
I thought he was up like
How the rest
200,000.
go.
Wasn't he up like 200,000
Some early votes
in Ohio a
starting to
couple
count
seconds
here,
ago?
So this could swing again. That's why we count to the end. And I want to come back to North Carolina, which is now red for the president. 25,000 votes ahead. This again. You're going to watch the map swing, right? Joe Biden at a big early lead in North Carolina. Democrats get optimistic, but we have to remember the difference of this night in the pandemic election, the different ways people voted and the different pace at which states are counting them. North Carolina now, the president ahead up to 88%, 49.6 to 49.2. That means we still have more to count, but you see the swing. And we're going to see that. We're going to see some states start out blue and go back red because of the way the votes are counted.
Yeah, there are certain
Sometimes
states that
early
are
votes first, mail-in votes first.
counting
Today
mail-in votes
election
first.
day votes later. Other states do it in a different order, and they'll swing the other way, which is why we just got to finish. Don't try to end the book before we get to the finish line.
Right.
49.6 to 49.2.
That's the
Let's pull
issue.
this out.
There are
This is
states that
red
are
here.
counting
Yeah,
mail-in
this one
first
here, I'm waiting
and
to see
current
the 54%
today
right now.
later. Then there are states that are counting today, like now, and then mail-in like later stuff. But my thing is,
So let's see what happens.
Trump's going to try to claim victory today, even if they aren't counting the mail-in ballots today. So there could be a couple states in there. Hopefully it's not this, but there could be some states where he's going to win. Biden's going to win if you count mail-in.
That's a blowout, but we'll see. We'll go back 4 years ago, 49 to 48. One of the things we are seeing, one of the things we should make note of this, we have it earlier, is that the third-party candidates are not getting the votes they did 4 years ago. So you have winning candidates in states getting over 50%. The national vote still right there. Let's go back to Arizona and see if we've racked it up at all.
Pennsylvania stopped counting votes.
73% now, 210,000 votes ahead. Again, 54 to 45 if you round it up, 49 to 45. 4 years ago, Joe Biden, Maricopa County is the difference right now. And again, the city of Phoenix, the suburbs around it. If you go to Arizona, you were there 10 years ago, and 5 years ago, and 5 weeks ago, you just know the change that's happening. This is one of the fastest changing places in America, growing out here in the suburbs. 800,000 votes, just shy of that for Joe Biden right now. I just want to go back and look at the math. Hillary Clinton got 700,000
Are you guys
votes,
willing
while
that Biden won
702,000,
in the
703
chat?
If you round up Maricopa County 4 years ago. Again, turnout is up everywhere. Joe Biden's already surpassed that, 77% of the vote. That's a fascinating state. And that's fascinating. One of the questions about
Why is
American
everyone
politics is
saying
what's
Biden
changing.
won?
Is it just a Trump change? Is it if this
Oh,
finishes
he's
tonight-
you're manifesting it. Okay.
Counties that haven't even reported.
Yes, they've got nothing in some of these counties here. Apache County out here.
He didn't win,
Again,
they're
there's not a ton of votes
manifesting.
out here. Guys, you just bring it up. 17,000, 8,000.
Biden also
So
isn't losing, but
60% or more
he's
of the vote,
kinda
depending on
losing.
the turnout. But it matters if it gets close. It certainly matters. And so that's one of the, you look at every vote counts. I don't mean to discount anybody's vote. Every vote counts, but in terms of the swing of the state, this is going to determine most of it, and you're at 77%. But to your point, when you get this higher, if it's close and you get this higher, that's when you're looking around, and that has been part of the marvel of Donald Trump's winning, is that in places like that, even when he gets beat in the cities, not so much in Arizona, but in some of these other places, again, look at all the red in the middle of the map, right? Not a ton of people live here, but the president runs it up, gets his 6,000 votes here, gets his 14,000 votes here, and you go on and on and on, and that's how he does it. In these smaller counties, turnout is high, he runs it up, and so far, let's come down here. Just want to look one more time. That has stayed exactly the same, 25,482. South Carolina was blue for a little bit early on. You see that one going back to its DNA, the conservative state there. Georgia.
We lost North Carolina.
Not as competitive.
Looks like
at the
we're
moment.
losing
Again,
North
52%,
Carolina.
though. So again, you're in this night where you have three different kinds of voting, different states, sometimes within a state, different counties reporting them in different order. The Democrats were hoping right here to have a closer state, but look, Fulton County still, again, a third of the vote. This is it. This is by far. And so you move around these counties here. You have Cobb here. You move Fulton here. You come out here. It's very slow. 1% here. So we have this is the bulk of the vote in the state.
Georgia
It's here.
potentially could become a lot more competitive because a lot
Yes.
of the major Democratic counties have not reported yet.
Right, very low percentage.
Keep
here.
faith in Georgia, guys.
Atlanta metro area. And again, these are small. These are the smaller ones here, but still eighth of the county. So you're looking, Joe Biden's ahead. 72.
I just beg they can make a prediction at the end of the night. I'm not going to stay until 8 in the morning.
Here, just 1%. And again, you go back in time 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won pretty big here. And Joe
I'm happy I don't
many
have like
believe will
school
do even
tomorrow. I have
better. A,
like,
higher
yeah.
turnout. B, suburban rejection of the president. So we have a long way to go. Maps can be deceptive when you have a big chunk of vote out in the Democratic area here. I just want to check down some other Democratic areas. About halfway there. Not quite though. So there's more Democratic votes to be had there. Come over to the coast here. About 70% here. So some more votes, but fewer there. So you wait, and you see that's a pretty healthy lead, but it doesn't mean big city like Atlanta, growing suburbs around Atlanta. You can make up some pretty big math when those votes come in, and we'll see when they come in.
I'm curious about Michigan, specifically what percentage of the vote in Detroit is coming?
So we have 30% statewide, then you come down here, and we have less than a third, 28% there.
They need to stop coloring the whole state red, bro. It's making me mad.
It goes really late. Sometimes things get a little frustrating, waiting for the count to come in. I'll just use that word. 147,000, 113,000, 28%. So you come up here again. Now you're going to move up to Oakland County, the suburbs here. About
I'm hungry.
This used to be reliably Republican territory, but it's become increasingly Democratic. So here's a question for you, right? Hillary Clinton, 51.
Guys, vibe and watch this TV. I'm about to make egg and bacon because I'm hungry.
Right now, Donald Trump doing a little better. So let's see what happens there. See if Michigan, again, we're very early in the county, but that's what you're watching, right? Democrats to win Michigan. Joe Biden has to, let me move it up a little bit. Joe Biden has to run it up in Detroit and then do well in the suburbs. And again, Macomb County, we're at 35%, so don't jump to any conclusions here. But this is one of the flips, right? This is one of the flips. Barack Obama carried Macomb County twice. What we call them pivot counties. You vote twice for Barack Obama, then you flip for Donald Trump. That has Democrats scratching their heads. Why did we lose those voters? And who are those voters? Well, in Macomb County, they work in the auto industry, or they work in related industries like that. Blue-collar workers, people who work with their hands. This has been a problem for the Democrats. Joe Biden said he could get them back. So we'll see. We got a long way to go there, so you don't want to jump to any conclusions. But it's also important if you just pull Michigan up again, and you go back to 2016, you don't see a ton of blue here, but you come back to 2012, this is the difference, right? Can Joe Biden, can the guy who was number 2 to Barack Obama on the ticket win back some of these areas that Barack Obama won when he carried these states, many of them quite convincingly? You see that this is Mitt Romney's birth state. I know he moved to Massachusetts, now he's in Utah, but this is where he was born, and Barack Obama beat him by 10 points. So the question is, can Joe Biden get those counties back? We're very early in the county of Michigan right now, a long way to go. And so again, if you're looking at the map from home, if you're a Republican, you say, wow. If you're a Democrat, you say, uh-oh, but we're not done. We got a long way to go.
We certainly do. Let's go check in with Jake, Dana, and Abby.
Thanks, Wolf. So we need to caution our viewers out there. It's early. Whether you're rooting for Trump or you're rooting for Biden, it's early. We're still counting the votes. I don't know if this is 2016 or 2018. You might remember in 2018, things looked really bad for Democrats or uncertain early on. But then, after not just midnight struck, but a couple days,
Mhm.
you saw that actually it had been a really great night for Democrats. On the other hand, it could be 2016 with things breaking
Right.
for President Trump. We don't know. Everyone needs to just take a deep breath out.
Which is hard. I mean, look,
Yeah.
this is a nation that is on edge, so it's understandable. But as you said, and as we have been telegraphing as we've approached tonight, it could take a while, and it is bearing out. And what I'm hearing from Democrats in particular, over and over, text after text, let's just wait and see what happens up north. Let's just wait and see what happens, meaning Michigan, Wisconsin, and not as north, but more further north, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Arizona is still an unanswered question about what's going on there, but this is what happens when you have a lot of battlegrounds. And in this cycle, we had a lot of states that were on the grid in terms of competitive races where you're going to have tight competitions between President Trump and Joe Biden. And we have to wait for all the votes to come in to really know where this thing is headed. I do think that based on where we are right now, we're in the choose your own adventure part. We're in the part of the choose your own adventure where we really need the patience. We really need people to just wait until it comes in, because it's not going to be an easy, early, quick night for people. These votes are coming in little by little, and it's tight in a lot of these.
Very tight. And when the polls would say before the election that Joe Biden was up 1 or 2 points in a state, but that was within the margin of error, that meant it was a toss-up, which is what we said.
We're seeing the margin
which
of
is what we
error
said at the
play
time,
out.
and we
Right.
still don't know about Florida. We still don't know about Georgia. We still don't know about North Carolina. And as we have also been saying, even if you were to give those states, all of them, to President Trump, and we're not, we're still waiting for a lot of outstanding votes, it really does come up to the 3 states up north: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and also Arizona. Those are the states that the Biden campaign has focused most on, and we still don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, and one of the things that you heard a lot from the Trump folks leading up to today is that they knew their job was just to get their people out, and just to get them to the polls and ignore all of the public polling that we've all been talking about and looking at. And I do think that when you look at the Sun Belt, where we knew that there was elevated turnout, the president is still very competitive in those states, the places that he had to hold on to: Georgia, North Carolina, Florida. He had to keep those states, and he's competitive there. And the reason for that is because his people showed up today.
That's exactly right. He needed, this was a turnout election. It wasn't a persuasion election, meaning there weren't a lot of people out there going, do I vote for Joe Biden or do I vote for Donald Trump? Pretty much everybody made up their mind. The question is whether or not they were going to get out and vote. And the Trump campaign has in cooperation with the RNC, which has been working on its, vote, what they call their voter vault since 2004, they have a really stellar operation. And they actually built it in recent years, modeled after Barack Obama's operation, because his was so good. That campaign's was so good when it came to data, and they've updated it more and more. The Democrats even will admit, and we were talking about this before, that they're a little bit slower on that, but they were relying on some of that, but a lot of enthusiasm.
And I would add that for Democrats, the task was even more difficult because they chose, for a lot of, they would say, really good reasons, not to be on the ground knocking on doors in the way that you might have seen leading up to
because
the
of the
normal
pandemic,
cycle because of the pandemic. So there's no, when I talk to Democrats, everyone acknowledges that is a scenario that nobody anticipated, put them a little bit at a disadvantage, but we may see some of that play out in the places where the president was able to get his people out. Maybe he didn't change any minds, but as long as he got his people out, their argument, their state of the case, their theory of the case.
Yes.
Sorry, I cannot speak to that. Is that as long as they do that, they can be competitive, and that's the big question. He had to defend his term.
So, and first of all, you have to give credit to President Trump, even when it looked a few weeks ago like this thing was gone and out of his reach. He did work his tail off and get out there and get out to those counties and rally his supporters. And obviously that has paid off, at the very least, in making this race so competitive. And again, we don't know where it's going to end up. We have no idea. We still have yet to hear from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and we're starting to hear from Arizona.
Yeah.
But also, I think, I just know that there are a lot of people out there who maybe paid attention only to the most Trump-hating pundits out there, who were saying for weeks, if not months, that this was going to be a landslide. And, you know, as they say, you can't get high on your own supply, right? You need
Did
to
they say
listen-
that?
You need to be able to listen to everyone and all the pundits, left,
I
right,
feel like I'm
center,
learning
and
so
up
much
and
about
down.
so much tonight, Jake.
Well, I just think that there's some people out there who are disappointed.
No, you're
because
right.
they thought this thing was going to be over when.
Hey, and by the
He has-
way, he's an incumbent president
Right.
who has inherited.
But not just that, he has remarkably enthusiastic, loyal supporters all across the
Right,
country.
but again, we're still waiting to hear.
We are.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona. Wolf.
All right, Jake, thank you. We love the commentary. Let's get a key race alert right now. Take a look at this. Arizona right now, 75% of the estimated vote is in. And Joe Biden has an impressive lead right now, lead of more than 208,000 votes, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. More than a third of the vote is in New Hampshire right now. Biden has a 27,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.8% to 44.8%. In Minnesota, more than a third of the vote is in there. Biden has an impressive 285,000 vote lead over Trump, 61.4% to 36.6%. In Iowa right now, 19% of the vote is in. Biden's lead is 85,000, 61% to 36.9%. We've got some more states right now. Let's take a look at these other states that are coming in. Michigan, a third of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead by some 210,000 votes, 54.7% to 43.4%. In Pennsylvania, almost a third of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 179,000 votes, 53.4% to 45.2%. In Wisconsin, a third of the vote is in. It's very, very close. Trump is ahead by some 20,000 votes, 50% to 48.3%. In Georgia right now, more than half of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead in Georgia of 348,000 votes. Right now, 55.4%. We have a projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win in New Mexico right now. Take a look at that. Joe Biden wins in New Mexico. There he is, the winner in New Mexico. That's 5 electoral votes in New Mexico. So let's see where the Electoral College map stands right now. Right now, with that win in New Mexico, Biden has 94 electoral votes. Trump has 72 electoral votes. The all-important race to 270 needed to win. 94 to 72 right now. 270 being the magic number. You're elected president if you get 270 votes. What do you see?
Well, you're seeing a map right now that's going to make Democrats nervous, and so which is why we need to emphasize the point that when you see red Pennsylvania, red Michigan, and red Wisconsin, we are very, 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 very early in the count there. However, if you look at this map right now, the name of the game, if you're Joe Biden, is takeaway, because Donald Trump's the incumbent president who won last time. And so we're not done yet. We're not done yet by any means, but you look at North Carolina, the president's stretching the lead out here, 89%. It's a modest lead, 42,423, about 49.8 to 49. Joe Biden had a lead early on. Donald Trump's election day surge puts him back in the lead. Can he hold it? We'll watch that as we play it out. But Republicans feel good about that. We're coming down to Florida now, and you look here, the 5.6 million for the president, 5.2, higher turnout in Florida, a very competitive race. Again, we have to wait. We're going to count some things here, but Democrats are not happy, particularly with down here in Miami-Dade, 53%. You think 53, 46, you think that's great, but that's way below where Hillary Clinton was 4 years ago. So you're looking at this map here. The plus side for the Democrats is out here in Arizona, where Joe Biden right now, 75% of the vote, 54 if you round up to 45. That's a big shift from 4 years ago when the president won at 49, 45, a 4-point race. You see the president, Joe Biden, the Democrat, above 50 there. So let's just put this in context. Number one, this was the name of the game in 2016. We're not
How we
done.
doing?
We're not done. We're not done. Some of these states could go on.
No, he can
tomorrow.
win Florida and
Look
Texas,
at
and we
this
can
map.
still win.
Many Democrats say it does raise the scenario.
He
Many
just
of them are
can't
worried
win
about
any
it.
of the
But
Rust Belt.
Now is the president going to come out and say, "I win"? If he's still leading in those states, we're not done. That's not how we count. These states will decide who wins their elections, and we have a lot of votes to count. But the question is, the name of the game, Wolf, I'm going to switch maps here, is this is where we are right now, 94 to 72. There are no surprises on this map.
We
so
won
far.
New Mexico. Yeah, I
Everything
saw
you see
that.
filled in.
Go to
This is where
Fox.
we
I went to
find
Fox
the
already, and
votes
everyone
tonight.
told me to
There
go
are
back.
Also, though, if you think about out here, where we haven't counted votes yet because it's still early in the night, people are still voting. There's we don't think there are any more surprises out that way, if you will. Nevada was the one Clinton state. The Trump campaign made a run. We'll see. But we expect that to stay Democratic, which is why things get interesting now. Again, We haven't called some of these close states, but this is the calculation in both of the campaign war rooms. This is where Donald Trump started. Joe Biden has to look at this map and say, what do I take away to get him below 270 and to get me to 270? So
you want to cry? Don't cry.
Florida,
we'll be
not
fine.
yet. We'll see. We'll keep counting. It doesn't look that way. Wanted North Carolina. Donald Trump has a lead right now. We'll see. We'll get to the finish line. Georgia, we got a lot of votes out. The Democrats had these targets of opportunity. Can we get these states that are? Can we get a surge? We'll watch Georgia. We're still missing a lot of Democratic votes. Texas is filling in red. Again, we haven't called it. We have a ways to go, but it's filling in red right now. So far, you look like you're getting that, right? We're not done. We're not done in Arizona yet either. But as you project it out, so okay, now you got the president at 295. If you're not going to get Ohio, haven't called it yet, we're waiting. There's a possibility some votes out, North Carolina or Florida. Where do you go? Well, then we come back. Number one, let's just assume for the sake of argument, Joe Biden gets the congressional district here. Hard to see if there is a Trump election day surge. The president went out here and did a rally, but the Democrats are pretty confident they're going to pick up the one in the second district in Nebraska. So let's do that for the hypothetical. We'll watch as it plays out. And here, 293 to 245. So then we come down to where we ended 4 years ago. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, right? And so Joe Biden, 1, 2, gets you to the finish line. You don't absolutely need Pennsylvania. If you win Maine's second congressional district, if you win Nebraska's second congressional district, and you hold Arizona, you can do it without Florida, without Georgia, without North Carolina, without Ohio, and without Pennsylvania. But you have to win these two, right? If you can win this as well, then it's game over. We've always known if Joe Biden could rebuild the blue wall, forgive me, Donald Trump would pay for it. The question is, what happen when, if you look over here, again, we're early. This is where Democrats get nervous because they remember 2016. We cannot emphasize enough. We're nowhere close to the finish line in any of those states. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We need to count votes.
Keep in mind, there are a lot of votes still out for mail-in ballots.
We talked earlier about Joe Biden having the more menu options. Some of those menu options appear to be closing. We're not done yet, but that we still have, that we can't take Florida away. Still red over there. North Carolina, we'll see on Georgia. Joe Biden had many menu options coming into the night. That list is narrowing, which is why you get into tense time.
I want to check in with David Chalian, who's taking a very close look at the vote in Pennsylvania right now. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, just exactly what John was talking about. I know it's red on the map right now, but we gotta make sure we count the votes here. So what you see is Donald Trump leading Joe Biden in Pennsylvania with 32% of the vote in right now. Let's look at what we know about the early vote. Of that vote that's in, only 18% of it currently is early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We expect that 18% to go all the way up to 45%. So there's a ton more early votes still to be counted here, and that could benefit Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. We just have to wait to see that early absentee mail vote come in and be countable.
Very interesting. We're watching all these states, and this is a night like none other because of all the early voting, a record number of early voting that we've seen in some states taking a lot longer to count that early voting.
Right. Look, the battleground states are always complicated to begin with. Remember Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin 4 years ago. Remember Florida 4 years ago. Even North Carolina for a while we were looking at it. And then it's spaced out. So they're always complicated anyway. They're all the more complicated this time and all the more difficult, especially for partisans who want to, who want their guy to win. Right. And so let's just talk about what David was talking about. We come down here, Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City, and the counties around it. This is by far, it's 12% or more, depending on turnout, of the vote in Pennsylvania, 22%. So when I pull this back out, you see the state red. Okay, again, you always want to be leading. At any point in the race, you like to be leading, but it's not contextual in the sense that we have nothing here. Let's just come over here to Montgomery County, 16%. Joe Biden at 89%. The suburban core around Philadelphia is the name of the game. Democrats have to run up a huge lead. We come over here. Bucks County is the more conservative of the suburban counties around here. If you go back 4 years ago, you'll see this one 48-47, Bucks County 4 years ago. The challenge for Joe Biden is to try to run it up a little bit more, 50-48. That's about the same, more or less. But again, 12% there, 16% of the estimated vote here. Chester County, 25%. You come back to Delaware County, 16%. So this is where the overwhelming bulk of the votes, the way it gets started in Pennsylvania is Philadelphia and the suburban core around it. I'll just bring this up a little bit. And we don't have many votes. We're still in the single digits or the early teens. We got a long way to go. And so then you come over, you move over to the middle of the state. Again, 52% here, Harrisburg. The president, we know the president is going to run it up in places like this. You get these counties here, 95%, of the voting here. The president has 70, 68%. The president has 82. Not a lot of people live here, but again, this is how the president does it. In the smaller, more rural counties, he runs it up big. So the challenge again is, we talked about Joe Biden not leading in Ohio right now, but more competitive than Hillary Clinton. Is can he be more competitive in places like Washington County? Right now it's 60.9. One that a lot of people were looking at was a Trump rally here just the other day. Westmoreland County, 28% in 63 to 36 if you round it up, 64 to 33. It's pretty close. We'll see Biden maybe a little bit higher than Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. That could matter if it's very close. And we'll watch Allegheny as well, but a long way to count.
Quick break. We have a lot more coming up right after this. All I have for you is a word. Tell it.
Take a moment to orient yourself. Things will feel strange.
We're reversing the flow.
Here's my thing, right? We're all very impatient, and we all were hoping for like a quick Biden like landslide or whatever right off bat. We have to keep in mind, and I've seen people commenting, "Oh, people who thought Biden was gonna win, ha ha ha." We have to keep in mind, A, well, the West Coast hasn't been counted. B, none of the states are done being counted. C, we don't know which states are counting election day voting versus mail-in voting first or last. We don't know which ones are doing that. The reason why I'm worried is because I don't want Trump to be ahead at the end of tonight, and then when the mail-in ballots start being counted for Joe Biden to win tomorrow. Because the Republicans, who have been bending the levers of power to their will forever, and Donald Trump in particular, have been saying whoever's the winner on election night should be the president. Notice how they slipped that in there, on election night. So if Trump is winning on election night, even though he might be winning by like half a percentage point in some of these swing states, and then it gets easily taken over the moment they start counting mail-in ballots, which is about 90 million votes, he's still going to claim that he won. And then that's going to give him an opportunity to fight it in the courts or fight it in the House, fight the election results. So that's why I'm stressed, because I want Joe Biden to cross 270 tonight and then expand the lead over the coming days. I mean, sure, I'd like to have him have like 300 something by the end of the night, which is still possible, but I want him to be over 270 at least tonight and then expand it over the coming days so Trump doesn't have an argument. But don't see the results of the states now and just be like, oh, it's over. There's still votes that are out there, still votes that haven't been counted, and it's by no means over. In fact, Joe Biden is still leading somehow. It feels like we're down and out, but Joe Biden is still leading, and a lot of these states don't even have half of it reported yet. So Virginia, though, is really like, what in the world is going on? But besides that, everything else is fine. You don't need to be scared. You just need to be wary.
We have some more projections right now. Let's check in New Hampshire. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New Hampshire.
There we go.
Will win its 4 electoral votes. Biden wins in New Hampshire. There are several states now where CNN projects that Trump is winning, 4 states specifically. CNN projects that Trump will win in Louisiana. He beats Biden in Louisiana, wins 8 electoral votes in Louisiana. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win in Kansas, beats Biden.
There goes Kansas. I told y'all.
Votes there. Another 6 electoral votes in Utah. Trump wins in Utah. That's the CNN projection. And another 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. 3 out of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. 2 of them are still based on a congressional district. 3 out of 5 in Nebraska. So here's where the electoral college map stands right now. Very, very close. Look at this. Biden has 98 electoral college votes. Trump has 95. You need 270 to win the presidency. 98 to 95. Look how close it is right now. Actually, we have a key race alert right now. Let's check in some of the numbers. Coming in from Michigan, 37% of the vote is in. Trump still maintains a 235,000 vote lead in Michigan, 54.8% to 43.4%. 37% of the vote is in. 33% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Trump has a 236,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania, 54.3% to 44.3%. 37% of the vote is in Wisconsin. It's close. 25,000 vote lead for Trump over Biden, 50.1% to 48.2%. In Georgia, 58% of the vote is in. Trump has looks like a pretty comfortable lead of 387,000 votes, 55.7% to 43.1% in those states. Let's take a look at some more states right now. In Arizona, right now, 75% of the vote is in. Biden looks like he has a relatively comfortable 208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 37% of the vote is in. Biden there looks like a pretty comfortable nearly 300,000 vote lead over Trump, 60.7% to 37.2%. In Iowa right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has a 76,000 vote lead over Trump, 57.4% to 41%. Let's go back to John King at the magic wall. So let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. No surprises at all so far. 98 for Biden, 95 for Trump.
Right, and so now you're getting into the battleground states if we flip it out. But again, you need the building blocks to get to 270. First, to get to 100. Both candidates, right, knocking on the door of 100 right now. But the key point is no surprises.
The fact that there are so many people voting for Trump scares me.
Hope to flip New Hampshire. That hasn't happened. There's nothing on here just yet. The Biden campaign hoped to flip. These were all pretty reliably red states. Everything is coming in as you would like, right? Colorado, New Mexico, Utah. The question is, will there be any surprises, right? So at the moment, you're looking at this map, both campaigns, this is their basic building blocks. So the question is, when you come back here, and again, you start to look at this map, what is it that Joe Biden hoped to change? He thought it was possible. He could flip Florida. We're still waiting on a lot of votes.
Who do I think is going to win based on new info? I still think Joe Biden's going to win. I just don't know if he's going to win tonight, which is why I'm like,
Early lead for Joe Biden. This is the anomaly of 2020. Mail-in votes counted. Democrats build an early lead. Election day vote gets counted. Republicans come back. We saw it here. We saw it here. The question is, does it hold up? We're not done yet. Joe Biden thought it might be possible to flip here in a big wave election. Democrats had their hopes up that this was a statement election. Again, we're not done with Texas yet. We're still counting votes there. We don't see it yet. So then you're back to, okay, if there's not a big map-changing, game-changing election, what does it come down to? Well, then we get back to here. And we're nowhere close in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to counting. So right now, if you're looking at the map and you're thinking, what might Joe Biden flip? Right now, this is, we're not done with it yet, but that gets the president down some. But then to get him down more, we'll see. If you can mount a comeback in Florida, that changes everything. If you can mount a comeback in North Carolina, that changes everything. But if you're looking at the numbers right now, you're back into this calculation up here, Wolf. And for Joe Biden, the blue wall was why Hillary Clinton lost. And if Joe Biden's going to win, he's going to change some of those.
David Chelley is getting some insight into what's going on in Michigan right now. What do you see?
This is the state of play in Michigan. You see Donald Trump's lead here, 1.1 million to Joe Biden's 907,000. 37% of the estimated vote is in Michigan right now. But here's what we know about the early vote, okay? Of that 37% that's in, 17% of that current vote is early vote. We expect the share of the early vote to go up. We expect at the end of the night, 55%.
At the end of the night,
vote in Michigan to
it better be.
Now, we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We also know we have almost no early vote in Wayne County, Detroit, big Democratic area. Very, very little early vote in Macomb. No early vote at all in Kent. Those two have been sort of battleground counties. So as that share of the early vote goes up, the Biden campaign is hoping
here's my thing. We're going to win. Okay?
That lead.
It's if we win at the end of the night, because the polls are never that wrong. There's a margin of error of like 3%. Biden was winning by over that in majority of these states.
But let me start with your
There's
point.
no way that he
ago.
takes
You see
all.
that big
Yeah,
lead
no,
right
that's
there.
not just that's
Even
just
if
not how it
it's
works.
Michigan, we have no expectation it would be by such a large margin. That's why, again, you look at certain things and you realize this is an election like no other. We're counting votes in different sequences, so we have to be careful as we go. If you're the Republicans, the Trump campaign, you're looking at the map, you think it's great. But remember, let's come in here. As David noted, Wayne County, about 28%. This is Detroit and the suburbs around it. By far, about 18% of the vote, 18% in a high turnout election. It could be a little higher than that. 147,000 right there. Let's just go back in time. 519,000 votes for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, and Democrats were disappointed. And the turnout was down in Wayne County compared to 2012. But remember, So you have 519,000 then. This is a higher turnout election. We know that. Maybe the president wins Michigan, but the numbers are going to go up from that. And so when you see that's where you are now, you know that everybody just needs to slow, and we need to count more votes here. So let's move up to Oakland County. Again, Joe Biden leading. We think a little bit more of the vote in here, but again, 233,875 leading. Let's just go back and look at it here. Again, we think turnout is higher this year. Secretary Clinton was well above that in this county. And so we just need to wait. We need to let the vote come in. Let's move over to Macomb County. President carried this county 4 years ago. Again, key blue collar. It's a laboratory for so-called
NBC. What about NBC?
Political scientists study it. The president won it.
Switch to NBC. Okay, everyone's saying switch to NBC.
Plus votes. We come over here
NBC.
now. Again, he's leading. What's up?
That's why new customers can bet risk-free.
Y'all made me switch to a commercial.
Sunday. You don't want to miss it. All you have to do is download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and sign up.
So NBC is faster. Okay.
To bet risk-free up to $100 on game day. This offer ends soon. So
Y'all made me switch to a gambling commercial. You hooligans. Now we got a BMW commercial. If that's actually BMW, I'm a Don because I didn't see. Yep. Yep. Who's winning? Wait, what? Who's winning right now? It's Biden. Give us a break to calm our thoughts. Exactly. Because everyone's really hyped right now. Just chill. We're going to win. It's just when will we win? And I hope it's tonight.
Hello, everyone. We are just back on the air here. We want to show you some Senate numbers right now. This is starting off the state of Louisiana.
All right. That's,
Oh my God, he's getting blown out.
Cassidy headed back, and we've got an upset. This
I'm-
is the most vulnerable senator probably
Doug
in the
Jones
United
lost.
States Senate, the Democrat from Alabama, Doug Jones, has his loss. Tommy Tuberville, the Auburn coach, takes that race. So that's a gain for the Republicans in the Senate.
Dick Durbin will have another term in Illinois.
I didn't even know Curran was running here.
In Arizona, too early. Mark Kelly, though, leading Martha McSally.
Come on, man, Mark
This is
Kelly.
A race that could be affecting what we're seeing on the presidential side
Yeah.
in Arizona.
Let's go to Arkansas. Tom Cotton, the incumbent, headed back. He wins that one. West Virginia, same thing. The incumbent returns. Shelley Moore Capito, easily defeating her opponent there.
All right, and to Georgia, Purdue, too early to call in that race.
Come on, Ozol!
A race that certainly has drawn a lot of national attention, as has this one. Lindsey Graham and Jamie Harrison, a lot of money spent in that race, but right now too early to call, but Graham leads.
Same story up in Maine. It's a two-way race right now, essentially between Senator Collins, the incumbent, and Sarah Gideon, although there are other candidates and they have ranked choice voting. So I'll just cut to the chase. It could be a while. In Maine, it's not going to be tonight.
Not tonight.
Okay, so go Betty Bye if you're waiting for Maine. Mississippi Senate is too early to call there. The Mike Espy, the congressman, trying to take on the incumbent Cindy Hyde-Smith.
Marshall leading in Kansas right now. That race is too early to call. In Michigan, also too early to call.
That's one that folks had their eyes on, potential Republican pickup. We'll see if that holds. Here's Minnesota. A lot of talk about Minnesota tonight. It is too early to call. Let's go to the Iowa Senate race. Another one where Joni Ernst, the incumbent, looking to hang on against a challenger, Teresa Greenfield. Too early to call there. We'll watch that one.
And here's how the Senate breaks down right now. Dems 41, 40 seats for the Republicans.
All right. This was the one I just assigned to Chuck Todd. Nebraska. Projected winner of 3 of 5 electoral votes. Do I have that right? That's what it
right
says.
now, right.
Yes.
Well,
We're waiting the congressional district.
well, there's 2, right? So it sounds like we're not ready to call the first either, which would be Lincoln, but that's going to probably be Republican. But Omaha is the second congressional district. Polls have indicated that Joe Biden had a pretty a lead there that looked like his leads in
The
Wisconsin.
fact that we still have 106 people in this YouTube live stream is weird. You guys are weird.
But you had the actual congressional race itself. The former Democratic congressman endorsed the incumbent Republican congressman over the Democratic nominee. So there's a lot of potential split ticketing. I don't think anything is a slam dunk there for the Democrats nabbing one electoral vote. And hey, we know every electoral vote counts. And if you've ever seen those 269 scenarios, This is why Nebraska 2 and Maine 2, and by the way, we have a long way to go in Maine getting their vote. Some of this vote is same day vote. We don't have some of the mail-in vote.
I see you turned in extra credit. Andrea, what are you watching in these Senate races we just talked about?
Well, I'm looking at Georgia, and where you've got 2 Senate races, and now you've got Reverend Raphael Warnock, who just had an explosion of support. And he's in the runoff now against Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent, the appointed incumbent. That really is a much better looking race for him in the runoff that'll be January 6th because Doug Collins, the strong Trump supporting House member from, you remember House Judiciary, who was so strong during the impeachment hearings, really, really strong Republican. He's had a controversial record, very outspoken against Ruth Bader Ginsburg, talking about QAnon. So he is not in that runoff. And Reverend Warnock, who comes from the Reverend Martin Luther King's church, has just had a really big rise to get into that runoff. The second race is Ossoff.
Yeah, well, can I just say the importance of Warnock in this runoff?
Incumbent.
So there have been 2 Senate runoffs this century, or two Senate runoffs since Andrew and I have been covering Senate in Georgia. Okay, each time the Democratic nominee was a white nominee. They've not had a compelling African American nominee in one of these runoffs in Georgia, and before it had just the Democrats ended up just sort of fading at the end. Warnock, and he's not just this is the pastor at MLK's church. It is one of those things that both Senate seats, if they end up in runoffs, that is a huge value add for the Democrats. And I know I've talked to some Senate Republicans who worry about that nightmare scenario of Warnock helping to drive up.
This is where Stacey Abrams, the work she has done over a number of years, is really, at least in this Senate race, paid off. We have to see what happens with
let's see what the whole Georgia what the whole Georgia ball of wax looks like before we give up.
I go watch Trevor Noah. You're not wrong.
Is the incumbent against Ossoff, for John Ossoff, and that remains to be seen.
We'll take a short break and be back with
the majority of mail-in ballots are not counted.
4 states with a total of 78 electoral votes, including Big Blue California. Stay with us.
At T-Mobile, we believe you should get more. That's why we merged with Sprint. Now it's about to get even better. And as
How are we doing?
To integrate Sprint's net.
How are y'all doing tonight? Worrying about this election. Do I go back to CNN? Okay. Well, we'll switch between these two. CNN. Oh, unmute that.
Possibilities. The menu at the beginning of the night, maybe we get Florida. In a dream world, we get Texas. Maybe Ohio's competitive. We think we can get North Carolina. At the moment, none of that is there. We're not done. It's possible it comes back. At the moment, none of that is there. So now your numbers crunchers are getting into the tougher math, more difficult math, and the different scenarios. And trust me, they're calling into that congressional district. They're calling into that congressional district, and they're calling in a fury into these because now we're into tense time in both campaigns.
And in those 3 states, those so-called blue wall states, right. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, there's still plenty of outstanding votes.
Plenty of votes. And again, we're going to say this repeatedly, and some people at home might not like it.
Don't ask me what I'm doing. I'm just bored.
The early vote is outstanding too, where Democrats will do well.
It is, which is why as I come back over here, as you're watching the map throughout the night, in any election, and we are 10:55. In any presidential election that's close, we're just getting started. We are just getting started. That would be the case 4 years ago, 2004, pick your close election. That's the case. This year's even more different because of the 3 different ways of voting and the different ways each state is handling that, right? The mail-in vote, the in-person early vote. And so
why couldn't they just have a national guideline that said you have to count mail-in ballots first, then early ballots second, then actual votes, like same-day votes third?
Come down here. This is Montgomery County, one of the big suburbs around Philadelphia, 29%. You go into Philadelphia, which is the biggest basket of votes, predominantly Democratic. Turnout here is absolutely key. We'll see if Democrats can deliver, but you're only 20. Up here, Bucks County, this is a more competitive suburban area, but you're still at 12% of the vote. Move out here, Chester County. This is where most of the votes are in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia and the suburbs that surround it, 30%. You just have a long way to go. And we know David Chalian told
Is
us
Vosh
earlier,
still live? Can someone tell me if he's still live?
which we
Because my
believe
guy's
is
been live since like 3 p.m.
Democrat. And even if we were just counting for one set of
Is
votes,
Vosh
if we were
still
just
live?
waiting for all the votes counted today, that what we have from this part of the state is so low that you just can't make conclusions. You just can't. We have to wait and see. And it looks good. You know,
Yeah,
the map looks at
Biden
first
needs
glance
to lead
Republican.
tonight or else
There's
Trump
no
will
way
try to
we're
take it to the
gonna
Supreme
finish
Court.
Or are we
He's
in
still
the
alive? He's a
the
G.
estimate 54 to 43.
What?
I think that's a big number. If you're
Can y'all
looking
flood
at
his
the
li-
first
like
4
flood
years
his
ago,
live real quick and come
10,000
back and be like,
votes,
this
10,000
kid J.
votes
William J.
signed this state
exists,
4 years ago. So it's just
and be
unrealistic.
like, he
Even if
said
the
he
president's
said
happy
keep
to
going.
recognize, it's unrealistic that he's going to win Michigan by 238,000 votes. If he wins Michigan again, maybe it's by more than 10,000 votes, but it's not going to be by 238,000 votes. We just know that.
Vosh
So
is still
when you see
alive.
that number, that's when you know this is
Who's
the anomaly
winning?
of 2020. and how we count
Biden.
votes, and we need to be patient.
Let's take a look at Arizona.
Let's go out.
How am I
because this
still
would
alive?
be-
I don't
so
know.
far, this would be the flip. This would be a change. We're up to 75%, 208.
Is he live on YouTube? Apparently.
Change there again, 54% to 45%. If you go back, not since Bill Clinton as a Democrat won this state, and in 2016, not a huge win by any means. This is why the Democrats wanted to compete this year. Arizona is trending demographically, and the Democrats think this year demographics plus the suburban revolt is what gets you there. 1.2 million votes won it 4 years ago. If you come up here now, Joe Biden already has that, and we're still counting votes there. Again, turnout up across America in this election. That looks good. That doesn't mean we're done. We have to count them. Let's just look at Maricopa County, 77%. If this holds up, if the trend lines hold up, this is where 60% plus of your votes are. If you keep a 10-point margin in Maricopa County with high turnout like this, you're going to win the state of Arizona. But we're not done yet as we do it. But as we go through the race to 270, and you're Joe Biden, Donald Trump had 306 last time. You need to take away. It's simple. Just do the subtraction. And where do you get them? Arizona would be a start, an important start. It's protection, if you will. It's a safety blanket, but that's it. That's the name of the game. It was 4 years ago, and it sure looks like it's about to be for the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. That's the guess. That's the guess, Wolf, as you go through it. So just come back out again. I just want to look at this one again because getting a lot of texts and emails from Republicans and Democrats saying, whoa, what's happening in Virginia? Again, 153,000 votes ahead, 52 to 46.
Okay, we're coming
That's
back.
a small lead than we saw earlier in the night. I just want to keep
Coming back in
here.
Virginia now.
And we're still waiting. It's not that you can hop in the car and drive over there, be there in 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that's
but Fairfax County, Virginia, there's something going on. In Fairfax County, Virginia, we only have 28% of the vote, and it's been that way for a long time. This is a giant basket of Democratic votes. If you follow governor's races, you follow Mark
Voter suppression.
campaign a couple of years ago.
Voter suppression.
That's the way it's gone.
Voter suppression.
Votes come in, but we're going to keep watching that because it's interesting. Just want to check down here in North Carolina again. 50 to 49 when you round up, 94% in, 69,000 votes. Again, Republicans feel good about this, but we'll keep counting and see what happens in North Carolina. One more time, just want to look at normally the closest of all battlegrounds, 94% in Florida, 51-47 there in Florida. Again, you're looking at the map. There's a lot of red, including in places that the Biden campaign was hopeful it could turn blue. You see Iowa's blue right now. We're not sure if that will last. It's competitive, though. It's a fun one to watch as we go through the night. Still a lot of math to do, Wolf.
It's weird how Biden will be up with like 44% reporting, and then Trump and them will start coming back. But when Trump is up with like 44% reporting, Biden doesn't.
California, it has 55 of the 78 electoral votes.
GG's.
All right, we have some projections.
Oh, West Coast.
Blah, blah, blah. Win the state of California. That's the biggest prize of the Electoral College. 55 electoral votes.
Whole West Coast. Blah, blah, blah.
California beats Trump in
GG's.
California. CNN also projects that Biden will win in Washington State. 12 electoral votes. He beats Trump in Washington State. CNN also projects Biden will win in the state of Oregon. 7 electoral votes there.
If y'all are going to bed, good night.
Oregon right
We gonna rock out.
One projection for Donald Trump right now. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Wyoming.
Ew.
That's 3 electoral votes. In Idaho, too early to call. 4 electoral votes in Idaho. We cannot make a projection there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map. See where it stands right now. Right now,
192, 108.
He has 192
We're closing it.
Electoral College votes. Trump has 108. 192 to 108. Let's get a key race alert in some of the battleground states where things stand. Let's start in Pennsylvania. 41% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump has seemingly a pretty comfortable 444,000 vote lead over Biden, 56.8% to 41.5%. In Michigan right now, 39% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a significant lead there right now as well, 239,000.
Why is the lead not closing in Michigan?
39% of the estimated vote is in, and the early vote, which skews Democratic, is not yet in. In Wisconsin, 42% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Trump has a 25,000 vote lead over Biden.
I said, why is the lead not closing in Michigan?
3% 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. In Arizona, 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a significant lead in Arizona, 208,000 vote lead over Trump. 50.
My question is, why have they yet to call Arizona?
11 electoral votes at stake over there. Let's go back to John King. All right, so right now, Biden has a significant 192 to 108 lead in the all-important electoral college battle.
And the West Coast, which again, when I started doing this many years ago, this was competitive territory. Not anymore. Washington, Oregon, California, blocks for the Democrats in presidential politics, and those are great building blocks, right? They're not competitive anymore. The only reason the Republicans got California now is to raise money. 192 to 108. So now the question is, you need to get to 270. This is the hard part. I hate to say it this way, but it's easy for a Democrat to get to 192. It's just easy given Illinois, New York, California, Washington and Oregon are going to be on your side. So the question is, working off this map, let's work. Since you're now at 192, you try to get there. How do you get there working off this map? Well, that's a Clinton state, right? Trump campaign's trying to flip it, but let's, for the sake of argument, assume it stays Democratic. We'll watch and we'll count as we go. That was a Trump state. Joe Biden is leading right now there. If it holds that way, out here, look at this, Colorado, New Mexico, the West Coast will be good to the Democrats in the Southwest if this happens. So that would get you to 209. So then you come this way, you're looking at the map, right? Where are the Clinton states? That was a Clinton state, right? So you think that's going to happen for you. Then you keep looking at the map here, Virginia, which is really interesting right now. It is still red. You just assume, and we'll see if it's a change. If it's that kind of a night, it's that kind of a night. But you assume that one's going to come back into the fold and they're just waiting for Democratic votes to come in, having a problem in a county or something. That gets you there. Then you come up to Maine, and you assume if you're the Biden campaign, you're going to win the whole thing. We need to see this. Maine does it by congressional district. There's one of them that President Trump carried 4 years ago. The Democrats believe they're going to carry that state. They believed a few other things about tonight, so we'll see what happens as we go through. But let's, for the sake of argument, give it to them. So then you're up to 236, right? Maybe they get one in Nebraska. Let's just leave that off the table right now. Let's just wait and see how you play. So you're at 236, right? There's 246. That's 262. That's 262. So you're looking at this map. And where do I get it, right? Where do I get it? Well, that's the easiest one. And we still I didn't get Rhode Island on this map. So let me come in here. There we go.
The fact that it's this close is making me mad.
But that's with Pennsylvania. You bring Pennsylvania back off the map, you're at 266. This is where you get close here, right? This is where you get close here. We're going to keep going out to the west, and we do that. That gets you to 270. So could it be, in a race against Donald Trump, would it be something if Barack Obama's birth state is the one that puts you over the top? That would be interesting if you go that way there. But so you have Hawaii, you have Nevada and Colorado. We're going to watch. So this is interesting. So you don't need Pennsylvania if you're Joe Biden now, but now you're in this different mood in Biden headquarters. You came into the night thinking you had all this great opportunity. Maybe some of these will come back. But if they don't, you're thinking, okay, we better win that congressional district. We absolutely better win that one. And then we're going to fight it out up in here. And again, if you get Pennsylvania, then stop the conversation. But we might be a couple days on this one. If you don't get Pennsylvania, you're in a scratch and claw mode now, as opposed to early in the night where you thought you might have had a buffet of opportunities.
Let's take a closer look at Arizona and Pennsylvania.
Let me do that and cross over again. We come back.
I just don't like the fact that his lead is looking this small on this night.
We've also been waiting for a little bit. Sometimes you get votes.
Like, I wonder what votes are still out there in Florida and North Carolina and stuff like that.
If you round up right there, that's a pretty healthy lead. This is coming from here in terms of the vote count. You see, just in Maricopa County, Joe Biden approaching 800,000 votes, just shy of a 10-point race.
PA votes don't get counted till tomorrow.
Of the vote in the state, then you come down to
apparently the mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania don't get counted till tomorrow.
And so every indication here is we still have votes to count, but every indication here is that Arizona is going to flip to blue, and that makes you happy in the Biden campaign. But then you come back this way a little bit. I just want to check in on Virginia again just to see we're up to 58%. It is getting closer, but still we're waiting. And here's your anomaly. Fairfax has been at 28% for a long time. I'll check in with our decision team and our desk team in a little bit to see where that is. Some of these other places, Loudoun County, Joe
I think I
Biden
saw
told
something
me
about
there,
that. I don't
come
know.
over Fairfax County, we're waiting. Northern Virginia, Arlington, so it's Fairfax. Fairfax is the biggest basket of Democratic votes we're missing. You just want to check down here in Southeast Virginia. See Chesapeake area here, 60% of the vote in there. So we're missing some votes in Democratic areas that could flip that. But if you're in the Biden campaign, you're getting a little bit nervous about that, even though your data and your math tell you should be okay. But at this point of the night, you'd like it to change. And again, we're just waiting on these three. And this is the pace.
That is not.
It'll
Well,
take
I mean,
some
it
time.
is.
All
I
three
mean,
of those are-
I
we have
think
key
about
races
Nebraska
right
for
now.
some
We go to
reason.
Nebraska right now, the second congressional district.
I just said Nebraska.
57% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 16,000 votes, 53.4% to 44.8% for Trump. John, this is one electoral vote potentially in Nebraska if Biden can hold on.
So let me come back over here if Biden can hold on. So we're waiting. Nebraska and Maine do their congressional votes by, let me pull it out like this. Nebraska and Maine do their votes by congressional district, their electoral college votes. So again, especially now, if you're in the Biden campaign and you're thinking, we might not get Florida, we might not get Georgia, we might not get North Carolina. Looks like our dreams of Texas are not going to happen this year. Closer, but close doesn't count. Doesn't get you the electoral votes. If you're at this point in the campaign where normally you think, well, what's one? Guess what? One can matter. And so again, in this scenario, this is a scenario on the board here. So let me just take these away, right? If you can hold this, you're moving closer, right? You're moving closer. That's assuming Virginia flips back. And that's assuming you hold Arizona and Nevada stays. So these are.
I just think there's too many Democrat votes out right now.
Trump carried that, and that would be a change. Trump carried that. So that's what you're looking to do.
Because there's no way that literally every poll was predicting like 350s, 340s for Biden, and everyone was wrong. That's not a thing.
In the tight part of the campaign.
So I think there's just too many Democratic votes out right now, and we're all nervous.
Everyone counts.
I feel like tomorrow
This includes the main.
is going to be way better than tonight. Tonight's going to be underwhelming,
The math gets really
but
interesting. And again,
it has to be at least over 270. Like,
just forget it. Because if you're doing this, you're most likely doing that, and you're probably doing that. We always do. Joe Biden said, a lot of Democrats said, focus on the Sun Belt. Joe Biden said, I'm going to start here, and then maybe I'll expand.
oh, if it's a tie, we're done.
If you can do this.
If it's a tie, we're done because then the House gets to decide, and the Republicans have more states in the House, even though we have more representatives in the House.
These are
I think what's going to happen is the win tonight is going to be very underwhelming.
From a Republican perspective,
I think he's going to barely win tonight, get like 290 tonight, and everyone's going to be like, oh, what happened to the landslide? Blah, blah, blah. And then over the next coming days, North Carolina is going to flip back, and Florida might flip back, and Georgia's going to get closer. I feel like that's what's going to happen, which was the red mirage that we were talking about before.
But if it plays out in a traditional map, that's where we're going to be. That's where we'll be.
What time do we know who's president? Not for the next few days. They might have enough data to do projections, but
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and maybe Iowa. And the
Fox called Florida.
That's the way the map.
They could be wrong in the next couple of days, but as of tonight,
Again, we've had some surprises so far, but we haven't had many flips. We've had some tension. We've had back and forth, and we'll see how it goes. Right now, the only flip on the board is Arizona, that congressional district. We're going to count votes, and yeah, it's fun for us. It's tense. If you're in the campaign headquarters right now, it is really tense.
Both campaigns are very, very
absolutely
nervous right now. And this election is basically different because there's so much early voting that occurred, especially in those blue wall 3 states, and that apparently that early vote, which skews Democratic, has not really been counted yet.
No, and so that's the issue. And I would switch over, and I switch this back. We go through these hypotheticals. It's not to alarm you at home. We go through them. I like to switch it back at the end. So just if you do see it again, you understand where we are, not where we might be. This is where we are in terms of votes. And everything here, this is all real. It's just some of it's not contextual yet because we're waiting. We have pieces of vote, we're missing pieces of vote. And again, at this point in the night, I don't think a lot of people thought Donald Trump would be leading in the popular vote, but we have a long way to go. But it's significant, 51% to 47%. He's 3 million votes ahead. He's 3 million votes ahead. We don't have any votes from California, the nation's most populous state. So that's going to change. We know that without a doubt as the West Coast comes in. We know that without a doubt. But we also know, Pennsylvania is not a small state either. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we have not much in so far. 1.6 to 1.2, just to go back in time. And remember, 2.9. We have a long way to go, and turnout is higher this time, right? So this is just shy.
It's just the states are taking so long.
It's just shy of 6 million, and we're not there. We're just not there. And so if you're looking at the map as a Republican, you're grateful that it's red. but it's really early on. We got a long way to go. And again, I'm going to be a broken record here, but we're looking at Northampton County here, maybe 40% of the vote, a little shy of that. You come down here to Bucks County, key suburb just outside of Philadelphia. This is the more conservative of the suburbs in the call around Philadelphia. 12% of the vote, maybe. You come down to Montgomery County, again, big suburban area, absolutely critical to the Democrats. So you see that Trump lead right now, but you know.
Yeah, it's funny. I've seen a vocal minority of people in my live stream just like, Trump's winning, ha ha ha. Trump hasn't like been leading one time this entire night. Calm down.
The biggest
Buddy.
Philadelphia City and then Philadelphia County around it, the suburbs around it. It's going to be overwhelmingly Democratic, and we haven't counted.
It's not how many states are red. It's how it's where people are living.
It's
like if every state in the middle of the map goes red, it doesn't mean he won more states. No, because no one lives in Nebraska.
On what's going on in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you're talking about Philadelphia right there, and it's slow going through the influx of mail-in ballots. They've gone through around 76,000 mail-in ballots, and they have
only 76,000.
350,000 to get to. That's according to the city commissioner there. It's the same story over in Allegheny County. That, of course, is another big county there that has Pittsburgh, the home of Pittsburgh. They also have 350,000 mail-in ballots to get through. And in the Philadelphia suburbs alone, you have more than 500,000.
My live stream got banned.
So I think, as we're looking at this,
I had 24,000 viewers.
Coming in there in Pennsylvania.
My TikTok live stream just went down, so if you want to,
especially in Philadelphia,
yeah.
Democratic stronghold, John King.
I don't know.
350,000 mail-in ballots they're going through right now, though. Like I said, they've only gone through 76,000. That is behind schedule than what they thought. They thought by around 8 p.m. Eastern time they would have 100,000 counted. So they're behind schedule that they are. And I'm told by officials they're going to be working through the night trying to quickly tabulate the influx of mail-in ballots that they got there in Pennsylvania. Remember, they just started this morning opening up those ballots. They were way behind compared to other states. They did not get a head start. And Pennsylvania is a state that does not have a history of counting absentee ballots. In Allegheny County,
7 days.
You have 350,000.
Does not meet age requirements.
Get through there.
They did the same thing to me when I was about to hit 100K. And then they let it come back. And now
the night to try to get those everything.
TikTok's stupid.
One person I spoke to said, "Look, this is going to keep us in suspense because they just have to work through it through the night, and we may not have a better idea in terms of the total tabulation for those mail-in ballots for a bit." John.
Did we get on the phone from Iowa several years ago? we may have to do that again. Look. This is where it gets interesting in the sense that the question is, will everybody have patience? And by everybody, I mean the American people, the people who live in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the candidates.
I'm not opposed to TikTok about it.
You know this. Look, so they have all these mail-in ballots. This is Allegheny County. I'll get rid of the numbers here just to remind you. So look, Joe Biden's leading right now at 98,000 votes. The president has 23,000 votes. It's just not, it's real in the sense that these are real votes, but it's just not contextual in the sense that we know it's a higher turnout election than 4 years ago, and Hillary Clinton won this county with 367,000 votes. So when you see right now Joe Biden leading at 98,000 votes, we are in the early chapter of a very big book because it's such a big state. And so that's the key point. The challenge is, do we get more in the next hour? How long does this take? What do we start to get? Will we hear from the Secretary of State about this is going to go into tomorrow? We already know there were 6 or 8 counties that said they wouldn't even start.
What state did what get lost?
The Secretary of State was leaning on them to get them to try to start today if they weren't overwhelmed on election day. And remember, Pam just
is the audio out of whack or are we good? Let me know.
This is not conjecture because we have the words of the President of the United States, who has spent the last couple of days saying he believes there's cheating and there's fraud in Philadelphia. The question is, many of his advisors have been urging him.
We are here with election 2020.
Talking about this.
I'm filming a TikTok right now because I'm telling people to get to this stream instead of.
We're told that in Pennsylvania, John, more than 1 million mail-in ballots. Pamela Brown is telling us more than 1 million have not yet been counted.
Right, so more than 1 million. So you come back in.
TikTok decided to be AIDS and ban me from my live stream for I don't even know what reason. So if you're watching this and you were watching my live, go over to my YouTube channel. It's in my bio and tune into the live because we're going to be here for a long time. We're like 5 hours into this election night. It's looking pretty shaky for Biden right now, but again, I believe we're going to win. It's just whether or not we're going to win tonight. I think we're going to barely win tonight, and then as the mail-in ballots actually begin to get counted, a lot of the states that Trump's winning in right now is going to flip back, and yeah, so we're just hoping for a decent-sized victory. So yeah, stop by in the live immediately.
We are here with election.
Alright.
We are here with election. It's hoping for a decent sized victory. It's looking pretty shaky for Biden. So we're just hoping for a. It's looking.
Okay, I'm gonna turn this back on for you guys. I'm sorry.
1,000 to win the county, and we know turnout is up now.
It got banned.
6,000
Yeah.
men, 110,000
I didn't end it. It got
now. We have a
banned.
long way to go. We're in the early count here in Montgomery County. Chester County, again, Joe Biden with 58,000 votes at 56%. Well, Hillary Clinton won this last time with nearly 100,000, right? 80,000 plus more votes. We are in the early count in Chester County. We move down here, that goes into Delaware, we come back into Pennsylvania, we come into Philadelphia. 584,000 votes for Secretary Clinton in Philadelphia.
Oh, and by the way, thank you for 50K. I love you guys.
Good job on turnout.
Why did I say 50K? 150K. Hey.
Joe Biden has
Wait a second.
209,000 votes in Philadelphia.
Oh
right
yeah,
now.
and by the way,
What we
thanks
have
for
is
150K.
a
You guys
game.
are incredible. I
We're
love you
so
guys. Now
early
stop
in
in the
this
live
race
now.
right so early in this race that when you pull this out and you see it red and you see what
Everybody
looks
got
like
banned? What do you mean everybody got banned?
in the votes counted so far, the President of the United States has a 12-point lead. But there are more than a million, even more than that, I would conjecture. Just mail-in ballots, more than a million. Other ballots to be counted of people casted their votes today. We have a long way to go in Pennsylvania, Wolf, and a few others.
We'll be patient. We'll watch Pennsylvania closely. We have another projection right now.
Projection?
CNN projects
Mississippi.
President Trump will win the state of Mississippi, beats Biden in Mississippi, wins 6 electoral votes in Mississippi. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. So with that, Biden still has 192 electoral college votes. Trump now has 114 electoral college votes. 270 is the number you need. Let's get a key race alert right now in Minnesota. Let's start. 46% of the vote is in, almost half. Biden has a 264,000 vote lead over Trump, 57.3% to 40% in Minnesota, 10 electoral votes there. In Iowa right now, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Very close. Biden's lead is almost 40,000 over Trump, 50.9% to 47.3%, 6 electoral votes in Iowa right now. Let's go back to John King as we're watching this. So the count continues, 192. We're watching this race between Trump and Biden, 192 to 114.
Right, 192 to 114. And again, right now, there's nothing on this map that tells it's a flip. Nothing on the map that would be a wow. And yet we do know, let's go back. I just want to go back to the Trump map. It's just to take us where we are in the sense that we have nothing yet that we flip. But we do believe at least Joe Biden is leading there. That's a potential, right? So you keep looking at this map. That would get Donald Trump from his 2016 map down to 295. So then you go from there.
I'm doing a TikTok right now.
Right now, Wolf, I'm just going to take these away, right? Because we're in such an early state in all of them, we just take these away. And so if nothing else changed, right? If the president holds Florida, we haven't called that yet. It's close, but he's ahead. If the president holds North Carolina, same deal. We haven't called it yet. The president's ahead. The president holds Ohio. Iowa, let me pull out here and look at the map. I just want to take a peek. Iowa is still blue. I just want to go over and take a look at it here. 59%. We'll see. We'll see what happens. That would be interesting if that one switched. But at the moment, we'll just leave it here until we know otherwise. We'll leave it here. So here's where you get. Again, we have the congressional district here and the congressional district here that could change the math a little bit. But if you take these off the board, and if Joe Biden can't win Ohio, haven't called it yet. We have to wait. We're waiting on votes and everything else. You're just looking for flips. So what happens if we're waiting on these states because they're having normal delays plus additional delays counting their votes? We could get to a point in a few hours when we start to fill in some of the ones.
I had 24,000 total viewers on my TikTok live stream. That's insane to me.
It's going to be amazing to watch.
24,000? What?
Everyone count the votes as they should. That's what's critically.
But I just got the word out about the whole stream thing. So
we're going to get to a point again. So we're looking at 11:20. We knew this was going to take time. The Secretary of State in all three of these states have told us, the chief election official here, Secretary of State here and here, have told us this is going to take time. Please be patient because of the difference between mail-in voting, in-person early voting, and
hi, you wanna know what's funny?
The priority on election day.
A trumpet commented on my video.
Concerns, for example, to deal with
a trumpet. Just as a side note, I'm gonna get right back to this. But a trumpet commented on my video of the election promo where I said I was gonna cover the election, saying, "I'm sure the 2 people who tune in will enjoy it." 24,000 plus YouTube. So I'm sure the two people who tune in will enjoy it. No, I can't even. I didn't do the screenshot. I should have screenshotted the 24K.
9,000.
The two people.
You know, so you get
Clown.
300,000 plus. If it's a higher turnout election, maybe 400,000 more votes to win. So we're gonna have to watch as this one plays out here. And again, you come into the counties around it. In Bucks County, that's 2016. Let me come back here to 2020. Still at 12%. Again, you know, it's frustrating to people who want to know, especially when you get to this point where if you're a Republican, you think the president's going to hold Florida, hold North Carolina, and hold Ohio. We're not sure about that yet. But if you're looking at the numbers right now, that's what you think. If you're a Republican, you won't get too much of an argument from many Democrats until they see until they see something.
The one where I did the.
So if you're a Republican and you're looking at that, you're thinking, okay, here we go again. And if we're
celebrity, I am not a celebrity. Leave me alone. How'd I get so drippy? I don't know.
The Republican starts to think,
I'm not famous. That word is so loaded. I'm not famous. Leave me alone.
And because of the early counts, I just want to come back out here again. Pam mentioned Allegheny County waiting on a lot of votes. We're at 17%. So just focus. You can look at that, or you can look up here. Again, Joe Biden has 98,000 votes in Allegheny County right now. Hillary Clinton carried it 4 years ago with 367,000 votes. This is a higher turnout election. The winner of this county is going to be north of that number, right? Most likely north of that number, at least equal to that number, and we're not even close. And so we just have to be patient and wait it out. That's Pennsylvania. We'll just pull it back and come back in. We'll move over to
North
Michigan.
Carolina is going to mess up with it. What?
Right? You look at Macomb County. Let's start in a place where the president is leading right now. That would be impressive. If the president can keep that lead in Macomb County, 143,000 right now. We go back in time, 224,000. This is a higher turnout election. We expect everywhere, at least close to 2016. We don't expect any
getting closer in Wisconsin.
Battleground place to be below 2016. So 224,000 votes 4 years ago, 143,000 votes now. What does that tell you? It tells you we have to wait. We have to keep counting. Way more votes down here. Wayne County, Joe Biden is ahead right now with 147,000 votes. You go back in time, Hillary Clinton won it. Again, look at the difference. 147,000 votes, almost 520,000 votes.
That's what I'm saying.
What does that tell you?
It's because of
we
like
have a lot of votes to count in Wayne County, in Macomb County, in Kent County.
The polls aren't wrong. A lot of people are going to be like, oh, but the polls said he was ahead. The polls aren't wrong. There's just so many votes that haven't been counted yet.
In Wisconsin,
like,
you just bring up Milwaukee, Hillary Clinton gets.
So I'm saying tens of millions. Like there's so many votes that haven't been counted.
We're in.
Comment. Counted. English.
Basically, it looks like those three states are going to decide who's going to be the next president of the United States.
Shut up. Comment your vote, and I'll make sure that. My camera's bugging. Is it just him, or is it actually bugging?
Is not winning.
Or is it just that person, or is it actually bugging?
Execute. I think one of the things we're seeing so far, and you have to tip your hat to the president. The president worked hard in the final days of the campaign. The president staged rallies all around the country. And it seems that his rallies
it's bugging.
Election day turnout, which is what they absolutely needed. Is it high enough? We're not there yet. But you do know that some of these states have moved in the president's direction. Again, we're up to 94% in Florida.
It's buggy. Hold on, let me see how I can fix it.
Unlikely, not impossible. We're waiting to see it again because of the differences of this year and the different mix of votes. Our people are working extra hard.
Plus the mail-in ballots that they're doing
Florida, they were quick, right? The early count was very quick in Florida. Just to pop in and look at a place, you're at 95%.
It's hella blurry.
In a
Okay.
place that's voting Democratic. So if you're Joe Biden, where can you get?
No, I already wiped it
Again, the
off.
disappointment in the Democratic Party tonight.
All right, let me try to
Not only at the
restart.
presidential level, but at the House level as well. So
Ah.
in Miami-Dade County, it looks like we're not at the finish line yet. But you see,
Or let me
50% right
record it on the
now.
refrigerator. Leave me alone. Let me see if it'll fix. If not, then
One more, real quick. North
I might just bring it back and go live on the phone. I don't
74,000
know.
Votes at 95%, 50 to 49. It's very close, but again, a state the president barnstormed.
Let me know if
the
it
campaign.
fixes itself.
Looks
If
like
it
a general
doesn't, then I'll just go
election
live on the
election
phone.
day turnout. Is it enough? We're not quite there yet. But if you're looking at the map right now, again, we'll get to the finish line soon enough. Some places, maybe not soon enough for the people watching at home. You have to tip your hat to the president for moving the needle in some of these states. See if it's enough to get him to the finish line. And yes, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Talking about
the three
Nokia
most
type
spoken
beat.
words
Oh
in
my
presidential
God.
politics for the last 4 years, and again tonight.
We'll be patient. Let's check in with Dana Bash. She's got an update on the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. What are you learning, Dana?
We have some projections to make, Wolf, and that starts with Alabama. CNN can project that Republicans pick up a seat there. Tommy Tuberville.
Is it good? Okay, it's worse. Okay, never mind.
To first term in the Senate there, beating Doug Jones, a Democrat. And in South Carolina, this is one of the most watched races in the country. Senator Lindsey Graham, CNN can project, is going on to win re-election, defeating incredibly
hold on.
Democratic
I'll be right back.
And in Georgia, this is one of